3 days later, Cam walked into the monthly town heritage meeting and slid into the vacant chair beside mine. He'd been making trips back and forth to Salida to check on his father, spending every other waking hour drafting plans for the reconstruction projects, and the strain was evident. He looked utterly worn out. Aside from a brief phone call, our communication had been limited to text messages. I had essentially turned into a recluse, working around the clock from home, but the judgmental glances I received upon entering the room made it clear everyone believed I was now involved with Cam. The irony almost made me laugh aloud, since even I wasn't operating under that assumption. In reality, every indication suggested the complete opposite. "We're on after one more agenda item," I informed him. "All right," he responded, slipping off his coat. "Are you ready?" "You are." I had no idea you even owned a tie. But wow, did he ever wear it well. "There's plenty you don't know about me," he joked with a playful wink. "People seem to think I have all the answers." I lingered on his final remark. "People should focus on their own affairs," Cam stated pointedly toward Mrs. Rhodes, who had twisted in her seat to stare openly. She wasn't the only one. My father had alternated between ignoring me and shooting daggers since I arrived, and several of the older women had whispered that Sullivan would be disappointed. True, he would have been, but in them, not me. "Our next order of business is to review the proposal submitted by Camden Daniels," Walt declared from the front. "Would you like to come up, Cam?" "Yes, sir," he answered, rising to his feet. "Good luck," I murmured. He stopped in the aisle, a folder secured in his right hand, and extended his left toward me. "You're only going to make everyone angrier if you parade me in front of them," I whispered sharply. "Come on, Pika. I saved you the spot beside me." Thea nudged me with her elbow. I took his hand and lifted my chin as we walked down the aisle, trying to ignore the searing sensation of that invisible scarlet letter burning deeper with every hushed comment. Cam was a master at appearing indifferent to public opinion, or at least faking it convincingly. I was still an amateur. Cam presented his plan and fielded every question from the council. I noted only 2 or 3 members who weren't openly antagonistic. Xander stayed quiet, which was typical. Remaining calm and composed in the face of Cam's intensity had always been his style. "This appears to be a well-structured proposal," Walt concluded. "The possibility of opening the mine for tours as soon as August is also a significant incentive. Shall we proceed to a vote?" A low murmur spread across the dais before Walter called the 9-member council to cast their ballots. I held my breath as Mary Murphy tallied the results. 3 in favor, she announced, her shoulders slumping. 6 opposed. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Disliking Cam was one thing. Rejecting Vital Town revenue out of pure spite was another. Cam stiffened, his knuckles turning white where he gripped the podium. "Is that serious?" Walter questioned, his gaze sweeping across the council members. "The vote has been recorded," Genevieve stated, with a feigned look of regret. "It's difficult to believe 6 of you allowed Cam's ongoing legal issues to cloud your judgment. 6 of them. Only 3 ayes. Those likely came from Walt Julie, Gideon's wife, and maybe Mary, given her reaction, or perhaps not. No one would openly admit to holding a grudge, unless we force their hand." I tugged on Cam's sleeve, and he leaned closer. "Tell Walt you move to poll the council publicly." "Why?" "They voted against you in secret because of the lawsuit. They won't oppose the mine openly. It's the foundation this town was built on. Just do it," I urged. He gave me a skeptical look, but straightened up. "Foreman? Cam?" Walt replied, massaging the bridge of his nose. "I move to poll the council." Walt's eyebrows lifted, but a smile touched his lips. "An excellent suggestion. He can't call for a public poll. He needs a majority from the other 18 voting members." My father cut in, staring directly at Cam as he spoke. "You forgot to mention that part," Cam muttered, barely moving his lips. "My mistake. Okay, just follow my lead." I turned and scanned what I could see of the room. "Follow what?" he asked. "Could you shift to the left a bit, Dorothy? Thanks." I stepped up onto the folding chair. Good heavens, Dorothy mumbled under her breath. The chair wobbled beneath me, but Cam's hand steadied my waist. It probably wasn't the best look, but since we were already condemned in their eyes, I figured I might as well enjoy the small comforts. If you're a voting member, would you please stand? Roughly 10 people rose to their feet. Come on, stand up. Don't you want to know which of these folks is willing to let a personal grudge against Camden Daniels rob this town of a 50% boost to our income? You've all seen the numbers, James Hudgens. You've got 2 sons here in Alba, but you can only leave the old firehouse to one of them. Wouldn't you like to see if the other could build a life here? Maybe running tours or driving shuttles when the tourists pour in. James glanced past Oscar's grimace to his younger boy, Ian. Then he stood. Jennifer Halverson, your income hinges on one business. Don't give me that look. You know it's true. Can you picture how much more you could provide for your family if another 30,000 visitors came through each summer? She shot Camden a dirty look, but stood up anyway. It's funny how principles tend to evaporate when personal bank accounts enter the conversation. One by one, I addressed the remaining 5 voting members until all 17 were standing alongside Camden as the 18th. If you'd like to move the council to a verbal vote, please raise your hand and say, "Aye," I announced. They did so unanimously. Cam set me down gently, using the moment to murmur a quiet, "Thank you" into my hair. "I just got you up there. You have to conduct the poll. You're the one who called for it." "Great," he muttered under his breath. "They can't respond until you finish saying their full name," I told him, first and last. "How do you even know that?" He looked at me, a mix of admiration and bewilderment on his face. "My dad," I explained with a shrug. He'd turned council procedure into a dinner-time game, quizzing us kids, convinced one of his daughters would follow him onto the bench someday. "So I should drag their names out?" Cam asked, as Walter motioned for the crowd to settle. "Just keep talking until they're persuaded," I suggested. "Go for the jugular. They certainly went for yours. You want me to win them over." "You don't need to do much," I assured him. "They're staring down a room full of furious neighbours, and you only need 2 to switch sides. Just remember, the founding members can override them all." Cam gave a firm nod. "You ready?" Walter asked. "I am," Cam replied. "Begin Genevieve. I can't believe you'd deny everyone in this town the chance to better their lives, especially when that extra income finds its way back to your jewellery store all year long. My own father bought my mother's engagement ring at Dawson's. You're surely not one of the no votes, are you, Genevieve Dawson?" By the time he finished, she was flushed a deeper red than her cranberry sweater. He decided to start with the toughest opponent. "Of course not. I vote aye," she stated. "1 down. Walter Robinson." "Aye." Walter voted with a broad grin. "We only needed 3 more. Julie Hall." "Aye," she replied, giving her husband a wink. "Down to 2. Mary Murphy." Cam guessed correctly.
Aye?
She confirmed with a nod. He was only calling on the expected ayes, and he needed 1 more vote to flip. His gaze landed on my father, and I tensed. "Noah, I could come back to Alba a millionaire with a Nobel Prize, and you'd still try to shut me down. Isn't that right? How did you vote, Noah Bradley?" "Nay." My dad leaned back in his chair, cool and detached. Cam nodded. "That's what I thought." A ripple of murmurs spread through the room. "That was for you," Cam whispered to me. He'd just publicly turned the tables on my father, mirroring the humiliation Dad had aimed at me in the diner. Letting spite dictate a public decision in an election year, no less. "Alexander," I held my breath as Cam addressed his own brother. "You and I have talked about how the revenue from opening the mine for tours would let us generate enough to keep our father in his own home with proper, round-the-clock care. It would let us honor the promise we made to him."
You wouldn't really vote against keeping Dad at home, would you, Alexander Daniels? Xander didn't scan the crowd. He just leaned forward, his eyes locked on Cam. "I'll do anything to make sure our father is happy and healthy." "Aye." The crowd cheered, and Cam gave me a quick, tight squeeze. But when I looked at Dad and Xander, a hollow feeling settled in my chest. We'd won something? Sure, but it felt like we'd lost something else in the process. Chapter 15. Camden. "Just relax, Dad."
Xander was doing his best to gently guide Dad into his chair at the dining table as I took the seat beside him. "I'm not an invalid. I can manage," Dad snapped, brushing Xander's hands away. He stared blankly at the plate before him. "It's shrimp fettuccine, your favourite," Xander said, his smile strained. "I know what my favourite is. You think I've lost my mind?" Dad grumbled, but he finally picked up his fork. Xander and I exchanged a look over the table before starting our own meals. These moments felt like a fragile ceasefire, a temporary peace for Dad's sake. But the tension between us was a living thing, simmering just beneath the surface. We were two generals putting on a united front while secretly fortifying our positions. "Where's Dorothy? Why aren't we in the kitchen?" Dad asked. His forehead creased with confusion. Xander let out a weary sigh, so I stepped in. "Dorothy only comes on Thursdays now, Dad, or whenever she decides to pop by," I explained. "Not for the first time. He'd been home from the hospital for 2 days, and his memory had been like a radio searching for a clear signal, mostly static. You have a care team now, remember. I don't need a team of babysitters. Nikki is here Monday through Thursday since it's Wednesday. She's here today. Dan and Sandra handle the nights, and May covers the other days. I've posted a schedule with all their pictures by your bed, your favourite chair, on the fridge, and on the hallway board. Want me to tape one to the ceiling?" Not rising to the bait was my new strategy, though I wasn't convinced it was working. "I don't see any Nikki," Dad stated flatly, taking a bite of pasta before scowling at the formal dining room. "And why are we in this mausoleum? I hate this room, a whole room we only use for Christmas dinner."
"Your mother always insisted," said it was tradition. He shook his head. My heart gave a familiar, painful twist whenever he spoke of Mum as if she were just in the next room. "We gave Nikki a little time off, so it's just us for lunch, and your walker doesn't fit as well in the kitchen. We thought this would be easier until you're back on your feet." He shot a venomous look at the walker parked beside his chair. "I don't need that contraption, or any of this nonsense."
He yanked the clear oxygen tube from his nose. Xander started to move, but I held up a hand. "Let him eat first." "The doctor said the oxygen is just for a few more days, Dad. They want to be sure your lungs are fully recovered." "You really scared us," Xander said, his eyes fixed on the grain of the wooden table. I knew he was thinking about the hospital room, the ventilator, the desperate measures. I certainly was. "Well, it's ridiculous." "I'll just drive down to see Doc Myers and have him clear me right now," Dad declared, attacking his pasta, as if it were the source of all his troubles. "Dad," Xander said, his voice quiet, "Doc Myers passed away almost 8 years ago. Why would you say that?" I mouthed silently across the table. There was no need to highlight the gaps in his memory. Some battles weren't worth starting. Xander just glared back. Fantastic. We were right back to being kids again.
"Fine. Then I'll just drive down too." Dad pushed himself up, bracing his weight on the table. "Dad, you can't," Xander and I said in unison, standing up. "I can go wherever I damn well please." He slammed his fist onto the bare wood, making the plates and silverware rattle. "You can't," Xander repeated, his voice cracking. "And why the hell not, in case you've forgotten, Alexander, I am your father. I don't care if you think you're some big man because you ran off to the army after Colorado State turned you down. I'm still your father." I froze, my eyes darting to Xander, whose face flushed a deep red. Colorado State rejected him? That wasn't the story. The story was always about choice, about service and sacrifice over self. Xander shot me a warning look, and I lifted my hands in immediate surrender. I wasn't touching that.
"Like you weren't going to throw that in my face eventually."
He snapped at me. "Are you serious? I'd give anything for my biggest failure to be not getting into my first choice school. I've done a lot worse than that." I could tell he was still angry with me. We were basically at war after all. But at least his shoulders relaxed a little. "You're in no position to judge Camden. I'm still paying the school back for what you did to those bathrooms." Dad pointed a finger right at me. I almost laughed. But when he lost his balance, I moved fast and caught him. What kind of person does that? Cherry bombs in the girls' restroom, like you're starring in your own action movie. A 13-year-old kid desperate for the wrong kind of reaction. I helped him settle back into his chair. I swear that uptight principal overcharged me just because I chuckled. Dad grumbled. My heart squeezed tight. He'd chuckled? Seriously? Because I distinctly remembered no laughter on the drive home, only the threat of his belt. Dad picked up his fork again, and we both sat down. I shared a strained smile with Xander. See, we could handle this. We were going to be okay, and where did I put my car keys? Dad demanded, his eyes locked on Xander. All the colour from Dad's earlier comment drained from my brother's face, leaving him ghostly pale. Right, the keys. He glanced at me.
I have your keys, Dad, I stated plainly, taking a bite and forcing myself to chew. It wasn't the food, the army taught me to eat anything, but I knew how to sense a coming storm, and Dad was a thundercloud ready to burst. You, what? Why on earth you can't even drive, Camden? So about that habit of starting arguments, this was one I couldn't avoid. I'm 28, Dad. I washed the bite down with ice water. That can't be right, he mumbled. It doesn't matter.
You still shouldn't have my keys. Hand them over.
His blue eyes sharpened on me. I can't do that. I twirled more fettuccine on my fork, praying he'd drop it, that he'd forget this as easily as he'd forgotten how old I was. The hell you can't. Those are my keys. He stabbed his fork toward me for emphasis. They are? I conceded. That's my car. It is. Do I need to call Tim Hall, teach you a lesson about taking what isn't yours? He threatened, leaning in.
Dad, you're not safe to drive it. I can't give them back to you because I need to keep you safe. I spoke slowly, calmly, using every de-escalation trick I'd learned over the years. I'd negotiated with militia leaders who were less obstinate. I'm a better driver than you'll ever be. That might be true, I agreed. But Dad, you started the car, drove it straight into the garage door, then got out to fix it and nearly got yourself killed.
My throat tightened on the last words, and I had to clear it, taking another gulp of water. That's ridiculous. I would never hit the garage door. He waved his fork dismissively. You're making it up. You just want to take my car. No, Dad, I have my own car. You're 13. I'm 28. I looked to Xander for backup, but he was just staring at the table, utterly defeated. Cam, getting him worked up is only going to make things worse, Xander warned quietly.
Thanks for the assist. Dad, you can't drive safely anymore. That's a lie. You claim you're a grown man. I am, I agreed, though some days I wasn't entirely sure where that line was anymore, because I felt like a scared kid the moment I stepped back into this house. Hell, even back in this town. Then you understand I need my keys. A man drives. He has control. Who's going to take your mother to the library when it snows? You know how she hates that driveway. Damn, that stung.
Xander shut his eyes tight. Fine. Okay. I could be the villain. It was practically the role I was born for anyway. Dad, Mum passed away years ago. You don't need to drive her anywhere. Xander and I are adults. We can drive you wherever you need to go. Your nurses can too. They're excellent. Xander and I made sure you have the very best care. You don't need to worry about driving. Let us make things easier. I want my goddamn keys.
The fork flew from his hand, skittering down the honey oak table and landing in Mom's empty chair. You can't have them! He roared in pure frustration, and my chest clenched like I was a kid all over again. All right, I'll just have Sullivan pick them up. He's the only one around here who actually pays attention, he muttered. I wasn't going to touch that argument. We finished our lunch without another word, the quiet only broken when Nikki showed up, beaming in her green scrubs.
Found you!
She gave Dad a cheerful wave before smiling at Xander and me. Thanks, guys. It was really nice to have a lunch date with my boyfriend. Who are you supposed to be, Dad asked, his tone flat. I'm Nikki, she replied, as if introducing herself for the very first time. It wasn't. I'm here to hang out with you today. How about we get this back in place? She gently repositioned the oxygen cannula under his nose, and get you all settled for some downtime.
Your son's mentioned you're a big fan of Band of Brothers, so I've got the premiere episode ready to go. Dad squinted, watching her clear his empty plate from the table. I'm expected to watch TV with this stranger. She's here to assist, Dad, that's all. She's pushy. He fiddled with the plastic tubing. Takes one to know one, I shot back. All set. Feel like joining me, Art? Nicky asked brightly.
Well, I suppose you're easy enough on the eyes,
he remarked, pushing himself up. Dad, you can't say things like that. I winced, offering Nicky an apologetic look.
I'm sorry. Don't sweat it. I've heard a lot worse.
She gave a casual shrug. Why shouldn't I? Just look. Red hair, clear complexion. I appreciate a pretty face. We'll do just fine, as long as you don't chatter during the program. Xander adjusted his walker, and Dad gripped it, leaning his weight into the frame. With a reassuring smile, Nicky guided him toward the living room, while Xander and I gathered the rest of the dishes. So you'll confiscate his car keys to supposedly save his life. But you're dragging me to court over a do not resuscitate order to let him die, Xander accused as I started washing the plates in the sink. It's not the same thing, I argued, loading the dishwasher. Oh, really? Because if you think he's mentally clear enough to request a DNR, then he should be clear enough to get behind the wheel, shouldn't he? I closed the dishwasher and turned to face my brother. What? Nothing to say to that. He thrust his arms into his suit jacket and fixed me with a look of pure contempt, one he'd carefully kept from our father. Do you still not get it? I asked, my voice low. After everything at the hospital, waking up terrified because he didn't recognize where he was or why there was a tube choking him. You think he wants an existence like that? Strapped to a bed while his own sons act as his jailers? 12 days? Xander snapped. It was 12 days in the hospital, and now he's home. Half the time, he's still himself. So yes, I'll endure the awful days to have the few good ones we still get, because I love him, and I will keep him here with us for as long as humanly possible. You'll endure them? I shook my head in disbelief. You didn't endure a thing, Xander. He did. You were just a spectator. Eventually, you're going to have to realize this was never about what you want or what I want. It's about what he wants. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that, all while using the family mind to manipulate public sentiment, trying to paint yourself as some redeemed champion. That's all for Dad's benefit, sure. Let me tell you, brother, the town might appreciate the revenue, but it won't win the people or the judge to your side. I know Alba a little better than you do. He couldn't have been more accurate and yet more utterly mistaken. I didn't care if Alba saw me as some economic hero. I cared that they trusted me enough to help honour Dad's wishes. He said a quick goodbye to Dad and shot me one final searing glare on his way out. I leaned against the living room doorway, watching silently as Dad got comfortable, his breathing less laboured now that he was still. Was this truly the best he could hope for? How could such a formidable man be so lost within his own thoughts? Hey, Dad, I need to head up to the mine. The mine? I know that place better than my own hands. He turned his head from the blue recliner he loved. Yeah, I know, Dad. We're getting it ready to reopen for public tours, remember? His brow furrowed in concentration. Right, that's right. That mine is a treacherous spot. You really ought to bring me along, just as a safeguard, in case you lose your way. I'd hate for anything to happen to you or that Bradley girl. The familiar tightness returned to my chest. He understood. Right now, he knew exactly what was going on. He was truly present. We'll be fine, I assured him. I won't let any harm come to Willow. I'm sure you won't. That girl is completely smitten with you. You realize that, don't you? It's the talk of the whole town. He offered a gentle smile, and the pressure softened into something warm and tender. And you're all right with that? My keys pressed hard into my palm. Just relax. Since when has his opinion ever mattered to you? Except it always did, naturally. You two have been attached at the hip since you were knee-high. Always figured it would come back around eventually. Now, be cautious up there. Those old train cars might still roll, but you remember the tracks just end after the first air shaft. I've got your old maps. Don't worry about it. All right, have a good time. Love you, Sullivan. He gave me another one of those soft looks and turned his attention back to the TV. It felt like a cinder block was sitting on my chest. It had to be because I couldn't draw a proper breath and it hurt like hell. I blinked rapidly against the sting in my eyes and leaned my head back against the doorframe. My first real breath came as a ragged gasp, filling my lungs, but doing nothing to ease the ache. That pain was mine alone to carry. "Love you too, Dad," I replied, because it was what he wanted to hear, because it was true. I walked down the hall and lightly tapped the frame of Sully's photograph on the wall. "That was for you as well." My phone buzzed as I slid into the Jeep, Willow's name lighting up the display. I started the engine on the second ring. By the third, I'd mentally listed every reason why answering was a mistake. On the fourth, I answered anyway. "Hey there, what are you doing?" I could almost picture her grin as her voice flowed through the car speakers. "Just wrapped up lunch with my dad. I was thinking of running up to the mine, meeting with the contractor tomorrow, and wanted another walk-through." I shifted into drive and turned toward home. "I've got a better idea," she proposed, her tone playful. "You sound like you're plotting something." Now I was smiling too. "What if we both play hooky and you meet me at the hot springs?" The hot springs? There were 1,000 logical reasons to refuse and only one compelling reason to go, and damn if that one reason didn't trump all the others. "Cam," she pressed, her voice rising slightly. She was nervous I'd decline, probably because she knew I should. This was a terrible idea. "Willow Bradley, are you seriously inviting me to skip work with you?" The Jeep jostled over a patch of road rutted with frozen ice chunks. "Maybe. Okay, yes, absolutely. Come on. Nobody else will ever go with me." "That's because the place is buried in snow." I glanced up through the windshield at the vivid blue sky. At least the weather was on our side. Only the edges. The water is perfectly warm, as you well know. A few hours alone with Willow sounded like paradise. We hadn't had a single moment to ourselves since whatever that was in the kitchen. "Come on, be a little reckless with me." "Be reckless, huh? Let me guess you're not actually behind on anything. You've already finished all your work for the day." "Okay, fine, I have. Basically, I'm trying to guilt you into misbehaving so I can selfishly use you for some fun. Now, that's a scenario I know all too well. I'll meet you there in 20 minutes." There was no chance this would end well. But then again, when did anything ever? Chapter 16, Camden. Snow blanketed the entire meadow nestled between the ridges, except for the hot springs and the adjacent creek, which ran full and swift with the early spring melt. The stark contrast of pristine white against the steaming turquoise mineral pool was a sight I'd never seen matched anywhere. I've been across continents, witnessed both the awe-inspiring and the harsh, but there is no place on earth I find more stunning, a truth permanently inked on my arm. The steam rose in gentle curls, carrying the faint, clean scent of minerals and pine, a quiet reminder of why I kept coming back to this spot, and to her, our ancestors could have turned these hot springs into a tourist gold mine, but the Daniels and Bradley families decided long ago to keep this place just for us. Aside from a handful of high school summer gatherings, our generation has kept that promise, and honestly, we've loved having it all to ourselves. I pulled the Jeep up next to the weathered bathhouse and grabbed my backpack. The snow crunched faintly under my boots as I made my way up past the old structure which clung to the edge of the pool, and then back down the other side. The building was surprisingly solid for something from the 1880s that had mostly been left to the elements. Dad had shored it up the summer Xander broke his wrist after we rigged a tire swing beneath it, and those reinforcements still looked sturdy. The tire swing, however, hadn't survived Xander's accident. Just then, Willow's 4Runner appeared over the western ridge, and my stomach tightened. I'd been back in town for a month, swearing I'd keep my distance, vowing not to lay a finger on her, and yet here I was, completely unable to help myself. With Willow, all my rules went out the window.
"Hey there."
She flashed a smile as she shut her car door, slinging her bag over one shoulder. "Nice wheel," I said, nodding toward her front left tire. "You like it?" She struck a playful pose as if she were showing off a new car. Fresh from the factory, and it matches the other 3 perfectly. But that's not all. This little adventure also came with a full set of new tires since the one on the back right got shredded when I swerved to miss a deer. Total cost? Let's just say I might have single-handedly paid for Keith Mayberry's kid's first year of college. She finished with a grin, and I couldn't help but laugh. Somehow she always knew how to lighten my mood with just a few words. Those lips of hers, I knew their taste, their feel had been haunting my dreams lately. My self-control seemed to vanish whenever she was around, probably because I'd wanted her since we were teenagers. Let's get in, it's freezing out here. She nodded, and we carefully climbed down the stone-lined bank to the wide, flat rocks that bordered the north and west sides of the pool. After dropping our bags, I focused on unpacking my towels and getting undressed, mostly to avoid watching Willow do the same. I spread one towel on the stone to stand on and folded the other for when I got out, then quickly stripped down to the black swim trunks I'd worn beneath my jeans. "See you in there?" I called, then jumped in. No cannonball, since I wasn't 15 anymore. The hot water wrapped around me, and I let myself sink for a moment before swimming back to the surface. As I broke through, the cold air instantly chilled the water on my face. "How is it?" Willow asked from the ledge. I turned and nearly lost my breath. She stood there, twisting her long brown hair into a loose knot on top of her head. Words escaped me. Incredible might have worked. Beautiful was definitely true.
Absolutely breathtaking would have been more accurate. Her swimsuit looked like something from a vintage pin-up poster. Navy blue bottoms, little gold buttons running up the front, and a red and white striped top that tied behind her neck, with a bow right between her breasts. A bow I immediately imagined untying with my teeth. Good grief! I clenched my jaw to keep that thought to myself. "Well," she prompted, and it took me a second to remember her question. "It's a steady 104 degrees, same as always. Though, right then, I really wished it were about 30 degrees cooler." "Perfect," she said, sitting on the stone edge before lowering herself slowly into the water until it rose to her neck. Then she let out a soft, contented sigh. This is absolutely amazing. This was, without a doubt, the worst idea I'd ever had, except, of course, that it was all her idea. She moved past me, settling on the flat stones at the pool's eastern edge.
"Come sit over here," she invited. I shook my head. Probably not the best plan. Why not? She leaned back, bracing herself on her palms. The water lapped at her collarbone, and in that spot it was perfectly clear. Trust me on this, I'm fine right where I am. So you're just going to float out there in the deep end the whole time? A gust of wind sent a veil of steam between us, obscuring her briefly. Possibly my voice came through the mist. Your choice.
You realize everyone in town assumes we're a couple now, right? There it was, the unavoidable topic hanging in the humid air. I've noticed, I admitted, swimming a bit closer as another warm cloud drifted past. Even if I couldn't touch her the way I ached to, I wasn't going to deprive myself of the sight of her. "It might have something to do with you constantly touching me in public," she pointed out, one eyebrow arched in challenge.
"Define constantly touching," I countered, though it was nothing compared to the images in my mind. "Your arm was around me at the diner. You reached for my hand first," I reminded her, moving through the steam when she vanished from view again. "And you held my hand during the Historical Society presentation. I trailed off, scrambling. "You hugged me," I finally said, "and you held onto my waist to keep you from toppling off that chair."
Have you ever seen yourself when you're fixated on something? You get this intense, glittery-eyed focus and forget your own feet exist. Honestly, I was doing you a favor. Her tone was light, but her eyes held mine. You kissed my forehead. All playfulness vanished from her hazel gaze. I'd kissed far more than that in my kitchen, a memory that made me swallow hard. I hoisted myself onto the rocky ledge of the shallow end. You picked me over your father? You dragged me from my car and carried me to your house. I turned to face her fully, the water now at my waist. The chill on my exposed skin was a sharp, welcome anchor. That was just being a decent neighbor, and since the whole town didn't witness it, I don't think it qualifies. A faint smile touched her lips. "Fine, you took a bullet for me." 6, I corrected, a cold sliver of that old fear piercing me at the memory of how close it had been. It was 6 pieces of buckshot.
"I thought you were dying," she confessed softly.
I didn't know about the vest. I was terrified he'd kill you before I could even get outside. I dragged my wet hands over my face. I thought about you before I even saw you that day. She sat up straighter. What? Game over. Might as well lay it all out. I saw the shotgun. Your dad was ranting about cougars, and my first thought was of you. She drew her knees to her chest. Is that really so hard to believe? Yes.
Believing in anything was a one-way ticket to profound disappointment. I thought about you every single day, Cam. Damn. She wasn't holding anything back. I had too, every damn day. But I couldn't form the words that night. In my kitchen had been a collision of passion and desperate need to say it here now. Would be a conscious decision, a line I couldn't afford to cross again. I'd already made one choice that shattered her. I thought about you when you left for college, I said instead.
And when you came back that summer and wouldn't even look at me. God, you were brutal that year.
I know. The raw hurt in her eyes made me look away. Why did you do it? My heart hammered against my ribs, the truth clawing to get out. Because she was everything bright and good in this town, in life itself, and he had been all that too. They fit, and I was neither bright nor good. I met her gaze, and she released a soft sigh, understanding my silence. I thought about you when you left for basic training, she continued, her voice quieter. When Sully told me you made it into Special Forces selection, every single day of your evaluation. I missed you so much it felt like a physical sickness, like the air was too thin for anyone to breathe properly. She looked away, up at the grey sky. For 10 years, Cam, there wasn't a single day I didn't feel your absence. I understood that ache intimately, a constant companion I'd learned to live alongside, to push down deep, only for it to rise up when I least expected it. And now she was right here, close enough to touch, yet that old stubborn pain remained, a wall I refused to tear down. This isn't possible, I murmured, the words barely audible over the gentle lap of the water, her eyes lifted to meet mine, a defiant challenge in their depths. Why not? You already know the answer. Every rational part of me screamed to stop this, to swim to the far ledge, grab my things, and leave before we crossed a line with no return. I need to go. Coming here was a mistake from the start. Yet here you are, she countered, rising onto her knees. The cool air raised goosebumps across her skin. Staying away from you has never been easy for me, I confessed, deciding she deserved the same raw honesty she offered. It's like a moth to a flame, and in this whole town, you've always been the brightest light. A faint smile touched her lips at the words, and I immediately regretted them. My job was to push her away, not say things that pulled her in. You have a choice, Cam. You've always had one. Not where you're concerned. I was never enough. I'm still not. This thing between us, I motioned through the steamy air, can't exist. I decide who is enough for me, she argued, shifting, so only a small space separated us. You should reconsider, because all I'm good at is building structures and wrecking lives. I wrecked yours once, too. She recoiled slightly. I saw your tears, your shattered heart the day I came home with him. I know exactly what I did to you. Sullivan's death was not your fault, she insisted, her tone echoing our countless kitchen arguments, a fight destined to repeat forever if I gave in now. It didn't matter how often she said it. Sully's death was my burden.
Keep telling yourself that, Willow. I'll keep telling you until you finally believe it, she vowed, moving closer and cradling my face in her hands. You showed me your darkest truth that day, but you never let me share mine, as if anything you have could ever compare, I said, the tension between us crackling. You saw me cry at Sullivan's funeral. That's true. I loved him, and I don't regret that love. I tried to turn away, but she followed her knee, grazing my thigh.
You saw my grief, Cam, but you never paused to see my relief.
My eyes locked back onto hers. My heart broke when Sullivan died, but the only reason I could take a full breath was because you were still here. I felt so ashamed. being permitted only to feel the sorrow when the relief was so much stronger. Her shoulders slumped as she glanced away.
What are you saying? You were relieved Sully died?
I whispered, the question hanging in the steam. No, she said, shaking her head.
I was relieved that you didn't. I knew eventually I would be okay. I would heal, and I did. I pieced myself back together, but I also knew that if your positions were reversed, if we had buried you, I never would have recovered. I can't even imagine a world where you don't exist somewhere in it. You can't mean that. I do. Was she truly saying that if she'd been forced to choose which one of us walked back into her life that day, she would have picked me? It seemed impossible.
Everyone always chose Sullivan. My father, Xander, even Willow herself. What kind of selfish fool was I to desperately want to believe her, to crave being someone's first choice? I ached to be hers. She closed the distance until our breath mixed with the mineral pool's rising vapour. Say yes, she pleaded, turning my own words from our first kiss back on me. But I couldn't. Not when I was only the available option because he was gone. As much as every fibre of my being wanted her, I refused to be the consolation prize. Even with my heart hammering, begging me to take whatever I could get, the last shred of pride I'd clung to for a decade wouldn't allow it. No. I pulled back, slipping into the deeper water. Why? She called out, her voice echoing as she sat on the pool's edge. You fight for your country, for Sullivan, for your dad, and even for me. So why is it so impossible for you to let someone fight for you?
Why won't you let me fight for you? The raw ache in her voice tore through my defences, shattering my control completely. Because I'll just end up hurting you. Let me clue you in. We don't have to be together for you to break my heart. I've got years of proof on that one. Try another excuse. Because you don't really want me. That might be the dumbest thing you've ever said.
She dipped beneath the water and swam, emerging past me near the middle of the pool where the steam swallowed her again. You're not some stand-in for Sullivan, I shouted. Not just at her, but at the sky, at fate, at anyone listening. A gust swept the steam aside just long enough for me to see the shock on her face. No, she whispered, the word carrying clearly. Sullivan was the stand-in for you. What? I stopped moving and sank under the surface as she turned and swam toward the far wall. I dove down and pushed through the water, coming up right in front of her. We both gasped, me for air, her in surprise. Say that again, I demanded. Do you hate me? She caught her lip between her teeth as water droplets traced paths down her cheeks. It would make sense, since I hated myself back then. You were home after your first year of college? I saw those girls all over you in Julie's hot tub, and you didn't push them away. It hit me then that you never would. Not for me.
You didn't see me that way.
But I had. I just never had the courage to do anything about it. Sullivan found me crying. He kissed me, and I let him because it numbed the hurt. I used him, and he let me. I grew to love him for that and for everything else he was, but I knew I could never love him the way he loved me. Not when I didn't have a whole heart to give. Her lips trembled. Not so perfect now, am I? How could she not see that her honesty, her openness only made her shine brighter? Say it again, I repeated, my voice nearly a plea. I needed to hear those words more than food or air. They could either save me or ruin me. She looked away, wrestling with something inside herself. When her eyes finally met mine again, the fear there was threaded with a determination that stole my breath. It was always you, Cam. She closed the small distance between us, her palms resting on my chest, right over the heart that only beat in time with hers. I've loved you since forever. I've been in love with you since I was old enough to understand what that even meant. No one else ever had a chance. How could they when you took my heart with you? She loved me. She always had. She had wanted me. And I'd been too terrified to step forward, to risk her rejection, or worse, her acceptance. I'd had the willpower not to act on my own feelings, but I could never dismiss hers. One arm wrapped around her waist as I guided us back toward the shallow end. Uncertainty still creased her brow, but she linked her fingers behind my neck. When we reached the ledge, I lifted us until I was seated where I'd been before, ready for a complete reset. She held my gaze as I gripped her thighs and lifted her, settling her so she straddled my lap, one knee on either side of my hips. If she could be brave, then I could be too. "I'll probably never feel good enough to believe you could really be mine," I said quietly, spreading one hand over the bare skin of her back. "I made peace with that a long time ago, but I've always been yours." Her eyes widened, and I knew I owed her the whole truth, just as she'd given me hers. "Only yours. Always yours." Good God. I'd finally said it. Her mouth found mine, and I was lost. Her fingers tangled in my hair, holding me close as she poured all her love, all her joy into a kiss I never could have dreamed of. It felt like finally coming home. My hand settled on her hip, my other cradling the nape of her neck, as I tilted her head to deepen the kiss. Our mouths moved together, a slow, searching dance that tasted of longing and years of waiting. I learnt the shape of her lips, the soft sounds she made, until a quiet whimper escaped her, and her hips shifted against me. I kissed her with a tenderness that ached, then with a hunger that burned, every part of me hyper-aware of her warmth, her scent just willow. I knew then I could spend a lifetime kissing her, and it would never feel like enough when she arched into me, seeking more. I deliberately slowed, drawing her bottom lip between my own, her fingers tangled in my hair, and for a moment I let her set the pace, her tongue and the press of her body driving me wild.
It would be so easy. A matter of seconds and shifted clothing, and I could be lost in her completely. The sheer clarity of that thought hit me like an ice bath. I gentled the kiss, slowing it to a soft, lingering press of my lips to hers before resting my forehead against her own. "We need to stop, or I won't be able to," I breathed out. "I'm perfectly fine with not stopping," she murmured, her mouth finding mine again. And God, how could I resist?
After dreaming of this, for what felt like forever, she was finally here, with me. No barriers between us. Not stopping sounds incredible. I forced myself to pull back just enough to speak between kisses. "I'm not okay with it." She went still, her eyebrows lifting in surprise over those kiss-swollen lips I already missed. "What?" A grin tugged at my mouth as I traced her jawline with my thumb. Believe it or not, sex isn't the only thing on a guy's mind. She let out a soft, disbelieving laugh, shifting her hips pointedly over the very obvious evidence to the contrary. "Really? Because I want you, and it feels pretty mutual from here." I didn't say I didn't want you. I said, my voice rough. "I do, more than anything, but I'm not making love to you for the first time in a public mineral pool. My place is 5 minutes that way," she said, nodding toward where her car was parked. I couldn't help but laugh, shaking my head. "I'm not rushing this, Willow." "What if I want to rush?" she challenged. No. The word was firm. Nothing in this world would make me treat this moment, this chance with her, as anything less than a miracle. "Is this because you're afraid I'll change my mind?" she asked, her hands beginning to slide from my shoulders as if to retreat. I tightened my arms around her waist, holding her close. "Or because you will. I saw you that night," I confessed, the old memory sharp and clear. "When Sullivan kissed you in the gazebo." Her eyes widened, but she stayed quiet, listening. "I saw you leave, and I knew you were upset. I went looking for you. If I had to guess, I was about 5 minutes too late. Instead of having the courage to tell you how I felt, to face all the small-town gossip because of who I was and who you were, I stood there and watched you kiss my brother. It wrecked me. That's why I enlisted the next day." "Oh, Cam," she whispered, her fingers soothing the tense muscles at the back of my neck. The gentle touch almost undid me. I couldn't stay there and watch it happen, even if part of me thought maybe it was for the best. I was terrified that one day I'd snap and lay into my own little brother for having the one thing I'd ever truly wanted for myself. I brushed my thumb over her lower lip, and she pressed a light kiss to it. "I was so cold to you that whole last summer, because I had a month until I shipped out for basic. I couldn't let you get any closer. I couldn't let you see how I felt, and I couldn't stand the sight of you with him. I'm so sorry, she breathed out, her voice thick. That wasn't your fault. It was all on me. My point is, 5 minutes changed everything for us. 5 minutes and my own stubborn pride kept me from being the one to kiss you that night. And it wasn't the first time I'd missed my chance either. I leaned in, kissing the faint worry lines on her forehead simply because I could, because she was here and she loved me. By the time you were old enough for me to even consider it, I was a senior. I was too scared to take the risk, too afraid you wouldn't want me back. I always wanted you, she insisted, her gaze holding mine. I think part of me always knew if I'd ever been brave enough to admit it to myself. My fear wasn't simply that you'd turn me away. I was terrified that you wouldn't, that I'd end up wounding you the way I had everyone else, that the whole town would decide to make you a target because of me. I don't give a damn what the town thinks, and you could never hurt me, she said, a shiver running through her. I guided us to the rocky shelf, lowering us until the warm water surrounded her while her arms tightened around my neck. Physically? Never. But I was a disaster with your heart, and the idea of being the one to break you? I shook my head, the old guilt a cold stone in my chest. On top of that, I was leaving for school. What was the plan? To just abandon you here, heartbroken and alone. How incredibly selfish would that have been? I was heartbroken and alone anyway, she whispered, her breath warm against my skin. I kissed her, letting the contact blur the edges of those painful memories, fighting to believe this was real and not some cruel dream I'd wake from sweating. Our timing was always wrong, consistently, spectacularly wrong. A slow grin spread across her face. So what you're saying is, you couldn't find the Pika. I laughed, and the sound felt foreign and wonderful. To have her here, to kiss her, to laugh with her, it was more than I'd ever let myself hope for. Exactly. I knew how to be still with you. I knew how to wait. And that's how I knew the moment wasn't right. Then I saw you with Sullivan, and it hit me that my chance had slipped by because I wasn't brave enough to take it. 5 minutes, Willow. That's all it would have taken. And this whole thing traces back to you not wanting to drive me home because... She pressed a kiss just below my jaw, and a significant portion of my willpower evaporated into the steam. Are you afraid you'll change your mind? Or that I will? Is that why everything feels so urgent? I asked. No, she said, her lips grazing my ear. I'm urgent because I've wanted you for so long I'm practically vibrating with it. If we're finally in the same place, I'm done with delays. Her logic was impeccable, but mine held weight too. I'm not being urgent, I said, gently tilting her chin up so I could see the flecks of gold in her eyes, because for the first time, our timing is perfect. I'm not going to rush through the one thing I've wanted my entire life just for a quick thrill. I plan to savor every single second I get with you. I'm going to date you so thoroughly, Willow Bradley. A wide smile broke across her face. Dating, is it? Absolutely. I've managed to ruin just about everything else, but this. I brushed my lips against hers, a soft promise. This I will do right. I swore to myself, with every fibre of my being, that I would not ruin this.
Chapter 17. Willow. The doorbell chimed, and my heart did that familiar foolish leap. It had performed the last 3 times Cam came to collect me. For the past several weeks, he'd taken me to a quiet Italian place in Buena Vista, brought me to a pop-up art exhibit in Salida, and held my hand as we walked the path to the waterfall where I'd rested my head in his lap while he read aloud from a book of poetry.
The winter snow had retreated almost entirely, lingering only in the deepest shadows, and I couldn't help but draw a parallel. Cam's own guarded walls had thawed right along with the season. "I've got it," Rose called, already swinging the door open. "Hey, Rose, how are you doing?" Cam's voice washed over me, warm and smooth, and I walked from the kitchen to find him crouched in the living room, already deep in conversation with my niece.
"Hi," I said, cringing internally at the breathless sound of my own voice. "Hey, Pika," he replied, a single devastating wink sent my way. Sorry, Mrs. Barstrom, my high school biology teacher, but you had it all wrong. That wink was the true secret of human reproduction. So it made me think of you, Rose finished explaining as I shook off the haze he always seemed to bring. She proudly handed him a folded black t-shirt. Yeah? You picked this out for me?
He asked, unfolding it to take a look. Well, look at that. This is incredible. Thank you, Rose. You really like it? She asked, bouncing on her toes. I love it. He turned it around to show me. I pressed my lips together to stifle a laugh at the sight of the glitter-encrusted unicorn plastered across the front. I saw it when Mum and I were at the mall, and she said I could get it for you. Rose concluded, with a firm, satisfied nod. Well, that was really thoughtful of your mum, Cam said, rising to his full height and pulling down the zipper of his jacket. The comment caught me off guard. He'd shared so much about his life these past few weeks. There had been other women, just as I'd had other relationships, and I knew he kept things casual, but not a single one had ever given him something. He tossed his jacket onto the sofa, and I gathered it up, hugging it close as he pulled the new t-shirt on over his long-sleeved shirt and smoothed it down. Well, what's the verdict? He asked Rose, holding his arms out. I pressed my face into the soft fabric of his coat to stifle a laugh, breathing in his familiar scent of mint and pine. He saw right through me, arching a brow as I tried to keep my shoulders still. It's absolutely perfect, Rose announced. You picked the best one. Thank you. He gave her a little bow, as if he were a knight honouring a princess, and my heart swelled all over again. How naturally those words came to me now that I'd finally spoken them aloud. I might have expected to feel awkward or vulnerable, having said them first, but instead it felt like a weight had lifted. Rose, why don't you go grab your coat so we can head out? I suggested. Okay. She skipped down the hall toward the guest room, her braids swinging behind her.
Thank you for being so flexible about today, I said as Cam stepped closer. It's really no trouble, he assured me, lifting my chin with his thumb. I'd already promised Charity she could finally have a weekend with her boyfriend, and then Rose's dad didn't make it. I dropped my voice to a whisper on that last part, so Rose wouldn't overhear. Willow, it's fine, he repeated, then leaned in to brush a kiss against my lips. Honestly, a chaperone might do us some good.
A chaperone was the absolute last thing on my mind. What I wanted was a week alone with him. No phones, no interruptions, just us and a very comfortable bed. Part of me kept waiting for this perfect bubble to pop, to wake up and find us back where we were a month ago, or even years in the past. And I understood that was precisely why he'd kept things so carefully restrained for the last 3 weeks. I had to have faith in this, just as I had faith in him.
I've really missed you this week, I confessed, stealing another quick kiss. I'm sorry, my dad had a difficult day on Thursday, and then work just swallowed me up yesterday. You don't ever need to apologize for that. I'm allowed to miss you. It's not like we're back in high school, when I could at least catch a glimpse of you between classes every single day. Every single day, he asked, a slow smile spreading. Every single day, I smiled back, feeling a warmth spread through me.
It's okay. You can kiss her,
Rose called from the hallway, and I ducked my head, laughing. Some chaperone you are, Cam drawled, his tone playful. I helped Aunt Willow pack our lunch. She held up the small day pack we'd filled that morning for our picnic. Well then, I guess we'd better get moving so we can eat it, right? He said, walking over to take the bag from her. She nodded eagerly, and once she was bundled up for the cool spring breeze, we all climbed into Cam's Jeep. He backed out of the driveway and turned onto the road leading toward the old mine. I figured you might want to check on the progress before we have our picnic. You figured correctly, I agreed. A few minutes later, we parked near the mine entrance. 2 construction trailers bearing the contractor's name sat alongside the road, with several large pieces of machinery parked around them, mostly hiding the tunnel I knew was just beyond. I stepped out of the Jeep and then helped Rose down.
Stay close by, okay? I will, she promised, her eyes already wide as she took in the equipment. Your coat, my dear. I handed Cam's jacket over as we met near the front of the vehicle. I like the sound of that, he said softly, taking it. My dear. He nodded, then slipped the jacket on and zipped it up. I caught sight of the label and couldn't help but laugh. "What?" he asked, glancing down as if he'd dropped something. "It's nothing, just silly."
I shoved my own hands into the pockets of my purple North Face jacket. "Oh, now you have to tell me," he insisted, adjusting his beanie and tugging it down over his ears. I glanced over at Rose, already busy inspecting stones a short distance away. "You can call me Pika." "Exactly." He reached out, adjusting my hat before letting his hand drift through my loose hair. "You know how they prefer to share their homes with other creatures? Or, more accurately, beneath them." My face warmed, and I immediately regretted mentioning it. His expression grew thoughtful. "Right? They often dig their tunnels under the dwellings of animals that will warn them if danger's near." I nodded, dropping my eyes to the embroidered patch on his jacket. My fingers brushed over the stitching. "Marmots." He followed my touch and chuckled. "Guess that's pretty appropriate." Just when I thought my cheeks couldn't burn any brighter, he cradled my face and kissed me, his lips soft and warm. "We have an audience," I whispered. Though I melted into the moment, it still amazed me that I could kiss Cam like this, that he was truly mine, at least in our private world. We hadn't made any big announcements, both perfectly happy in our own little bubble. "A pretty lousy chaperone, too," he said with a grin. Turning, he called out, "Hey, Rose, how about we go see what your namesake looks like?" "Can you carry the bag?" she asked, her arms loaded with specimens. "I'll do even better," he replied. "Stay right there." He disappeared toward the nearest work trailer and returned a moment later with a sturdy canvas backpack. "What do you think?" he asked, passing it to her. "Awesome. Can you open it?" "Sure thing." After we secured Rose's collection, he showed me the bag. Embroidered on the back was the logo I'd designed for him. "Rose Rowan Mine," I read aloud. "They just arrived yesterday. I've got sample shirts, caps, and keychains in the trailer, too. Told you I adored the design." We stood there smiling at each other. I loved creating it for him, loved collaborating with him, loved being his partner and sharing my thoughts with him, loved every single second we had together. "Are you two going to kiss again, or can we go look for more rocks?" Rose piped up. Cam took my hand, his larger one wrapping securely around mine. "Let's go find you some rocks." We moved past the construction gear, and the main tunnel entrance came into view. "It looks narrower than I remembered." "You were a lot smaller," Cam pointed out as we walked toward the wooden platform. An open train with 3 carts sat waiting. "Got this running just this week." "That is so cool," Rose exclaimed, darting ahead. "What?" she said. I agreed. "Is that—" "Perfectly safe and in park, I promise." He jingled the keys from his finger. "It's the original from the mine's last operating days in the 50s. Keith Maybury helped me retrofit it for tours." "That's fantastic, and I'm sure Keith was thrilled for the work." He was one of the few local business owners in Alba without a historic property. "Yeah, he's actually hunting for another train, just like this one, historically correct, naturally, to fix up next. Figured, if we have the grant funds, we should try to keep the business right here in Alba. The whole town should get to benefit." I nodded, a swell of emotion tightening my throat. "This is amazing," Rose yelled, already perched in the cart behind the driver's seat. "Want to take a ride?" he asked. "Yes." I stiffened. "Easy, Pika," he murmured near my temple. "We'll only go as far as the reinforced section. Nothing's going to happen to her or to you." My head nodded, but my mind was already racing down that dark shaft. How far have they reinforced? He heard the tension in my voice and gave my hand a reassuring squeeze. "Not very." "Okay." I hadn't ventured more than 30 feet into that mine since the day I'd gone much, much deeper. Cam helped me into the ore cart, now outfitted with padded benches and seat belts, and I double-checked Rose's buckle. "Ta-da!" he announced, presenting a bright yellow hard hat. Rose's name was printed in bold letters above the headlamp. "That's for me," she squealed. "It's not a unicorn shirt, but yes, it's for you." He leaned across the seat divider and settled the small helmet over her hat. "Think you can fasten the strap? You know it?" She clicked the buckle into place, just as Cam passed me a larger helmet, marked Pika. "Your boyfriend is the best." Rose cheered, throwing her hands up. My eyes went wide. Oh boy. Were we officially a labelled item now? Does that kind of labelling even matter these days? More importantly, did he consider himself my boyfriend? Well, having an incredible girlfriend tends to bring that out in a guy, Cam affirmed with a grin. "Secure your helmet, Miss Bradley," he instructed, pulling on his own hard hat. In a bit of a daze, I fastened mine, flicked my headlamp on, and did the same for Rose as Cam fired up the engine. Rose's head swiveled eagerly as Cam guided the small train into the mine entrance. The tunnel arched a solid 20 feet above us initially, then gradually descended until the ceiling felt close enough to touch. The air was dense and damp, carrying a sharp metallic scent that somehow tasted like rust and old anxiety on my tongue. But watching Rose's thrilled expression, my own nervousness began to settle. We rolled more than 100 yards in before the first chamber opened up, revealing a wooden platform. Cam shifted the train into park, cut the engine, but left the headlights glowing. "This is the end of the line for today," he explained to Rose. "Feel like doing a little exploring with me?" She nodded vigorously, swung her backpack on, and clambered onto the platform. "Remember this place?" Cam asked me softly. I nodded. It's funny how every good memory I have of playing down here got completely overshadowed by that one awful one. He gently brushed his finger over the bridge of my nose.
"We can come back and make a newer, happier memory," he murmured. "So you turned down a relaxing hot springs trip, but a dark, spooky mine is totally acceptable," I teased. "Eventually, every place becomes acceptable," he replied, his gaze warming. I had to consciously remember my niece was just 10 feet away, when what I really wanted in that moment was any flat surface at all. "Rocks," I reminded him, forcing my focus back. "Right. Okay, Rose, what do you know about this mine?"
He turned to where she was peering closely at the chiseled stone wall.
"I know I'm named after it. Well, not the mine itself, but the woman it was named for. My mum always said it was a beautiful name."
"It is a beautiful name," he agreed, offering a hand to help me onto the newly constructed platform. It was a good 10 feet wide, built exactly to the specs I'd provided when we'd planned this section. "They mostly dug for gold and silver here," Rose informed Cam, her tone matter-of-fact. "The first big rush was in the 1880s, but by the time of the Great Depression, they were only working a small silver section, and everything shut down for good in the 1950s. "You know all that? At 9 years old?" he asked, impressed. "Every kid born in Alba knows that by age 7, she stated, looking up at him from under her hard hat with a distinctly unimpressed expression. "All right, smarty pants. Do you know where each of these 3 tunnels leads?" She studied the 3 openings branching from the chamber and shook her head. "That one on the right is the newest," Cam said, pointing. "It was dug in the 1930s, Great Depression era, just like you mentioned. The left tunnel followed a silver vein found around 1910. The one straight ahead is the original, the oldest vein in the mine. Can we go back there?" She was utterly fearless. "Not today," he told her. "We haven't finished securing all the passages yet. Some sections have collapsed into lower tunnels. A few air shafts have caved in, so the ventilation isn't safe for your lungs yet, and the walls haven't been reinforced, like they are in this main chamber." "Can I at least look around right here?" she pressed. "If you stay in this chamber, and only if your Aunt Willow gives the okay," 2 pairs of hopeful eyes turned to me. "Promise, you will not leave this immediate area," I said, putting every ounce of warning I could into my voice.
I promise,
she vowed, then scampered down the short steps and across the tracks to where the space widened to nearly 30 feet. "Ready for my surprise?" Cam asked me. "Absolutely. I'm confident I can have at least 1 tunnel safe and ready for public tours by the 4th of July. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? That's incredible. Have you told anyone yet?" The whole town was going to lose its mind. Their loyalty to money far outweighed their dislike for Cam. "I wanted you to be the first to know." His smile was so disarming it left me breathless. He seemed genuinely happy, a thought I almost resisted, and it suited him perfectly. "I love you," I murmured. He answered with a kiss, then drew back with a playful grin. "Hey, Rose, if you go keep your Aunt Willow company, I'll find you something shiny. Deal." She agreed instantly, already turning back toward me as Cam moved off down the platform, the beam from his headlamp dancing along the rough walls of the oldest tunnel section. "This place is incredible," Rose whispered, her eyes wide. "I bet there's still real gold hidden here." "Could be," I said quietly, my gaze fixed on that shrinking point of light. After a few tense minutes, the glow grew larger until Cam reappeared. I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding.
"You don't really like it down here, do you, Aunt Willow?"
Rose asked, slipping her small hand into mine. "What? No, it's fine. I'm perfectly fine," I lied smoothly. "Here you go," Cam said, handing Rose 2 glittering chunks of ore. "Is it gold?" she squealed. "Nope, that's pyrite fool's gold," he explained. "Well, it's still pretty," she insisted, looking up at him. "You could have just pretended it was real."
You can pretend it's gold now that you know the truth, he countered, tapping her helmet lightly. I make it a policy not to lie to young ladies. She frowned for a second, then nodded in understanding. Pyrite. That's right now. Let's get you both back to the surface. He helped Rose into the small train car. "Do you think there's any actual gold down here?" she asked, clicking her seatbelt. Cam reached for me, his hands settling warmly on my waist as I stepped into the car.
"I think there's a genuine gold unicorn pin lost somewhere in these tunnels," he told her, his eyes holding mine. "Really? Absolutely. Your aunt lost it when we were kids." His grip tightened briefly on my waist before he let go and climbed into the driver's compartment. "You lost a unicorn pin." Rose's eyebrows shot up, full of childish judgment. "I did. I actually got lost down here when I was about your age." Looking at her, it was hard to believe I'd ever been that small and vulnerable.
You did.
Cam started the engine, and I fastened my belt.
She did. I was exploring with your mum and Xander, and I somehow wandered off. I don't remember much about getting separated, but I slipped and fell down one of the old shafts. I gestured toward the dark tunnel as Cam guided the train along the circular track toward daylight. "Were you scared?" "Completely terrified." But Cam found me. It felt like I'd been missing for days, but it was only a few hours.
She nodded slowly, processing the story. "And you left your pin behind. It must have been torn off my shirt when I fell." We rode in comfortable silence as the train picked up speed, and I felt a massive wave of relief when sunlight finally washed over my face. "How about I keep your helmet on my desk, so it's here whenever you want to visit?" Cam offered. Rose thought it over before agreeing. "I can come back, right?" "Anytime you want," he promised.
As long as you're with a grown-up, of course.
He shot me an apologetic glance.
Deal,
she said, handing over the helmet. I did the same, then walked with Rose toward the jeep while Cam returned the hard hats to his office.
What's that?
She asked, pointing down the hill at the scorched, weed-choked remains of a building. That was the bunkhouse, I told her, where the miners who weren't married used to sleep. It looks different from the other buildings, she observed, even the ones with no roofs. It burned down. When? When we were teenagers, Cam answered, coming up behind us. We had a pretty wild party one night, and it caught fire. Guess what? What? She asked, her eyes wide. I carried your aunt out of that fire too. He nodded solemnly, pulling me close against his side. She looked back and forth between us and the ruins, then shook her head. What? I asked her. She just sighed and headed for the jeep. You two got into a lot of trouble. Mom would have grounded me for life if I'd been involved in anything like that. I didn't mention that her mother had also been at that infamous party. Cam's phone rang, and he released me to answer it as we trailed behind Rose. What's going on? He stopped walking abruptly, so I did too. Are you serious? We pulled into the driveway about 10 minutes later, the argument already spilling from the porch. Xander was in Walt's face, his voice sharp.
"At least they're home," I said, more to myself than to anyone. Cam just killed the engine with a muttered, "Right," and was out of the jeep before I could say more. I double-checked the parking brake and pocketed the keys. "Stay here, Rose," I told her, opening my door. "Where are you going?" she asked, her voice tight with worry. "To make sure this doesn't escalate into something your mom would have to ground Camden for," I said, hopping down.
The wooden steps creaked under my weight as I joined the tense circle. Xander was practically vibrating. "What were you thinking?" he demanded, his polished dress shoes a stark contrast to the worn porch boards. Walt remained infuriatingly calm, arms crossed. "My friend asked for a ride." I gave him one. Mr. Daniels, Art, let out a long sigh and tried to mirror Walt's posture, but a sudden wince twisted his features, forcing him to drop his arms. Camden's gaze instantly locked onto his father.
"And you were okay with this?"
Xander pressed, but I was watching Art, noticing the careful, pained way he redistributed his weight. "He was on the approved list you left, Mr. Daniels." May, the caregiver, chimed in softly. According to the schedule on Cam's fridge, it was supposed to be her shift. "He's not on any list now." Xander shot back, his frustration boiling over. "How could you just disappear? Not answer your phone?" Art flinched again, the same pained expression flashing.
"He was hurting, Alexander. I don't report to you. You're not my keeper."
Walt stated flatly. Xander yanked at his tie, the fabric loosening. In that moment, the difference between him and Camden, one in a constricting suit, the other in worn jeans, couldn't have been more pronounced. "Enough," Camden's voice cut through, low and firm. His focus was entirely on his father. "Dad, what did you do? You're in pain." Art's chin lifted defiantly as Walt sighed. "He wanted to," Walt said simply.
"Wanted to what?" Xander snapped. In response, Art unzipped his jacket and let it fall. Then, with deliberate slowness, he began unbuttoning his flannel shirt. "My name is Arthur Daniels. I'm 58. I have early-onset Alzheimer's," he said, his eyes on Xander. "This is Walter Robinson, my best friend since we were kids. That's the caregiver you hired. Her name escapes me, because frankly, I don't care to remember it. No offense." He glanced at May, then back.
"You're Alexander, my eldest. That's Camden. And that's—" His eyes landed on me, and surprise flickered in them. "That's Willow Bradley. Please don't say it." Sullivan's girl. A cold knot formed in my stomach. Camden went rigid beside me, his jaw clenching. I let the back of my hand brush against his. This wasn't the moment, but I was with him, whatever came next.
"You can manage my medications and my schedule. Alexander." Art continued, his voice gaining strength, a defiant edge cutting through the earlier pain. "But today, my mind is as clear as yours. So guess what?" He pulled the sides of his shirt open. My breath caught. Beneath a layer of clear plastic wrap spanning his chest was a fresh, angry tattoo. The raised, reddened black letters spelled out "Do not resuscitate." "You took him for a tattoo," Xander roared, whirling on Walt.
Walt merely shrugged. "When your best friend wants ink, you get ink. Later, Art," with a nod to his friend. Walt headed down the steps, leaving us in his wake. Art began buttoning his shirt again, movements slow. "Don't you have anything to say about this?" Xander demanded, his voice cracking. Camden studied his father for a long moment. The initial shock had melted into something else, a grim, understanding acceptance.
"For a first tattoo, Dad, that's one hell of a statement," he said, his tone shifting from concerned son to pragmatic ally. "You need to keep it clean. Did the shop give you any ointment? Are you serious?" Xander exploded. Art lifted a small paper bag from the porch floor. "Got the care sheet and everything." "Okay then," Camden said, his decision made. He turned to me. "Willow," I nodded. His hand found the small of my back, a solid, warm pressure as we moved toward the steps.
"That's really all you have to say?" Xander challenged, disbelief colouring his words. Camden paused, then, deliberately, he laced his fingers through mine.
My heart stuttered in my chest, and he gave my hand a reassuring squeeze. "No," Camden said, looking back over his shoulder. His voice was clear and final. "Willow isn't Sullivan's girl. She's mine. The tattoo looks tough, Dad. Call me if you need help with it." As we walked to the jeep, I glanced back. Xander's eyes were narrowed in calculation. But it was Art's reaction that stayed with me. His jaw had gone slack, his gaze fixed on our joined hands with dawning, profound surprise. "It was good seeing you," I said as we parted ways. They remained silent. "Well, that's one way to make an announcement," I remarked to Cam as he escorted me to my door. Seemed like the right kind of afternoon for a grand gesture. He opened the Jeep's door and kissed me right there in the open, in full view of the porch, before helping me up into the tall vehicle. "Did you manage to keep Camden from causing any chaos?" Rose called from the back seat as Cam circled to the driver's side. "I'm not entirely sure," I replied thoughtfully. Cam slid into his seat, offering a brief wave to his father and brother as he started the engine. "All right, I'm absolutely starving. How about we finally have that picnic?" A picnic? He'd just given the local rumour mill enough material to last them until the leaves changed. Chapter 18. Camden. Cam. Willow sighed my name as my lips found the sensitive skin beneath her jaw. I'd only intended a brief kiss. But one was never sufficient any more. Lately, I existed in a constant aching state of wanting her. Her fingers wove into my hair, her nails lightly grazing my scalp as she pulled, sending a jolt straight down my spine. I yielded to her silent command, and she arched beneath me as I settled between her legs. This was where I wanted to stay forever. Inside these moments, where the world outside these walls couldn't reach what we were creating here, where we were always meant to be. My hand held her hip, then travelled up her side, tracing the line of her ribs, memorizing every curve before I returned my mouth to hers. I kissed her slowly, as if we had all the time in existence, because we did. I wasn't going anywhere, not now. I lost myself completely, drawing out every soft sigh, every unspoken plea for more, battling the raw instinctive urge to claim her entirely. She broke the kiss, only to reach between us and tug her shirt up and over her head. "Willow?" I cautioned, forcing my gaze to stay locked on hers Cam. She challenged me with those hazel eyes, then freed her arms from the shirt and tossed it to the floor beside the couch.
"You're going to be the death of me," I growled, half hoping for a shred of pity.
"Excellent," she whispered, then caught my lower lip gently between her teeth. Good Lord! I could feel the delicate lace of her bra right through the fabric of my shirt. Do you have any idea how impossible it is to keep my hands to myself? She took my hand in hers and placed it firmly over her breast. Let me solve that problem for you. My hips moved against hers of their own accord, and I groaned at the perfect way she filled my palm. Everything about Willow fit almost unnervingly well. My thumb brushed over her nipple and she gasped. I should have stopped us. I should have remembered we had plans. Instead, I made her gasp again. "Please," she breathed against my mouth. I lived for that sound. My self-control was unraveling thread by thread. It had been nearly 6 weeks of dates and working side by side of shared meals and good-night kisses that lingered until our lips were tender. 3 weeks since our trip to the old mine. I could pretend I wasn't keeping track, but I was noting and cherishing every minute. And yes, waiting for everything to somehow go wrong. For some flaw to appear in this perfect thing between us. But with Willow, everything was the simplest, most effortless kind of right I could have imagined. Which meant it would shatter me all the more if it ended. If she decided the scorn from the town she adored was too much, and she shouldn't have to endure it. I could spend the rest of my life doing everything right, and it would never erase my past in the eyes of Alba. One day, Willow would see that truth too, and she'd have to make a real choice. Not a choice born from steam and a decade of pent-up desire in the hot springs, but a conscious decision between me and her, standing in this town between the whispered rumours and the cold, tangible disapproval. I would endure all of it for her if I could, but that wasn't how it worked. There was a reason we hadn't been seen together much in Alba lately. First, I refused to let that ugliness touch her. Second, my history suggested I wasn't usually the one people picked to stay.
"What are you waiting for?" she asked, her voice soft. "You!" I said, gently, brushing a strand of hair from her face. The afternoon light through the window caught the gold in her eyes. And for a heartbeat, the weight of the outside world vanished completely. Forever you. If I took everything off, would that maybe convince you to put this amazing body to good use? Her palms slid down my spine, pulling a low groan from me.
If you took everything off, there is absolutely no way we'd ever get to opening day. Even the strongest willpower has its breaking point. Opening? Oh no! Her gaze shot to the clock on the wall. Cam, we're running late. No kidding. I leaned in and kissed her. She laughed, pushing against my shoulders. What happened to the whole undressing plan? I prodded. Opening day happened, that's what. So you only want me when it fits your schedule. I let my jaw hang open in feigned offense. Are you telling me that if I decided to skip opening day, you'd take me to bed right now? Her eyes sparkled with playful trouble. Nope. Ugh. She shoved at my shoulders again, and I let her push me back, chuckling as I landed on the floor. Thankfully, I fell on my back, sparing the part of me that was very much against going to opening day from any serious damage. Willow slipped off the couch and settled over me.
You have the restraint of a monk,
she grumbled, reaching past my shoulder for her shirt, which brought those incredible breasts directly into my line of sight. Pale lavender lace and smooth skin consumed my view.
I wouldn't be so certain of that.
My mouth went dry, and that much-discussed control shattered completely. The skin of her back was smoother than silk as my hands spread out to keep her close. I drew her nipple into my mouth, tasting her through the delicate lace of her bra. Her soft whimper sent a jolt straight through me. I grazed her gently with my teeth, groaning as she answered by rocking her hips against mine. The denim separating us did little to hide the building heat or the friction. My hands travelled from her back to the full curve of her backside. Forget opening day. I was staying right here. There were countless ways to make her feel good without. We seriously have to leave, she pleaded, sitting up and taking that beautiful view with her.
I swear, Cam, if I couldn't actually feel how badly you want me right now, I'd start to think I don't really turn you on. She pulled her shirt over her head and freed her hair from the collar. Believe me, I said, my hands moving to her hips. You turn me on. You do more than turn me on. You're everything to me. Don't you dare start getting all sentimental on me, Camden Daniels. You have me more worked up than a... She frowned, her forehead creasing. I don't even know.
Something that gets really wound up. A burst of laughter escaped me before I could stop it, and she narrowed her eyes as she climbed off. It's a good thing I'm crazy about you, she muttered, snatching her shoes and putting them on. Those words settled a bit deeper inside me, just like they did every single time she said them. If I wasn't careful, someday I might start needing to hear them, needing her. What? Why are you staring at me like that? I stood up and stretched, feeling more than a little pleased when her eyes immediately dropped to the strip of skin I revealed. 2 reasons, actually, I said, walking to the hall closet to get her jacket. And those would be? She followed me. I ignored the loud complaint from a certain part of my anatomy, once again choosing not to accept what she was offering, and lifted her jacket from the hanger. Then I turned to face a Willow who looked just as frustrated as I felt.
First, I've never been with someone I could kiss and laugh with all within half a minute. I really like it. Her face softened, and a faint smile touched her lips. And second, I handed her the jacket. Your shirt is on inside out. She glanced down and released a long, frustrated sigh before turning and walking down the hallway. Where are you going? To my room. The show's over for you, pal. That just made me laugh again as I let my head thump back against the closet door.
15 minutes later, I parked the Jeep in the private lot, just above Main Street. There must be 1,000 people here, Willow said, hopping down from the passenger seat. Let's hope so. Is this one of the 3 busiest weekends? I asked, assuming the town's rhythm hadn't shifted in the 10 years I'd been away. Alba's Main Street, that dusty artery of tourism, was a swirling mosaic of visitors. Exactly, Willow confirmed. Mother's Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day. Predictable as sunrise. She offered her hand, and I took it. You set. Ready as I can be. We crossed the parking lot and descended the steps to Main Street. Opening day, honestly, the whole season, was never my favourite. I understood the necessity. Olba survived because folks found our ghost town charming. I just never grasped the fascination with old bones when the future needed building. This place was crying out for progress. What's on your mind?
Willow asked as we reached the bottom step behind the surveyor's office that I should speak to John Royal about micro-hydroelectric setups along the creek, I said. They're compact, incredibly efficient, and since the creek never fully ices over, they'd be far more reliable in winter than our current antique system. I've considered one for my cabin, but starting in town makes more sense. She stopped, looking at me with an expression bordering on awe. What? I asked, halting. What else?
She pressed, her brow furrowing. What would you change here? And don't you dare start complaining about the gossip mill. You know what I mean. What needs modernizing? The bridge, I answered instantly. It requires reinforcement or a full rebuild. Maybe not this year, but soon, especially with the extra traffic the mine opening will bring. I shrugged. And, she prompted, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, greenhouses. We have at least a month where some people can't get over the pass. Mount Princeton has loads of them, and they're only 1,000 feet lower. Why shouldn't we have some self-sufficiency? I actually started a small one at my place yesterday. Her smile was soft, secretive. What are you thinking? I asked. Your turn, since I answered. That, you said we. You're putting down roots. It's pretty amazing to see, especially from someone who claimed to despise this place. She squeezed my hand. I leaned down, brushing a kiss against her forehead. I didn't despise everything about growing up here. I love you, she whispered. My hands cradled her face, and I swallowed the words perpetually resting on my tongue. I have absolutely no idea why, but I'm incredibly grateful for it. There you two are. I dropped my hands and stepped back as Thea's voice reached us, her son Jacob in tow, as they rounded the building.
Willow shot me a quick, curious look before turning a bright smile toward them. "Hey, hi, Jacob," she crouched to his level. "Already into the caramel corn?" "Yep, want some?" he chirped, his voice cheerful. "That's really sweet of you to share, but no thanks, you enjoy it all." She ruffled his fair hair and stood. "How are things at the saloon? Chicked in with Pat an hour ago. He says it's packed as usual, being the only watering hole has its perks."
I'm just hauling this one home for a nap. She nudged Jacob, who frowned up at her. Sawyer doesn't have to nap. Well, I'm not Sawyer's mommy, Thea replied with practiced patience. Speaking of Sawyer, is Gideon around? I asked. He's over at the blacksmith's with James and Sawyer. Good to see you outside the Historical Society, Cam, she said, arching a brow with a less patient smile. Maybe you could bring my best friend out into the sunlight once in a while. I winced.
Message received. Good. It's not like the whole town doesn't know you're together. And I'm thrilled for you, of course, she added, nodding to Willow. It's about time, if you ask me. Willow slipped her arm around my waist, and I draped mine over her shoulders. She glanced up at me, the space between her brows furrowing. We've only just, her voice trailed off. I'm not sure. Definitely not here in Alba, I said plainly.
You might be the only one who's actually glad for us. And Willow shouldn't have to deal with any nonsense because of it. I gave myself a mental pat on the back for remembering to watch my language around Jacob, who looked so much like Pat, the friend who resented me for bringing his closest companion home in a casket. I'm not concerned, Willow assured me, leaning her weight against my side. Well, that makes one of us. Thea's eyes moved from Willow to me and back again.
You'll never move past the town chatter if you don't walk through it first. And the Camden, I remember, never cared a lick about anyone's opinion. Still don't. I only start to care when it involves Willow. Her mouth tightened into a thin line, and she threw an exasperated glance toward Willow. You've got your hands full with this one. Call me tonight. After Willow nodded, they shared a quick hug before Thea guided Jacob up the steps toward the hilltop parking area.
"You turned sour awfully fast," Willow remarked. I stuffed my hands into my pockets. "Things just feel simpler when we're at the house." She squinted at me, or when we're over in Salida, or Buena Vista, or out on a trail, or basically anywhere except Alba. Pretty much. You know what would improve your mood dramatically. She linked her arm through mine, ignoring my slight resistance. Heading back?
We followed the wooden walkway behind the row of buildings, cutting between the land surveyor's office and the bank. Sex? I shook my head, but a laugh escaped anyway. We merged into the stream of visitors, carried along the elevated boardwalk that functioned as the main sidewalk. You've held my hand in public before, you know. We weren't a couple then. Somehow that changed everything. Why should that make a difference? It's one thing to laugh at people who can't mind their own business, but it's another to willingly put you under a microscope now that we're actually together. You know what strengthens a relationship? She prodded, her eyes sparkling. Don't even start, Willow Bradley. Can I finish with you later? She smiled up at me, snug against my arm as we walked. No, later it is, then. We were completely exposed, right in the heart of Alba. No lightning bolt came down. No one whispered or scowled. The earth kept spinning. It was peak season, and we were lost in a sea of tourists who couldn't care less about who we were. We had that peculiar liberty that only comes from being anonymous in a crowd. I bent and kissed the top of her head. Willow, so much for blending in. Willow's mother was standing on the front steps of the old city hall, leaning over the railing to wave us over. Why don't you go on ahead? Willow's grip on my arm tightened.
And face Mom together.
She finished my thought and fixed me with a look that challenged me to disagree. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. No need for the attitude. She lightly scolded. If you can handle the Taliban, you can certainly manage my mother. Judging by the way Mrs. Bradley was watching me, I wasn't entirely convinced. Oh, she liked me well enough. She just wasn't sold on me being with her daughter. Should have worn my body armor. Willow nudged me with her hip as we climbed the stairs. I'm so glad you're here. Your father had to step out for a moment, and I could really use your help. Hello, Camden. She turned to me with a genuine, warm smile. Have you, Cam? A small figure burst from the doorway and collided with my midsection. My arm instinctively curled around Rose. How's it going, Rosie? I'm bored. Our building is boring. She peered up at me with an expression so reminiscent of Willow's that I couldn't help but smile. It is not boring, Mrs. Bradley protested. It's historic and significant. And boring, Charity added, as she stepped onto the porch. Will you take me to yours? Rose asked. Mum said I had to wait until you got here. She's afraid the crowd might swallow me whole. If your mum says it's okay, I'll take you. I glanced over at Charity. She and her daughter had a silent exchange full of raised eyebrows and pointed looks. All right, just don't pester Cam. Promise. Promise. Rose nodded eagerly. Go on, Willow encouraged. I'll catch up with you as soon as I'm able. She rose on her toes, and I automatically leaned down to meet her lips. Behave, she murmured into the kiss. I'm not the one with impulse control problems. I shot back playfully. She rolled her eyes, though a smile lingered as she headed inside. Mrs. Bradley. I gave her mother a respectful nod. She's in good spirits. That she is. See that it stays that way. Her expression shifted, a flash of maternal protectiveness that sent an unexpected ache through my chest, a sudden sharp memory of my own mother. Yes, ma'am. Seemingly appeased, she reminded Rose to mind her manners before following Willow. You made it through, Charity observed, giving my shoulder a light, friendly tap. The first skirmish, anyway. The full campaign is still up in the air. I lifted Rose, settling her securely on my shoulders. There, now you won't get lost in the sea of people. Rose beamed, her face lighting up with a scrunch-nosed smile. See, Mum? I see. You look after my daughter, Cam. She fixed me with a pointed look. You look after mine, Charity, I returned, turning around and nearly choking back a curse. Judge Bradley stood at the base of the steps, his expression stormy.
Take my granddaughter off your shoulders.
Chapter 19. Camden.
Hi, Grandpa.
Rose called out, wobbling slightly with her wave. Rosie, he answered, his face softening for just a moment when he looked at her. Set her down. Charity moved to stand beside me, earning a frosty stare from her father. She didn't say a word, just angled her chin in a silent challenge.
We're going to Cam's office building?
Rose announced cheerfully.
The assayer's office, I clarified, in case he assumed she meant the old mining structure still under repair. His focus remained entirely on Rose, deliberately avoiding me. Have a wonderful time, sweetheart. Then he simply stepped around us and ascended the stairs, brushing past Charity, without acknowledgement. Charity gave my arm a comforting squeeze goodbye, and I carried Rose out into the bustling street. "What's the matter?" Rose asked, peering down at me.
"You Bradley women are a handful," I grumbled with a theatrical sigh, securing my hold on her. "Actually, I'm a Maillard." Sure. I navigated across Main Street, drawing a steadying breath as the press of bodies closed in. "I can see the whole town from here. You all right?" Rose inquired. "Fine. Crowds just aren't my thing, particularly unpredictable ones where I couldn't easily track every movement. I don't like snakes. Yeah." I tightened my grip to shield her from jostling. "They slither around with no legs. It's unnatural." Can't argue with that. The throng thinned at the boardwalk, and I quickly mounted the steps into the assayer's office. A mix of about a dozen visitors filled the room, some sifting through the elevated wooden trays of mineral samples, others waiting patiently for an evaluation.
Once the mine is operational, they'll be able to collect ore right from the source too, I explained to Rose as we wove through the queues toward the wooden barrier marking the historical section. "Really, that'll be amazing." "Hey, Reese," I acknowledged the Acosta teenager I'd brought on to staff one of the tables afternoon, Mr. Daniels. He gave a quick nod before refocusing on the customer in front of him. Xander didn't even glance up from his own station. I set Rose down when I spotted Dad pacing restlessly before the glass partition that sealed off the meticulously preserved back portion of the office. He fidgeted with the vintage vest he wore every opening day, mumbling indistinctly about vein concentrations, and I sought out his caregiver. "May, how's he doing today?" "He's a bit disoriented," she confided from her post in the corner. "Is this the mine?" Rose asked, tapping the glass case covering a replica of the Rose Rowan's tunnel map.
"That's the Rose Rowan," Dad stated, as if it were the most obvious fact in the world. "You ought to know that. Everybody knows that. Everybody wants a piece of her." My eyes snapped to Xander, who had turned to watch Dad. When our gazes locked, the concern in his overrode my own frustration with our legal entanglements. "I've got him," I assured him quietly. He gave a tight nod and returned to the tourists.
Thank goodness for the seasonal staff. There was no way Xander and I could run this place alone all summer, and Dad was in no condition to help. "I know. It's the Rose Rowan," Rose retorted, a hint of indignation in her voice. "That's exactly what I said. My name comes from the mine," Rose said. "Really?" he asked, his thumbs tracing the inside of his suspenders in a gesture so natural it was difficult to believe his mind wasn't entirely clear. Even through the fog of his worst days, these small familiar habits managed to shine. "I am," Rose confirmed. "This is the oldest tunnel here." She indicated the spot on the layout spread before them. Dad leaned in closer. "Sure is. My aunt got lost down there once," she continued, pointing again. He looked at her, his expression one of visible effort. "Your aunt?" "Yep. Aunt Willow?" "She always said Cam was the one who brought her out." She gestured toward me. Dad turned his head, giving me a slow, appraising look. "You broke her nose." "I absolutely did not break her nose," I argued, the old frustration simmering. "She fell before I could even reach her." Good grief, was I destined to rehash this 2-decade-old debate with my father forever? His eyes narrowed. "You were covered in her blood." "Well, yes, I carried her out." I remembered how she had kept her face buried against my shoulder the entire way.
"She let you,"
he said slowly, as if assembling the memory piece by piece. She did. In truth, it had taken a very irritated Judge Bradley to finally peel her away from me. "Then you didn't break her nose," he concluded decisively, turning his attention back to the map. I stood there, momentarily, at a loss for words. "They kiss a lot," Rose added with a casual shrug, as if that explained everything. Dad shifted in his seat, managing to both sit at the table and fix me with a stern look. She's Sullivan's girl. I pushed down the bitter feeling that twisted in my gut and forced a gentle smile. Not any more, Dad. His forehead creased with confusion. So do you think this is about where she fell? Rose interjected, leaning so far over the table she was practically lying on it. Dad continued to stare at me, searching for answers I couldn't provide, unsure which year he was living in at that moment. Mr. Daniels, Rose pressed. Do you not remember? He turned back to her. Of course I remember. I know this mine better than anyone alive. He studied the map intently. Cam knows it pretty well too, Rose countered, glancing my way. Trouble. I mouthed silently, and she giggled. Because I taught him, Dad muttered. Cam was the only one who ever really listened. I tried with Alexander, his finger traced a path along the paper. I always thought it was around this area, but Willow could never describe it clearly. She ran off from Alexander, you know. He was walking with both those Bradley girls, and Willow just took off by herself, hunting for gold. He pulled a rough lump of ore from his pocket. See, gold! Rose took it and inspected it with a serious eye. That's pyrite! Dad broke into a grin. So it is. Would you like to see where I found it? She nodded eagerly, and just like that, I had been thoroughly replaced as her favourite Daniels Camden. May's voice cut in. Could you possibly run to the general store for a bottle of water?
I forgot to bring one for your father, and he needs to take his medicine.
Go ahead, I'll keep an eye on them, Xander promised, nodding toward Rose. Rosie, you okay if I step out for a minute? Yep, she answered, already too engrossed in whatever tale my dad was spinning to pay me any attention. She's won Dad over completely, Xander remarked as I moved past him to open the gate in the stout wooden railing. She's a Bradley girl, I explained with a shrug. I'm a Maillard, she called out, not even looking up. See what I mean? We both laughed, and for that fleeting moment everything felt normal. Dad wasn't ill. Xander and I weren't staring down a court date in a month to decide our father's future. We were just two brothers sharing a laugh. I got out of there quickly before I could do anything to ruin the fragile peace. Young's general store was packed with tourists browsing vintage-style candies and souvenirs, forcing me to pause and weave my way toward the back. Cam, head on through, Jonathan Young called out when he spotted me, gesturing toward the door reserved for locals. I didn't miss the disapproving shake of his head, but I tried to let it slide. He was probably still annoyed about the time I swapped all his regular jelly beans for those unpredictable Bertie Bott's every flavour beans. Not that I could fault him for it. I was a real piece of work as a teenager. I pushed the door open and found the back room already crowded with locals seeking a break. The space was tight, maybe 20 feet square, but it held 2 fully stocked refrigerators, a microwave, and the doors to the only plumbed restrooms permitted in the historic district. I caught my name, murmured a couple of times, and just gave a brief wave, making a beeline for the fridge. "How's the face?" Oscar called out from the couch where he sat with his arm around Tilly. "How's the hand?" I shot back, pulling a 6-pack of water from the fridge's top shelf. "You think you're tough, huh?" he asked, getting to his feet. "Now, Oscar, we don't need any trouble in here," Milton Sanders advised, wiping sweat from under his newsboy cap. "Why don't you head on back to your dad's place? I'm not the one with the famous temper, right, Cam?" Oscar prodded with a crooked grin.
You need a hobby, Oscar. I'm not signing up for a playdate.
I set the water on the counter and pulled my wallet out, retrieving a $10 bill from the back. Oscar let out a scoff. Find a hobby? Yeah, you know. Something to do besides drinking at 1 in the afternoon? I dropped the 10 into the plastic slot over the gallon jar. The Youngs kept back here for exactly this sort of thing.
I was looking for someone to spend time with, but then you got involved with Willow Bradley and wrecked that whole idea. I froze, my hand still on the water, keeping my back to Oscar. My senses sharpened in that familiar, dangerous way. "Cam," Milton cautioned softly, "just walk away." I drew a slow breath through my nose, trying to force the building anger to recede. I wasn't 17 anymore. I couldn't just pummel everyone who insulted me, or Willow.
She wouldn't want me to hurt the idiot running his mouth behind me. If I repeated that to myself a few hundred times, I might actually calm down. Oh, come on, Milt. He can't be that upset about the truth. Oscar slurred, his voice moving closer. Don't, Oscar, I warned, catching his reflection in the microwave door. Come on, man. Another voice chimed in, but I didn't turn. If I laid eyes on Oscar, I was going to end him with my bare hands. The back door opened and closed. What? Don't you think it's messed up that he shows up after 10 years, acting like he's some kind of gift, telling Xander what to do with Art when he's been the one looking after him all this time? It's total crap. The plastic water bottle crackled in my grip. Sit your drunk self down, or take it home, Oscar, Gideon warned, and the bottle slowly regained its shape. Cam, you all right? I'm good. I tucked the waters under my arm and put my wallet away, more than ready to leave.
You're just sticking up for him because he's your best friend, Oscar argued. I turned toward the door, catching Gid's nod in agreement. I couldn't have said it better myself. He doesn't need defending. You need to quit acting like a jerk. I'm out of here, I told Gid as the door opened again. Perfect timing to make my exit. Hey, Cam, tell me something. When you're with Willow, does she say your name? Or does she close her eyes and call out for Sullivan?
The water hit the floor as Gideon shouted my name. Is Xander next? Oscar's grin vanished behind my fist before he could finish. He went down, and I went with him, my fist connecting with his face again and again. Cam, stop! Her voice cut through when everything else had blurred into noise. I stopped my fist halfway to Oscar's bloody face. Damn it, Cam! Gideon swore as he pulled me off Oscar because I allowed him to. My chest heaved as I took in the scene. One beaten and gasping Oscar. At least 6 wide-eyed locals staring at me in fear, like the monster I was. The monster I'd fed and sharpened over the last decade just to stay alive. You good? Gideon asked me quietly, though his grip had already loosened. We both knew there was nothing he could do if I decided to go after Oscar again. I nodded, then adjusted the brim of my ball cap. A rough voice cut through the bar's noise. Man, he laid you out and didn't even lose his hat. I tuned it out, my focus shifting to the doorway where Willow stood. Her eyes held a deep sadness, a reflection of things I refused to dwell on. You saw that, right, Hall? You need to arrest him for assault. Oscar's words were slurred. Gideon's jaw tightened, his gaze swinging to me with a simmering anger barely held in check. Saw what, Oscar? I saw you making a fool of yourself, harassing this town's only decorated veteran at the expense of Judge Bradley's own daughter. Grabbing my water, I moved for the exit. Cam, Willow whispered, her hand reaching for mine. My hand, which was smeared with Oscar's blood because my damn temper still had a mind of its own, the same hand that had held her just an hour before. I jerked it back, not wanting the stain to touch her, and she recoiled. Another thing I'd ruined. I brushed past her, choosing the rear door that led to the back alley instead of Main Street. The sharp night air hit me, and I breathed it in deeply, wishing it could erase the last 10 minutes. Honestly, I wished it could erase the last 10 years. Cam. Willow's voice was soft as the door clicked shut behind her. Are you all right? I let out a bitter, humorless laugh. Am I all right? I turned to face her. I could have ended him without breaking a sweat, Willow. I might have, if you hadn't been there. But you didn't. She took a step forward, and I retreated, shaking my head.
Don't. You didn't kill him, and he absolutely deserved that punch for what he said. She hugged her arms around herself. You hurt him. Add another tally to the long list of ways I've hurt Willow. He targeted your deepest fear, and I know how fiercely protective you are of me. Of course you reacted. Will you just stop? I shouted. She didn't flinch or run. She just stood there looking at me with an acceptance I didn't deserve. Stop defending me.
Stop acting like the things I do are okay. Stop making excuses for me. I love you. Instead of running like any sensible person would, she took another step forward. You shouldn't. I just gave you another perfect reason not to, because it didn't matter that she was the very air I breathed sooner or later. Despite every good intention, I would break her. But I do. I always have, and you know it. You don't get to dictate my feelings because they make you uncomfortable. I stood by and watched you self-destruct once before, and I've never forgiven myself for it. Don't ask me to do it again." The old wooden boards creaked under her feet as she closed more of the distance between us. Did it ever cross your mind that I might be beyond saving? That ship sailed 10 years ago. Hell, probably even earlier, according to my father. Maybe you should listen to Oscar and give Xander a chance. He never makes a misstep. He never hurts the people he loves. I will inevitably ruin you. You understand that, right? What if next time? God, what if I hurt you? You won't. She kept coming. I held up my hand, showing her the blood dried in the creases of my knuckles. This is all I have to offer you, Willow. Hands that were trained to tear things apart, stained with more blood than you could ever imagine, because I'll never tell you the full truth of what I did in all those years I was gone. That was a weight I would never let her carry.
Those same hands hold me close. They build things, bridges, dams. They restore old, broken-down minds. I'm not afraid of your hands, Cam. I know what's in your heart. But she didn't know, because I hadn't shown her the true depths of the violence I was capable of, and I never would. That little scuffle with Oscar. It was a parlor trick, and the vile things he'd said about her? That was just a preview of what she'd face if she stayed with me.
My final gift to her was my silence and the freedom to walk away clean. You only know what I've let you see, the guy you've been with for these past few weeks. I know exactly who you are. Don't you dare insult me like that. She marched right up until she was in my space, staring me down from a foot below. For once in your life, Cam, try a little self-preservation. Stop putting yourself in the line of fire. I extended the water bottle toward her, and she accepted it. Her expression still dark and stormy. I don't want Rose to see the blood. Please take this to my dad. Camden, she pleaded, but I was completely empty, with nothing left to offer. I pulled my keys from my pocket and set them on top of the water bottle so she wouldn't be stuck. Then I walked past her without a pause. She didn't call out. Maybe at long last she was starting to understand. I passed the water to May and sank into the vacant chair beside Arthur, who was showing Rose a diagram of the mine. Numb. That was the only word for it. And honestly, numbness was a welcome relief from the visceral agony of watching Camden tear himself to shreds over a choice anyone would have made. I wasn't convinced my own father would have stood by quietly if someone spoke about my mother that way. He might not have possessed Camden's lethal precision, but then again, he hadn't spent years in Special Forces training.
Mr. Daniels, it's time for your medicine.
May urged gently.
No.
She let out a tired sigh. He's having one of his difficult days. She explained with a thin, weary smile. Xander glanced over, and his gaze softened with concern. You okay, Willow? I gave a slow shake of my head. His mouth tightened into a firm line. Camden? No confirmation was needed. We both already knew. He exhaled heavily, asked the person he was assisting for a moment, and then came to sit beside me. I don't even have the words. He's Camden, I said, as if that explained everything. He's Camden, Xander echoed. Look, he's always been tough, but I never worried about him the way other folks did. I never believed he was beyond saving. He crouched down and took my hand. I won't lie. I was pretty angry when I heard you two were together. I care about you like a sister, and you've already endured so much. It just felt unfair for you to willingly take on more. He won't hurt me, if only I could make him believe that. But how could I, when the entire world seemed determined to convince him otherwise? Not on purpose, Xander conceded. I've always known Cam feels things more intensely than any of us. He'll fight me over what he believes is right, just to spare me a regret he thinks I couldn't live with. He would have died for Sullivan. That's how deep his love ran for our brother. Xander gave my hand a gentle squeeze. And he's always been ready to die for you, Willow. The mine collapse, the warehouse fire, every single time. My eyes snapped to his. They were the same shade and shape as Sullivan's, but the sight didn't deliver the same punch to my gut it once had.
I'm conflicted, he admitted, because I care about you enough to want to beg you to walk away from him, but I love him enough to beg you not to give up on him. I truly believe you're the only person who can put him back together, or shatter him completely. He stopped listening to me a long time ago. I will never give up on him. Xander, I love him. I have always loved Camden. I waited each word so he would grasp their full significance.
He shut his eyes, drawing in a sharp, audible breath. The slow, deliberate nod that followed told me he understood when he opened his eyes again. They were clear of the judgment I had braced for. After all, he had loved Sullivan more deeply than Camden, and we both knew it. He simply gave my hand another squeeze, pressing his lips into a tight line as he nodded once more. I'm so sorry this is hard, and selfishly, I'm so relieved. He's his own greatest adversary. You know that, right? Yeah.
Okay.
He stood and released my hand. Hey, Rose, why don't you come sit with me for a minute, so my dad will take his medicine? I have a feeling you're just too clever for him to walk away from. He held out his hand to Rose, and she came around the table to take it. Come on, I'll show you how to grade some ore samples. I remained seated, my gaze drifting unfocused over the mine map, as May finally persuaded Arthur to take his medication. The carbon monoxide exposure had weakened his heart, handing his sons yet another reason to fret over his well-being. After a while, he settled into the chair next to mine, his finger slowly tracing the labyrinthine tunnels on the paper. A sudden, unexpected memory surfaced, a fleeting image of Camden, years ago, teaching a much younger Rose to skip stones across the lake behind their old house, his rare, patient smile aimed down at her. The contrast between that man and the shattered one who just walked away was almost too much to bear. I could see traces of Cam in him, but they were faint. The line of his nose, the way his eyes narrowed when he concentrated. So much of who Cam was came from his mother, especially his generous spirit. Art lifted his gaze and smiled toward where Xander sat with Rose. He's a good man, Alexander. Always the first to offer help. So is Cam, I murmured. Art's brow creased as he glanced at me, then back down at the mine map. Why? The word escaped before I could hold it back. Art's hand paused on the paper, though he didn't look up. Why couldn't you love him the way you loved Xander? The way you loved Sullivan? He was just as deserving, even with his flaws. The crowded shop buzzed with tourist chatter around us, and Art was so silent I thought he might have missed my question.
There's an equilibrium, he said at last, his voice barely above a whisper. What? Light, darkness, virtue, sin, karma. It's as ancient as the first brothers in Genesis. Call it what you will, the universe maintains its scales. He dragged a finger along the oldest tunnel on the map, seeking something invisible to me. And you believe Cam was? I trailed off, shaking my head. What was I doing, seeking sense from a man whose grip on reality had long since frayed?
Xander came into this world all brightness and joy. He was flawless. Lillian was radiant, and I understood that if we were given another, the scales might not tilt in our favor. They didn't for my own parents. He bent over the table, following the 1880 shaft down to the deeper levels where the passages twisted into labyrinths. Cal? It was common knowledge that no affection existed between those brothers. He gave a slow nod. Cal? But then Camden arrived, and he was breathtaking, boisterous and insistent, and so vibrantly alive. Even as an infant, his eyes were always searching, taking everything in, and Lillian. She retreated into a profound sadness, wept constantly, couldn't rise from bed, could hardly bear to look at him, at any of us. And I knew then that Cam was the counterweight. He was the price paid for the joy Xander had brought. A heavy pressure filled my chest, my stomach dropping.
Postpartum depression. I breathed the words too quietly for him to hear. She just vanished into a shadow of herself, and Cam wailed as if his heart would break. It felt like an eternity before she returned to me, and when she did, and Sullivan came along. He halted, squinting at a ventilation shaft before shaking his head and resuming his tracing of the 1880 tunnel. When Sullivan was born, I felt the equilibrium shift once more. That payment would come due.
You can't harbour that much goodness in your life without a reckoning. That's not the way of things. Everything carries a cost, Hope. You understand that. You've witnessed it too. I blinked quickly. He was confusing me with my mother, and Lillian saw it as well. The balance, the way Camden simply... He shook his head. That's why she cherished him more than the others. Felt she owed him a debt. She was trying to compensate for you not loving him. I countered, my voice tightening. Too much darkness in that boy. Too much anger. He wasn't like that, I implored in a hushed tone. Not as a child. I was there. I remember him sharing his toys, trying to make people laugh. Then the balance restored itself. It took Lillian right from my arms, but I still had my two good sons. A single tear traced a path down his weathered cheek, and a wave of guilt sickened me. What kind of person badgers a frail, unwell man? So Cam took Sullivan. The guilt evaporated.
No,
I stated with a firmness that made him look directly at me. Cam adored Sullivan. He shielded him. He would never have harmed him. It wasn't his fault. Cam loved Sullivan. He tilted his head, considering, I never claimed he didn't. Sometimes an excess of love can suffocate a person as surely as a lack of it. He returned his focus to the map. He was only a child, just a little boy. He wasn't wicked. He still isn't. Art followed another airshaft until it terminated, then traced it back to a different section. I reached across the table and gently stilled his trembling hand. He isn't wicked. He isn't some cosmic counterbalance to your good fortune, Art. He is the good fortune. He's compassionate, steadfast, fiercely protective, and clever. He wears unicorn shirts for little girls, pulls bigger ones from snowbanks, and stands up to the only brother he has left. All so you can have what you want. Art didn't pull his hand from mine, watching me from the corner of his eye. He carried me out of that mine. You let him, Art said, his head tilting slightly. You didn't hesitate for a second. He didn't break your nose, I countered. Of course he didn't. He's good, Mr. Daniels. He's the finest man I know, and you... My breath trembled as I let it out. You shattered him. I don't know if I can piece back what you broke. He won't let anyone close. And I have to reach him, because he's just... The words stuck, thick in my throat. He's profoundly alone. All great and precious things are lonely. Art finally turned, his gaze meeting mine directly. I searched those familiar eyes but saw no trace of Sully or Xander, nor even Mr. Daniels. My hand slipped from his, and he went back to tracing the mine's pathways on the map, murmuring about sealing off tunnels to keep the bad air from claiming anyone else. All great and precious things are lonely. I'd heard that phrase so recently, just a few weeks back, the weight of it sat heavy on my shoulders as I walked over to Xander, feeling like I'd aged 10 years since breakfast. Hey, Rosie, you about ready to head out? If Mayor Daniels doesn't need me anymore, she answered. I'm all set, Rose. Thanks for the assist. Oh, actually, could you snag me one more pencil from the bin? Sure thing. She hopped up from the chair beside him and darted toward the supplies, grabbing her jacket on the way. Whatever my dad said to you, try not to let it get to you, Xander said, taking the chance to lean back in his chair during the tourist lull. He looked worn out. He's not having a great day. He might be channeling his 40 years ago self, or thinking he's Napoleon. I managed a weak smile. Yeah, I think he just quoted some literature at me, and that was putting it mildly. Xander looked surprised. Seriously, he's more of a TV guy. Used to tease Cam for always having her nose in a book. Probably why she started spending so much time over at Cal's place. Strange. He frowned, concern etching his features. He's definitely off. Well, at least for all his talk about balance, he hadn't threatened me with a shotgun, so I supposed it could have been worse. Take whatever he says with a grain of salt, Xander advised with a shrug. Here you go. Rosie reappeared, placing a small pile of pencils on the table. Mixed in with the standard yellow no twos were two of her own, decorated with glittery unicorns. Thanks, Rose. I owe you one. Xander gave her a grateful smile as another visitor approached with a rock sample. I helped Rosie into her jacket, and she lingered by the gate for a moment. her eyes on Xander before we blended into the flow of people. Lost in my own head. I didn't realize she'd gone quiet until we reached Town Hall, where tourists were poring over old documents and faded photographs. "Everything okay?" I asked once. We were inside. She pressed her lips together, then shook her head. "It's nothing major. I was running an experiment. We just learned about hypotheses last week."
"Hypotheses?"
I clarified. She gave a firm nod. "My experiment didn't work. I need a new hypothesis." She enunciated the word carefully. "Do you want to talk about what it was?" I didn't want to push if she was still figuring it out. I know how much I hate when people do that to me. Not yet. I'm going to try a different way. Her chin lifted with determination, and she gave me a quick hug before running off to find her mum. Dad was holding court with a cluster of tourists sporting fanny packs, proudly showing off his masterpiece, a sprawling wall of original photographs meticulously arranged to show a bird's-eye view of Alba from the mountain ridge. This was his sanctuary, where the past was fixed and the present faded away. He didn't break his storytelling stride as he scooped Rose up so she could point to the topmost picture. Then Rose eagerly joined in, showing the group where the old schoolhouse stood. "And that's the Rose Rowan mine. I'm named after it, and my aunt's boyfriend is going to open it for tours soon, but not the bunkhouse part. That burned down a long time ago." My eyes found Dad's across the room. He was the first to look away. He hadn't said a word to me since the diner, not since I'd chosen Cam. Rose patted Dad's chest, and he beamed down at her before setting her gently on the floor. She scampered off toward Charity, and I moved into the spot the visitors had just vacated. On his official name tag from the Historical Society, a glittery unicorn sticker was plastered right over his council title. He noticed me looking and smiled toward Rose. She still believes the whole world sparkles. "And you don't tell her otherwise?" I observed, trying to recall when he'd first felt the need to correct me. When had I first strayed from the path he'd laid out? Why would I? Seeing the magic others miss is a rare gift. That kind of hope is precious. "You have it too, Willow." His gaze drifted to Charity and then back to me, a deep sorrow in his eyes that seemed to seep into my own heart. At least Rose still allows me to keep her safe. Maybe I still see the glitter you've chosen to ignore. His mouth tightened, and he seemed to fight for his next breath. "I wish that were true, sweetheart. I truly do." Charity halted her explanation of the town's founding document, glancing our way with worry. When had they spoken the words that couldn't be taken back?
Had they ever actually said them? Or was the real price of their fear the silence between them, a refusal to truly see each other? Was I now at that same cliff's edge with my father, or had I already stepped over? Another cluster of people approached, and I shamelessly used his dislike for public displays, wrapping my arms around him. He wasn't perfect. He was set in his ways too rigid to welcome the change that was coming.
But he had never, not once, loved me any less than he loved Charity, or her any less than me. "I love you, Dad. I'm sorry I can't be the daughter you pictured, but I love you." I let go before he could respond, and walked away before I could search his face for disappointment. As I reached the door, I heard his chuckle behind me. "That's right. I'm the chief unicorn around here." The opening day festivities were still buzzing when I slipped out. A pang of guilt hit me for leaving early, but the truth was I had somewhere I needed to be. After asking a few people, I confirmed Cam hadn't come back. I drove his jeep to my place, swapped my shoes, and was back on the road in minutes, heading across the ridge to his house. The sun was dipping toward the hills as I pulled into the driveway. Inside, I called his name, but only silence answered. What was the proper move here? Take his vehicle home, leave it and walk, wait for him? Would forcing my way into a space he'd asked me to avoid only make things worse? I hung his keys on the hook and debated calling. He might not answer, but he might. My feet led me to the library, where the fading light painted stripes of gold and shadow across the wall and the view beyond the windows. My fingers traced the empty squares of the chessboard, recalling all those afternoons Xander spent trying to teach us, droning on about strategy while Cam insisted the game was pure feeling, about guarding the one piece that mattered most. A smile touched my lips, remembering the day we hid all the pieces just to get some peace. Something Art had mentioned kept nudging at my thoughts, and I picked up Cam's copy of East of Eden from the side table where he'd left it after reading to me. I flipped through the worn pages, almost hearing his voice recount the saga of brothers moulded by their father's hopes and flaws. No wonder it resonated with him so deeply. Passage after passage was underlined or scribbled in, the handwriting shifting from a child's pencil to a man's pen, a quiet chronicle of his own growth. There it was. My fingertip traced the lines on the page as I read them out. I said that word held a man's potential, if he was willing to claim it. Sam Hamilton took comfort in that idea, Lee replied. It liberated him, Lee continued. It granted him the dignity of his own path, distinct from anyone else's. Sounds isolating. Anything of true value usually is. I glanced up as sunlight flashed against the glass of the greenhouse Camden had been working on, and then he appeared in the doorway, using his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead. His baseball cap was turned backward, his t-shirt and jeans smudged with dirt. Yet I'd never found him more compelling than in that instant. This remarkable man determined to coax life from the most stubborn ground, just as his mother once had. I read the last section. Camden had marked, what's the word once more? Timshel. It means thou mayest. I shut the book, pressing it close. He'd deemed that idea worthy of remembering, the notion that he too could decide who to become, rather than accepting a fate assigned to him. But he'd passed over the lines that now felt like a physical ache as I stood there, watching him fasten another pane to the structure, still striving to improve his corner of the world on a day he felt unworthy of it. Pushing people away was a choice, certainly, but it was also my choice to allow it, or more accurately, to refuse to allow it. I observed him for several more minutes, mapping out my approach, until I knew the fading light would soon drive him indoors. Then I went to the desk, took a sheet of notebook paper, and tore a strip from it. What followed was a battle, but one I was ready to fight. Chapter 21. Camden. The crunch of footsteps on gravel reached me as I secured the final panel. I didn't have to look. Only one person had the courage to seek me out on a day like this. I finished the latch and turned to find Willow standing about 20 feet away, the wind from the mountains stirring her hair. How was I supposed to muster the will to push her away for good? She deserved far more than the gossip and the sideways glances, far more than anything I could offer. She didn't speak as she approached the work table I was using. She placed a small object on top of my blueprints, then turned and walked back to the house without a word. I stared at the item she'd left behind as if it were a live explosive, half expecting it to detonate. She hadn't thrust it into my hands or cornered me into a discussion. She'd offered a choice, and that was precisely why I reached for it. I unrolled the narrow scroll of paper and just managed to catch the smooth white onyx rook as it tumbled free. The match to the black piece I'd left on her windowsill the night Charity told us she was pregnant. I hadn't been speaking to Willow then either. It was a silent promise that despite everything I'd said and done that miserable summer, she could still count on me, even when I felt like no one else could. She wasn't retreating. She wasn't letting my harsh words from earlier destroy what we had just started to build. A wave of relief crashed into me, followed immediately by a crushing despair. No matter how often I warned her I'd only bring her ruin, she refused to believe it, or perhaps more terrifying, she simply didn't care. She was choosing me anyway, against every instinct of self-preservation. I smoothed the paper and read her handwritten message. I believe a strong woman may be stronger than a man, particularly if she happens to have love in her heart. I guess a loving woman is indestructible. I knew exactly where to find her, in the library. With the book, it was where we'd hidden for countless afternoons as kids, two quiet refugees escaping our own realities. Her seeking a canvas for her art in a family that prized only logic and data. Me desperate to lose myself in the pages of a story, to live temporarily in a world that wasn't my own. The memory of us sitting in that shared, wordless understanding felt both like a sanctuary and a fresh wound. By the time I was 10 years old, I understood that the only reality I truly desired was the one she inhabited. I longed to perceive the world through her eyes, to see its vibrant colours and light, and to watch as her hands conjured beauty from empty space, a pure reflection of her spirit. When she had seemingly chosen Sullivan, I made a choice of my own. I decided to carry that essential part of her within me, to merge her vision with my own existence. In the bleak landscapes of poverty and conflict, I taught myself to create. I constructed things of purpose and sometimes of grace. When duty demanded the darker side of my nature, I answered without hesitation, eliminating threats to this nation to Willow and never looking back. Yet I truly lived for those rare assignments that were about support, not destruction. I built temporary bridges for machinery and permanent ones for communities. I demolished buildings, housing terror, and then, in the haunting silence afterward, I once built a school for a young girl who had seen her sister killed for wanting to learn. It was a continuous penance, an attempt to offset the gravity of my actions, to keep my own soul from descending too quickly. But today, when Oscar had flung Sullivan's memory at us, I faced a cold truth. The scales might never balance, and the cost of that imbalance was something I couldn't allow Willow to bear. I carefully rolled the greenhouse blueprints and stored them in the waterproof container under the worktable, a habit born from anticipating sudden mountain storms. The carved rook piece pressed into my palm as I walked back to the house, knowing she'd be there waiting. I'd fallen for a woman whose stubbornness might just rival my own. A swift kick sent my muddy boots into the laundry room. I stripped, tossing everything but my boxers into the washer and hitting start. The beauty of a tankless water heater meant I could shower immediately, buying myself a few more minutes of mental preparation before facing what came next. Passing the library, I saw her at the easel, sketching intently, either oblivious to my presence or expertly pretending to be. It was a familiar, frustrating dance. After a quick shower, I toweled my hair dry, dressed, and entered the library. She hadn't moved. "That's where I found the sketch," I said, my voice cutting the quiet and thickening the air between us. She set the pencil down and turned on the stool to face me. Her jacket hung by the door next to mine, and she still wore the inside-out shirt from this morning, a morning that felt like a lifetime ago. "I wondered," she admitted softly. "I recognized it when I saw the tattoo on your arm." I crossed my arms, leaning against the doorframe. "You didn't say anything." "Yeah, well, if you haven't noticed, we have a real talent for not saying things. It's a habit we should probably break." A hint of dry humor tinged her words, shifting the tone from heavy to something more pointed and resilient. My jaw tightened as I grasped for the right thing to say. "I'm sorry you had to see that today." "Which part? Oscar being a jerk, or you finally losing your cool?" "Both." A brief, wry smile touched her lips. "You don't owe me an apology for either. Willow, those kinds of comments, they won't stop. Not in this town. Not if you're with me."
"Okay," she said, with a shrug, a gesture that planted seeds of frustration in my gut. "It's not okay. I know what this place means to you." "Don't you dare act like it means nothing to you," she interrupted, her voice firm. "Not after all your plans for greenhouses and upgrading the power grid. You're just as committed to building a future here as I am. If you weren't, I'd suggest we pack up and go somewhere easier." She gripped the edges of the stool, holding her ground but not shutting me out. "We have roots here, Cam. We both chose this life, so don't downplay what this town represents." "I'm not denying that. But I've never cared what people say about me." "Then what's the real issue?" "This topic is exhausted. People are going to talk, let's be honest. The main hobbies here are getting ready for harvest and starting families. I dated Sully. Now I'm with you. So, go ahead and accept whatever kind of nasty things people are going to say, because we can't control their thoughts. You can. You can walk away from all of this right here, right now." Every muscle in my body tightened, waiting for her to do exactly that. "No, no. No, do you know the real reason you won't sleep with me?" she asked.
leaning in and holding my gaze. Are you serious? You want to have this conversation now? In a way, yes. Just hear me out.
You're afraid that if we take this step, she gestured between us, I'll have regrets later that you won't be able to handle. Considering I basically said that. And if that were true, it would be incredibly thoughtful. But since you're not being honest with yourself, not being honest, I pushed off the doorframe but stopped at the desk. Shh, my turn. You can talk in a second. She pressed a finger to her lips. My eyes went wide. You think you won't sleep with me because it gives me less to mourn when you eventually break my heart, which, logically, looking at the nonsense you pulled today, I apologized. I spread my hands flat on the desk. I'm not talking about you hitting Oscar. I couldn't care less about that. Now, seriously, hush. It's rude to interrupt. My jaw went slack. I'm talking about that garbage when you walked away from me. When you stood there dumping all that self-hating nonsense and once again decided for me that I'd be better off without you. I closed my mouth. Right? So, I guess that could make a girl a little insecure if I didn't know you so well. But guess what, Cam? I do. If you wanted someone who would run every time you lost your cool or got into a stupid argument with Oscar Hudgens, I could name at least 3 girls in town who'd be happy to come running. But you want me. She raised an eyebrow, daring me to disagree. I didn't. She stood from the stool, barefoot and completely at ease in my house, in my life. You won't sleep with me because you're the one who's scared, not me, you. I was about 10 seconds from sweeping everything off this desk and showing her exactly how unafraid I was. She stopped, leaving the desk between us. You're scared that you'll take that step and open yourself up, and no, I don't just mean physically. My jaw clenched, but I stayed quiet as those small sparks of frustration exploded into a raging fireball of, I didn't even know what, but it was awful. You're scared that eventually I'll see something I don't like and I'll leave, or that I can't handle the town gossip and I'll walk out. The distance you keep forcing between us is all on you, Cam, not me. You're not scared of hurting me. You'd die before you let that happen, and we both know it. You're terrified I'll hurt you. I felt the colour leave my face. Yeah, I thought so. You should leave. I forced out, my mouth dry. And you really need to stop saying that. I'm standing right here, Cam. There's nothing you can say to make me believe I should go. Don't hand me your noble garbage about protecting me, because you won't. My temper has never been violent toward any woman I've ever known, unless you're hiding a secret I don't know about. Of course not, I shot back.
You're scared because you're in love with me.
She looked me straight in the eye, steady and unapologetic. I never said that. My hands moved to grip the edge of the desk. You don't have to. You've always been more about actions than words. I don't need you to say it. What I need is for you to understand that my love isn't going to fade or change because someone says something rude or you have a rough day. I love you unconditionally, Camden, at your worst. I love you at your best.
Yep, still love you, and until you can accept that, I'll be right here proving it to you, choosing you.
Emotion swelled in my throat, and I couldn't swallow it down, no matter how hard I tried. I'm not going anywhere, she vowed. I'm yours now. Always. Her words didn't just chip at my walls or break them down. They washed over them, a warm, persistent tide that began to seep into the very foundations, promising not a violent demolition, but a patient, inevitable erosion. They seeped through the walls I'd built around myself for as long as I could remember, turning cold stone into something vibrant and alive, into the very essence of her. And if that isn't enough, she began, then shook her head softly. If you ever choose to leave, I'll still love you. I loved you from the start, even if you don't feel the same. I didn't realize I'd moved until my lips were on hers, stopping her words, pouring every unspoken feeling into that kiss. A soft sound of relief escaped her, and I drank it in, angling my head to deepen the connection, pulling her tighter against me. I needed her closer than any rule of nature would permit, and I was ready to bend every last one of them. Cam, she breathed against my mouth. Hush, it's my turn, I whispered, cradling her face. I'm not going anywhere. Not wanting you isn't possible. It's all I've ever known. You're in my veins, my bones, every part of who I am. My hands slid to her hips, and I lifted her until our eyes met. There's no version of my life that doesn't have you in it. I've known that since we were just kids in this very room. Her lips parted as she wound her legs around me, locking her ankles at the small of my back. We're not kids anymore, she murmured, her fingers tracing the line of my jaw. Thank heaven for that. All my hesitation vanished. I was done pretending she'd be happier with anyone else. For better or worse, she belonged with me. Now I just had to make sure she never doubted that choice. Our mouths met again, and she arched into me, turning the kiss into something urgent and hungry, her fingers threading through my hair. It's a good thing I knew this house by heart, because I didn't break contact as I carried her from the library down the hall and into my bedroom. Inside the doorway, I reached to flip the light switch. No way was I missing a single detail in the dark. Willow gripped the hem of her shirt and pulled it over her head. This time, I let myself look, really look, taking in the gentle swell of her breasts beneath lavender lace, and the small, perfect freckle resting just between them. Stunning, I whispered, before lowering my mouth to that very spot and trailing kisses up to her neck. Her moan shot through me like lightning. I pressed her against the wall as she tugged my shirt off, letting it fall to join hers on the floor.
Beautiful,
she echoed, her fingertips following the lines of ink across my chest. My heart hammered, urging me to rush, but I held still, letting her explore, each touch of her hands over my tattoos sending sparks across my skin. When her eyes finally lifted to meet mine, she smiled. My restraint shattered. I tangled a hand in her hair and claimed her mouth once more. The kiss turned fierce, raw, my world narrowing to the taste of her, the slide of her tongue, the sharp nip of her teeth. When her hips rocked against mine, I groaned and pushed back, until every layer between us felt like a barrier. In 4 quick steps, I laid her down on my bed, her smooth skin a vivid contrast against the dark sheets. Our eyes held as I reached for the button of her jeans. At her eager nod, I undid it and slowly drew the denim down her legs. "Now yours," she said, propping herself up on her elbows. I grinned, more than willing to comply. My pants joined the pile on the floor, and I nearly came undone when she wet her lips with her tongue. I intended to savour her, to learn her so completely that she'd never look at me without remembering exactly what I could make her feel. Her skin was like heated silk as I moved over her, and when she lifted her knees, I settled between her thighs with a low groan. Her hands were everywhere, in my hair, down my back, touching and stroking every inch she could reach. Our mouths crashed together in a kiss even hotter than before, each break and reunion only stoking the fire higher. Her bra fell away, and I left her lips to trace a path down her chest with my mouth. She cried out my name when I took one peek between my lips, rolling the other gently between my fingers. I pushed aside every physical demand, every ache and craving to focus entirely on her. I devoted myself to building her pleasure, learning the unique contours of her body, the spots that made her giggle and squirm, and the ones that drew out gasps and soft moans. When my hands found the dip of her hips, I slipped my thumbs beneath the delicate lace of her underwear and lifted my head, seeking silent confirmation in her eyes. "Yes," she breathed, answering my unspoken question, and raised her hips to help me slide the lace down her thighs. I paused there, pressing a kiss to her inner thigh that earned a breathy whimper and a slow rolling shift of her body. Once she was completely bare, I let my gaze travel over her awestruck. She was mine, and this was only the beginning, the first time I'd make love to her. But far from the last. I intended to spend a lifetime learning her. "I don't have the right words for how beautiful you are," I murmured, my hands sliding up the incredible softness of her thighs.
"I think you found them," she whispered back, her breathing quickening as my touch ventured higher, grazing the heat between her legs. "What are you doing to me?" Her hips lifted, seeking pressure, and I gave it to her with my thumb, leaning down to catch her next moan with my mouth. I haven't even started, I promised against her lips. I'm going to keep you right here all weekend until I've kissed every single inch of you, until I know precisely what you love and how much you can take.
I applied a firm, suckling pressure, and she cried out, "Off!" she demanded, her fingers tugging at my boxers. I rolled away briefly to comply, then grabbed the new box of condoms from the nightstand. She took the foil packet from my hand, her fingers curling around the back of my neck to pull me into a deep, claiming kiss. This time, when I settled between her thighs, there was nothing separating us. The reality was almost overwhelming, finally being exactly where I'd always dreamed. But she surpassed any fantasy. Her skin was softer, her kisses more intense, her need fueling mine until we were both swept into a connection I hadn't believed was real. I stroked her until her body began to tremble, until her nails pressed crescents into my shoulders and her thighs tensed around me. She was achingly close, her breath coming in ragged pulls as she guided my mouth back to hers. "With you?" she insisted.
"I want the first one to be."
Her words broke into a gasp, eyes widening as I carefully stretched her with my fingers. I groaned at the feel of her like silk and velvet, and at the thought of being inside her. If I wasn't careful, I'd lose control before we even began. "It's not a choice of one or the other," I managed to say, my voice rough. "You're not limited on how many times you come. In truth, I planned to give her as many as she could handle." Her hand closed around me, and I froze as a bolt of pure pleasure shot up my spine, so intense I could almost taste it. "With you," she repeated, tearing open the foil and sheathing me herself. She kissed me again, nipping lightly at my lower lip, and I withdrew my fingers only to bring her right back to the edge with slow, deliberate circles until her back arched off the bed. "Cam," she pleaded, her eyes locking with mine. The raw need I saw there shattered my restraint. She looked exactly how I felt, desperate and trembling on the brink. "I'm with you, I vowed," positioning myself at her entrance. "Please." Her knees rose beside my hips, and I tangled my fingers in the hair at the nape of her neck, cradling her head, holding her hazel gaze, watching for any flicker of discomfort. I pushed forward gently, easing into her, my jaw clenching against the wave of ecstasy that flooded every part of me. Our breaths mixed as I moved in, slow rolling thrusts, sinking deeper until I was fully inside her, never looking away. Her lower lip trembled, and I caught it between mine, kissing her softly as she adjusted to me. "Are you okay?" I asked, my muscles shaking with the effort of holding still when every instinct screamed to move. "Absolutely," she vowed, her arms wrapped around me, palms spread wide across my back. "I'm flawless. You really are." Bracing my weight on my forearms to keep from overwhelming her slender form, I shifted my hips, and her lips parted with the most beautiful sound I'd ever known. Every part of her felt incredible, overwhelming in the best way, and I understood this was more than just undeniable attraction or a long-held fantasy coming true. This was because every piece of me, my heart, my soul, was already hers, and that profound connection magnified every physical sensation. "I love you." The words left me freely, dissolving whatever invisible line had still stood between us. Her eyes flew open in shock, as though she hadn't already whispered the same to me hours before. "I love you, Camden." She breathed back, then captured my mouth as I started to move. A slow, deliberate rhythm designed to savor every possible second, to worship her with my body in a way I'd never known was possible. Lost in each other, we climbed higher, and as her breaths grew ragged and sweat slicked our skin, as every muscle in my body coiled tight, I slipped my hand between us and touched her just so, guiding her over the edge with a cry that pulled me right after her, my voice breaking on her name in a release so total it felt like being remade. Gasping, I gathered her close and turned us to our sides, both of us trembling in the aftermath. I traced idle patterns down her arm while she pressed kisses to my chest, then my jaw. "You're positive about that whole love declaration, right?" she murmured, a playful edge in her tone. Because I'm fairly certain you've just made everyone else obsolete. A low laugh escaped me, the sound still a gift she gave me so effortlessly. Yes, I'm sure, and good, because I have no intention of ever letting you leave this bed. Never. Not a chance. I can work with that. She turned her head and found the tattoo on my forearm, the one based on her own drawing, and brushed her lips against it. What about eating, though? Guess I'll have to cook for you. Keep your strength up. I kissed her forehead softly, wondering how I'd existed for so long without this feeling, without her here. Say it again, she whispered. I lifted my head to meet her gaze. I love you, Willow. Her smile then was the most captivating sight I'd ever witnessed. Yeah. That's sweet, but I was actually talking about the cooking part. Now that's what really gets a girl going. She delivered the line with such a straight face that I burst out laughing. Forget cooking, I vowed, my mouth hovering near hers. I'll just have you for dinner. Promise. I didn't answer with words. She already knew I preferred to show, not just tell. Hey, Willow, Tilly said, looking up from her order pad. Hey, Thea.
Hi, Tilly.
We chimed almost together, settled into a booth at Big's Diner for lunch. You two ready to order? We're actually waiting for one more person, Thea answered. Tilly's gaze flicked to me. Oh, wait, there he is. Hey, honey. Thea tilted her cheek for her husband's kiss as he slid in beside her. Tilly's smile faded slightly, and I nearly laughed. She was so obviously hung up on Cam, and Cam only had eyes for me. The thought sent a ridiculous grin spreading across my face. It almost felt illegal to be this content. We placed our orders quickly. The menu here was reliably unchanged, and Tilly headed off to the kitchen. So Cam couldn't make it? Pat asked carefully, his arm around Thea's shoulders. I felt a flicker of caution. No, I said, my smile softening automatically at the mention of him. He has the psychological evaluation for his father's case this afternoon, and then he needs to get up to the mining site. This lunch, maybe this one opportunity, was my chance to win Pat over to Cam's side so we could begin shifting the town's perspective. We meant me, Thea, and Charity, since Cam refused to engage in the political game. But in Alba, especially in an election year, public sentiment was everything. The date, June 20th, had been marked on my calendar since Cam told me weeks ago about his court appointment. With just 2 weeks left, the mood in town was stretched tight as a drum. Tourists, blissfully unaware, kept pouring in a steady stream during the week, then a full-on flood come the weekend. Business was booming. So how's all that going? Pat asked, his smile strained. The investigation? The mining situation, or Cam? This could turn uncomfortable in a heartbeat. Well, Pat became suddenly fascinated by his napkin. Oh, give it a rest. Thea scolded, though she gave his tie a playful tug. Pat, be serious. That's still Willow we're talking about. He sighed, but finally looked at me. I'm sorry, it just feels strange. The investigation, the mining situation, or Cam? I echoed his own words back to him. All of it, he admitted, then grunted as Thea nudged him with her elbow. What? We've known each other long enough to be honest with her, sweetheart. We have, I agreed, as Tilly arrived with our drinks. We all thanked her, but she only acknowledged Pat before moving to another table.
All right, honestly, the guy rubs me the wrong way. You know that. He offered a shrug of apology. He's still bitter. Cam didn't invite him to that hot springs party freshman year. Thea teased. Pat shot his wife a look. That's not it. Listen, Willow, you've been through more than enough, and I just don't want to see you get hurt again. And I appreciate you looking out for me. I stirred my lemonade, the ice clinking against the glass. But Cam isn't going to hurt me.
His eyebrows lifted, and he leaned in. You've been together? What, a couple of months? Cam isn't exactly known for going easy on people. I rested my hands on the table and held his gaze. You were Sullivan's closest friend, so I understand the protective instinct, and I'll let that comment pass. Just that one, Pat. He looked like he wanted to argue, but stopped himself. I love Cam. Cam loves me. He has never once hurt me. Unless you're counting that summer, he might have bruised my ego. Pat's expression told me that was precisely what he'd been thinking. Trust me, I bruised his worse. There's a whole history you don't know about, and no, I'm not sharing it because it's personal. Never once hurt you. He saved you from the fire he caused. He said it softly, so I didn't kick him under the table. That was ruled an accident, Thea whispered sharply.
Right, an accident where he accidentally knocked over a tiki torch while he was accidentally hooking up with Olivia Maxfield, he countered. I wasn't going to touch that. However that fire started, it was Sullivan who left me in the bunkhouse, and Cam who ran in to pull me out. Pat looked stunned, and I almost did too. I'd never openly placed blame on Sully for that. I never thought about it that way. He glanced away. Good grief, you must have been furious with him.
Not really, I said truthfully. I was scared for a moment, and the smoke was so dense. My voice faded, the memory of the heat making my throat feel dry. And honestly, if we hadn't been asleep in that back room, we would have gotten out faster. Sullivan would have gotten us out, but he only got himself out. Pat ran a hand through his red hair. And you didn't tear into him afterward? I don't even remember you being angry. You just said something about getting separated, not him abandoning you. I glanced at Thea, and she raised her brows. Only one person had truly known my feelings back then, and, true to our code, she'd never told a soul, not even her husband. Honestly, a beam crashed down between us. When he saw I was trapped on the other side, he said he'd go for help. I dropped to the floor for cleaner air. I saw Sully's shoes head for the door, and yeah, I felt a little let down. But I also knew Cam would come for me, even if it was just for Sully's sake. Deep down, I knew. Pat just stared at me for a long moment. Willow, I care about you. You know that. You honestly believed the biggest jerk in Alba would put his life on the line to help you. Cam never lifted a finger for anyone back then, he corrected, tilting his head slightly. I was certain. I shrugged, my shoulders rising. When it comes to Cam, you can rely on 3 things. I raised my fingers to count them off. First, his family comes before everything. He was constantly cleaning up Sullivan's disasters to keep any fallout from touching him. Hey, he interjected sharply, then his gaze drifted, lost in thought for a moment. All right, I'll concede that point. Second, he'll sabotage himself at the earliest chance. And third, he shows up for me. I didn't always recognize it in the past, but it's the truth. If he knew I was in trouble, there wasn't a scenario where he wouldn't come for me. Pat leaned back in his chair, processing my words. Cam has pulled me from the fire 4 separate times. He's never been absent when I've needed him. Okay, but humor me for a second, and don't get mad. Did it ever cross your mind that the main reason you were in danger as a kid, at least most of the time, was simply because you were near Cam? I gave him the brief pause he asked for, solely because he was married to my closest friend, and I'd cared for his. No, Pat, you might not get this, but I belong to him, and he belongs to me. That's permanent. So you have a choice. You can either join the old-timers spreading rumors at the barber shop, or you can reconsider what you think you know about Cam. Remember how deeply Sullivan loved him, and for the record, he didn't get Sully killed. By the time Cam arrived, the shot had already been fired. I held up 2 fingers. That makes 2 things now, because it's also none of your concern, but I understand how much you miss him. Pat swallowed hard after what felt like the longest minute of my life. He finally gave a slow nod. How's the mine restoration going? Thea's posture softened visibly. I gladly accepted the peace offering. It's going well. They're on schedule to have the 1880 tunnel cleared all the way to the 3rd ventilation shaft by the 4th of July. Cam predicted that section would be the biggest attraction. The remainder of that tunnel and the other 2 will have to wait until next season. That's amazing. The Historical Society Board was over the moon when they heard about a soft opening this year. By over the moon, he means. The applause was louder than a golf tournament. Thea added as Tilly approached with our meals. She balanced the plates with an enviable skill, then looked at me after placing my burger and fries down. You sure are fond of the burger and fries combo, aren't you, Willow? Absolutely. I reached for the ketchup.
I wasn't about to let her get a rise out of me. I was just thinking it must be tough to stay fit, since you're sitting all day with your art supplies, right? Her smile was more artificial than her eyelashes. The calories must pile up fast. Oh, don't you worry about Willow. Thea laughed. She gets plenty of exercise at night. Over at Cam's place, you know, with Cam. I bit my lip to keep from grinning, but Pat didn't even try to hide his choked laugh. That was progress. A few weeks ago, he would have been fuming at Thea's insinuation. Tilly shot Thea a look that could sour cream. It's true, I chimed in quickly, worried Tilly might lunge across the table. In fact, I'm heading up to see him after this. Would you mind putting in an order now so it's ready when we are? Still glaring at Thea, Tilly pulled out her notepad. What does he want? Let's go with a double bacon cheeseburger, medium. Add avocado, ketchup, lettuce and tomato. Oh, and a salted caramel shake too. That'd be perfect. I smiled up at her. She clicked her tongue. You sure about that shake? I'm almost positive. Cam prefers chocolate fudge. Oh, he does, I confirmed. That one's for me. I need to fuel up on calories so I can work them off later, right? Right. She turned and walked away. And the legal case? Pat asked, clearly trying. Not certain. Art is pretty determined to involve the Department of Natural Resources. I began eating my food. Pat added mustard to his burger, his tone making it clear he'd spent time at the barber shop lately. On the days he's clear-headed? Yeah, Pat, exactly. He phoned Cam and asked for help. That's the real reason Cam came back, and after that hospital stay, he's more resolved than ever. Chewing thoughtfully, Pat gave a slow nod. Thea chimed in. He even went with Walt to get DNR tattooed over his heart. Xander completely lost it over that. Pat considered this.
He did mention it isn't legally binding, he conceded. Sounded more like his dad was struggling with the idea of ending up on a ventilator again than actually insisting on the DNR itself. Listen, if a man gets that inked on his chest, he means business, Thea said, eating a fry. But even so, Xander's been looking after him for years. This whole situation just feels like Cam is after. Pat stared down at his burger and sighed. I can't even say it. After what? I pushed.
After his dad dying, he finished, his voice dropping to a whisper. Everyone knows they've never gotten along, and it just seems off. Arthur's only 58. Good grief, was that really what we were dealing with? Did people honestly believe Cam just wanted Arthur gone because they didn't like each other? You're right, Pat. Art is only 58. That's just 30 years older than we are now, and he's asking to decide what happens to his own body. He's asking Cam to stand up to everyone in this town, even his own brother, because he wants a say in whether he ends up tied to a hospital bed on a ventilator again. If he didn't have Alzheimer's, nobody would blink at his request. You could get a DNR tomorrow if you wanted one, but he can't, because half the time his own mind isn't reliable. So what do the other days when he is clear just not count? They should, Pat mumbled. Yeah, they should. But everyone's turning this into some feud between Cam and Xander instead of focusing on Art. And honestly, if Cam really wanted Arthur to die, fighting a long legal battle just to wait around doesn't exactly seem like his style. The door chimed, and I spotted Simon walking in from the corner of my eye. I slid quickly out of the booth, and he let out a weary sigh when he saw me. That wasn't a good sound. Simon, is everything all right?
I thought you were with Art and the doctor for the evaluation.
Glad I caught you. Art isn't having a clear day today. He shook his head slowly, and my stomach dropped. How not clear? Like he thinks it's 1998, or he was convinced the psychologist was a land grabber trying to steal the Rose Rowan mine, Simon offered with a wince. Oh, yeah. Oh, he nodded. But it took weeks to get that appointment. What does this mean for the case? Cam was going to be crushed.
The doc has one opening the week before court, so we're taking it. But if the same thing happens, then Cam will be at a serious disadvantage. He'd lose. Okay, thanks. Do you want to join us? I gestured toward the table, noticing Tilly had just dropped off Cam's order. No, I'm just grabbing a shake to go. Thanks, though. We said goodbye, and I slipped back into the booth to pull some cash from my purse. Everything okay? Thea asked.
Just some stuff with Art's case, I said, laying a 20 on the table. I should go find Cam.
All right, honey. Hold on, Pat said, as I started to slide out. He took a deep breath, then another, and finally met my eyes. Yesterday, at the Historical Society Council meeting, some folks were talking with only 9 members on the council that narrowed it down. They were all getting coffee before things started. Someone brought up Art and the case. And of course, Xander stayed pretty quiet. He'd never badmouth Cam in public, but one member might have suggested it was impossible to ignore the history and character of the person bringing the lawsuit. I froze. My dad? No, Pat said firmly, shaking his head. But your dad agreed with them. My chest went tight. Then someone brought up that fight from opening day a few weeks back. Damn it.
Well, another council member started.
For heaven's sake, Pat, just say it. We all know who sits on that council. Thea whispered sharply. Pat leaned in, resting his elbows on the table. Hall asked your father if he'd hold it against Cam that he was seeing you. He didn't exactly use the word seeing, though. I winced. He said no, didn't he? Please tell me he said no. He said that being involved with you didn't reflect the sound judgment he'd need to win his case, especially since Cam has a history of getting violent when you're around. My blood ran cold, then instantly boiled over. He said, "What? Keep your voice down." Pat glanced around to make sure we weren't overheard. "They can't know I told you. What's said in the council room stays there. I could lose my seat. Cam was going to lose because of me. I have to go." I snatched up Cam's burger and my shake, pausing at the end of the table. "Thanks, Pat. Thank you both." Fury and shock whirled together in my head, one emotion blurring into the next. I tossed Cam's lunch onto the passenger seat and wedged my milkshake into the cup holder. Then I just sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel, staring blankly through the windshield. I could end things with Cam. That was clearly what my father wanted. But maybe it went deeper. Maybe he genuinely believed that choosing me revealed some flaw in Cam's character. Why? Because I was his late brother's former girlfriend? Honestly, that would have been the easiest label to pin on us. The mere idea of losing Cam felt like it was tearing my soul apart. Not that he'd ever let me walk away. Or would he? If staying with me meant his father might end up on a ventilator, would he tell me to leave? And would I even want him to? This wasn't some abstract ethical puzzle. This was Art. Cam loved me. I'm not going anywhere. I'd made him a promise. I'd fought my way into his heart, and now it was going to cost him the very thing he'd returned home to achieve. I dug my phone from my purse. "Willow, where are you right now?" I held my breath, watching the 3 dots bounce. "Cam, just got to the mine site. Dad's appointment ended early. Not much progress today. Willow, I'm coming to you. Cam, everything all right? Willow, physically, yes. See you in 15. I made it in 10. My forerunner sliding to a stop in the fresh gravel lot outside the construction trailers. Grabbing everything, I dodged past a crew hauling steel beams destined for the tunnel reinforcements. I slipped through the door of Cam's trailer just as a small group of workers filed out. I only recognized a couple, since I usually dealt with the foreman on preservation issues. Seeing Cam for the first time each day still stole the air from my lungs. He was standing at his drafting table, angled so I caught only part of his profile, his shirt sleeves rolled up and his work pants sitting low on his hips. But even with all that, it was his concentration that captivated me. I loved him so fiercely it felt like the trailer, maybe the whole world, wasn't big enough to hold it. How was I supposed to walk away? How could I live with myself if I stayed? It had taken years, a war, and a serious dose of fate to bring us together. This situation wasn't just unfair, it felt like a cruel joke. "You'll need to shift this support beam here," Cam was telling 2 foremen, tapping the blueprint. "These are the original load-bearing timbers. We need to see if we can redistribute the weight from these 2 points so we keep the tunnel's structure solid without losing that historical section. And if we can't save that original beam, the foreman asked, pointing at the drawing. My stomach twisted. There were always compromises, and each piece of history we surrendered chipped away at me a little more. Safety comes first, Cam said firmly. Cam's gaze lifted and held when he noticed me. Everyone, take 5. The crew exchanged looks, but didn't hesitate to clear out. Lunch? I managed, holding up the takeout bag with unsteady fingers. What's going on? He didn't even glance at the food. How was I supposed to lay this out? How could I make him understand the price of being with someone like me? The thought of losing Cam after all our wasted time was unbearable. Yet I couldn't force Arthur into treatments. He refused. You eat, I'll talk. I placed the bag on the small table and gestured to one of the folding chairs. His eyes narrowed, but he sat. I slid the burger toward him, and he finally opened the container. Only then did he check what was inside. Biggs. A faint smile touched his lips. Just how you like it. My pulse hammered as I took the seat across from him and pushed the shake his way as well. The shake, though, that's more my style. Willow, you're torturing me here. He swallowed, his intense stare making my heart race even faster. Just tell me what's wrong. I know. Just give me a minute. The words I had to say felt thick and sour on my tongue, and my stomach churned, the same awful feeling I'd had right before my car wreck. Are you pregnant? He asked, leaning in with so much tenderness and worry that part of me almost wished I was, because if you are, don't stress. I don't know much about babies, but I'll learn. Rose seems to tolerate me okay, so maybe our kid would too. My father basically told Tim Hall, you'll lose your dad's case if you're seeing me. And there it was, my verbal explosion. Perfect. My nails dug into my palms where they rested in my lap. Cam blinked twice, then leaned back in his chair.
So you're not pregnant?
I had the rest of that whole monologue mapped out? Well, not mapped well, since my brain only went wild for about 10 minutes, but still, it was decent. The corner of his mouth quirked up. No, I'm on birth control, remember?
Right.
Yeah, weird. That's where my mind went when you texted. He picked up the burger and took a huge bite, groaning with satisfaction while I stared in disbelief. After swallowing, he admired the massive sandwich that would have taken me 3 sittings to finish. This is incredible. Thank you. He took another bite. Cam, did you hear what I just said? Since he was still chewing, I pressed on. You're going to lose your dad's case because my father is furious you're dating me. He set the burger back in its box. Pika, I'm going to lose my dad's case because Judge Bradley doesn't think I'm responsible enough to look after a goldfish, let alone my father. The fact that I'm in love with you is just the cherry on top of an already ruined dessert. Hearing him say he loved me, even though he'd said it every day for weeks, still hit with the force of a first confession. No matter how I tried, coherent words wouldn't come. I am, you know, perfectly capable of taking care of a puppy. I was leaning toward one of those wrinkly English bulldogs, but I wanted your opinion first. He took a sip of the shake and grinned. My opinion? Was he completely out of his mind? I'd just dropped a legal grenade, and he was brainstorming about babies and dogs. I thought you might want to say, he shrugged. After all, I figured we'd end up sharing a place and maybe getting married when you're ready, obviously, if that's even something you'd want. He waved a hand as if it were all a foregone conclusion, as if our families hadn't tangled us in a mess. So if you hate bulldogs, we'll pick another breed. They've got great temperaments, though, really good with kids whenever we have them. He tilted his head. If you want kids, that is. The marriage thing might not be your speed either. I'm pretty much following your lead on all that. Then he took another hearty bite of his burger. My gaze swept the room, half expecting reality to warp around me. Once I confirmed this wasn't some bizarre dream, I fixed him with a hard look. So you're saying we shouldn't end things to give you a better chance with this case? Because that's where my mind was going. I dragged out the final words until they felt separate from everything else. He stopped chewing. Wouldn't that be his strongest argument, if we split up? If my father sees you prioritizing Art's needs over your own? Logically, that's the smart move. The sentences tumbled out now, rapid fire. Cam finished his bite, set the remainder of his burger aside and swallowed. Is that what you want, to just... He shook his head slowly. No, I whispered the confession. But isn't this the part where I'm supposed to make the noble sacrifice? Walk away for your benefit, help your dad, and cling to the hope that maybe later, when the dust settles, we find our way back. Come here. He moved, pushing his chair back from the table. I stood, my knees unsteady as I closed the short distance to stand between his legs. Do you love me? He asked, his dark lashes lifting as he looked up, more than anything. My fingers combed through his hair, the motion calming my own nerves more than his. Okay. His hands settled on my hips, guiding me until I was seated across his lap, facing him. Then this is where you stay, where you love me. That's everything I need. I sagged against him, the rigid fear dissolving from my muscles, only to be replaced by a deep, nagging worry. But your father? His knuckles brushed softly down my cheek. One problem at a time, Pika. You come first. Always. What we have isn't something I'm gambling with. I leaned into his touch. I'm terrified of losing you. Then don't. His voice was a low rumble I felt through my palm, pressed against his chest. Will you hate me if you lose because of this? My deepest fear escaped in a hushed tone. I will love you for the rest of my life, no matter the outcome. None of this is on you. Do you understand that? I couldn't bring myself to nod. It would have been a lie. I was the source of my father's disdain for him. Staying with Cam would only cause him more pain in the long run. I'm too selfish to walk away. Thank God for that, he breathed, a wave of relief washing over his features that hit me like a physical blow.
I don't think I'd know how to let you go. I'm so damn glad you came to me instead of deciding alone. I had almost done it, almost left. We're a team, right? Right? You're not going to storm over and confront my dad right now, are you? Because you're not supposed to know any of this. If you tell him, Pat loses his council seat if they trace it back to him. There are non-disclosure agreements about those meetings. Cam tensed beneath me, and not in a pleasant way.
This came from a council meeting, he growled. I nodded. You have got to be kidding me. Promise me you won't go yell at my dad. You know it'll just give him more fuel to use against you. I worked really hard to get Pat on your side. His jaw tightened. He drew in 3 long, measured breaths before the tension finally left his shoulders. You got Pat Lambert on my side. I have a hidden talent for diplomacy, I said with a shrug. The ghost of a smile touched his lips. All right.
I'll behave. I promise I will not yell at your dad. Thank you. I let my forehead rest against his. I never wanted to make your life so difficult, Cam. He kissed me then, slowly and thoroughly, with a lazy intensity that had my hands fisting in his shirt before he finished. You're not a complication in my life, Willow. You're the reason for it. Chapter 23. Camden. I gave it a full week before I went to the barber shop.
My hair had gotten longer in the 3 months since I'd moved back, and it was time for a trim, or at least that was the excuse I used. Earl McGinty had his scissors so close to my ear I could hear each individual hair being snipped. I knew better than to move a muscle. Earl's hands worked with the swift, practiced ease that came from a lifetime behind the chair. My attention kept drifting between his reflection in the wall-spanning mirrors and the 4 figures seated in the black chairs at my back. They nursed their coffees, their gazes landing on me with a mix of curiosity and quiet appraisal. "Ignore that lot," Earl murmured, catching my eye in the glass. "Just a bunch of old-timers swapping the morning's gossip." I let out a short laugh. "You're only 60, Earl. That's hardly ancient." Maybe so, but Tyler over there was born looking like a pensioner, and Nick's got to be knocking on 85. 84, Nick shot back, his voice sharp, and his ears work just fine. Earl announced a bit louder, prompting a round of low chuckles from the group. I wasn't fooled. The real influence in Alba was settled into those worn leather seats and had been for generations. The town council was already 2 members deep this early, and I had no doubt the remaining 3 would trickle in soon. "When did John Royal leave the council?" I asked, pitching my voice to Carrie. Got himself elected to the Historical Society Board, Nick supplied. We like to keep those circles separate. Business and local government shouldn't be too cosy. Xander serves on both. Earl shifted to my other side with a soft whistle. Well, that was a special circumstance. Tyler Williamson placed his mug on the side table with a deliberate click, his stare now direct and unblinking. He earned the mayor's office on his own merit. A murmur of agreement rippled through the men. And he holds that historical society seat as your father's appointed stand-in, Tyler finished. The nodding resumed. You aiming for that seat yourself, Camden? Paul Wharton's question cut through from beside Tyler. Every man in the room seemed to lean in as one, and Earl paused, his shears hovering above my head. No, sir, I wouldn't dare. I don't know the first thing about the historical district's affairs. My hands are full enough with reopening the Rose Rowan and dealing with the mining company's new construction. A collective, subtle release of tension filled the room. Earl resumed his cutting, shooting me a glance that plainly said I'd dodged a bullet. So this trouble with art isn't about that seat? Nick asked over the rim of his cup, feigning nonchalance, though his white-knuckled grip told a different story. No, sir. My father asked me to help him regain some control over his medical decisions. I'm here for his healthcare, not his position. Xander can keep it. A faint, knowing smirk touched the corner of Earl's mouth as he worked. What about Willow? Tyler's question landed like a stone. I stiffened, and Earl's shears went still once more. Ah, Earl began, then glanced pointedly at the clock on the wall. I suspect you'll have your answer to that in roughly 5 minutes. He caught my gaze in the mirror and dropped his voice. You certain you're ready for what's coming, Cam? I'm certain, and I was, provided I could keep my cool. The back door swung open, and Owen McGinty stepped into the main room. Morning, everyone. I'm free for the next cut. His cheerful greeting faltered when no one moved. They're waiting for the main event, Owen, Earl explained. His eyebrows raised meaningfully. Event? Owen's face lost its colour the moment he spotted me. Camden, how are things? Managing, I replied, careful to stay still. How's Lisa and the family? Doing well, thanks, he answered, his tone suddenly cautious. The heir to the barber shop, about a decade my senior, clearly understood the situation as his eyes darted to the clock. Could you fetch me a hot towel, Owen? Earl asked. 2 minutes later, with my haircut complete, Owen passed the towel to his father, his expression full of silent warning. I know what I'm doing, son, Earl assured him, then leaned my chair back until I was nearly flat. 3 minutes, Nick observed, and a low rumble of consensus came from the others. Earl's voice carried clearly through the barber shop. What you're doing takes guts. I'd never wish for my sons to face off against family. He glanced toward Owen. But I'd hope they'd respect my right to choose my own way. A man shouldn't be forced to give up command of his own self. A low rumble of assent came from the other men. My chest tightened with a feeling I was afraid to name. I saw that tattoo, Cam. You're on the right path. Earl delivered his verdict with a grin. Now let's see if you survive the next 5 minutes. He draped a towel over my head, cushioning my week's beard growth and hiding my features. Not a single word, until I tap your foot. Got it? I gave a slight nod, settling in to breathe the warm, damp air trapped under the cloth. Right on cue, the bell above the door jingled. Morning, Judge, Earl called out cheerfully. Good morning, Earl. The usual, please. Oh, don't let me interrupt, came Noah Bradley's voice, somewhat muffled by the towel pressed to my ears. No, you go right ahead, Tyler insisted. I could practically feel the other men nodding in agreement.
Here you are, Judge. Let's get you prepped. Don't you worry. Owen will get to the boys in between the out-of-toners who wander in, Earl added smoothly, and I knew he'd just crafted my alibi without telling a single lie. In Alba, the unspoken rule was tourists first. While the places locals usually went weren't typical tourist stops, we always deferred to visitors and their wallets whenever they happened into any of the non-historical spots.
Fine day out there, Judge,
Nick remarked, cutting through the quiet. So I've heard. Highs near 70, unseasonably warm, the judge replied. The towel had grown cool against my face by the time I heard Earl begin the judge's shave. "Hold on a second, Judge. I don't like the pull of this razor. Let me grab a new one," Earl said, his hand brushing my foot as he passed. "Time to go." I sat up, passing my towel to Owen, who mumbled under his breath, "Just remember, replacing that front glass isn't cheap." "Relax," I whispered back. "Throw one guy through a window one time, and you never hear the end of it." I stood, noticing Willow's father reclined exactly as I had been, and I leaned against the counter directly in front of his chair. "Hello, Mr. Bradley," I said, my voice low and even. His eyes snapped open, and he sat up slowly, fixing me with a glare, one side of his face clean-shaven and the other still covered in thick lather. "Camden, we need to talk. This is highly inappropriate." He swung his legs over the side of the chair. "You cannot ambush the judge who will be presiding over your case next week." "You're absolutely right. I don't even want to discuss the case. That's a line I wouldn't dream of crossing." I hooked my thumbs into the front pockets of my jeans, my relaxed Rose Rowan Henley, a stark contrast to his crisp shirt and tie. A memory flashed of Willow laughing as she picked out this very shirt, saying it brought out the green in my eyes, a detail I pushed aside. I need to speak to Noah Bradley, my girlfriend's father, not Judge Bradley. I figured you'd prefer having witnesses present to avoid any hint of impropriety. I know how much public perception matters in an election year. His face lost colour, settling on a hue just slightly darker than the shaving cream. He began to rise from the chair, then caught sight of his half-done reflection in the mirror and seemed to reconsider. For all I knew, it had been decades since the man had last held a razor to his own face. "What is it? You want, Camden? I'm in love with your daughter?" The shop fell into a silence so complete I could hear the thud of my own heartbeat. "I have been since I was roughly 11 years old, though, to be honest, I was probably 16 before I really understood what it was. Is that what you're calling it, love?" His jaw tightened. "Because, as I recall, you were 11 when you broke her nose and tried to claim she took a fall. A cold, sharp anger shot through me, a familiar prelude to a fight I could not afford to start. Instead of retreating into that quiet, dangerous place inside, I made myself smile. You see, Mr. Bradley, I made a promise to the woman I love that I wouldn't shout at her father. I've never broken a word to Willow, and I'm not about to let you provoke me into starting now. So I'll just tell you that Xander emerged from that tunnel with Charity. Yelling that Willow was gone, I grabbed his headlamp and went in after her, which is exactly what I've always done and will always keep doing." He was simmering, but held his ground. "I found her by what felt like a miracle. Or, since you're convinced I'm wicked, maybe I struck a bargain with the devil himself. Honestly, I didn't care which it was. Trading my soul for her life is a deal I'd make without a second thought." His gaze sharpened. "When I finally found her at the bottom of a ventilation shaft, one I've never been able to locate on any map since, she had a broken nose, a split lip, and scrapes covering just about every inch of her. I fastened the headlamp on her so she could see if something went wrong with me, and then I pushed her up what felt like 30 feet of that narrow pipe, give or take what a nearly 12-year-old remembers. She cried the whole way up, and a few of those tears, Mr. Bradley, were for you." He actually winced at that. Once we reached the top, I took the lamp back so I wouldn't fall flat on my face. Then I lifted her into my arms, and I didn't set her down again until I found you. 2 deep lines formed between his brows. "Xander told me you refused his help, that you slowed everyone down getting her the care she needed. He's right. And since he'd just turned 14, he likely could have carried her out from the mine entrance faster than I did. But he wasn't down in the dark with us, Mr. Bradley. He was waiting at the entrance with Charity and Sullivan. Having already lost her once that day, I wasn't handing her over to anyone except you." He stared me down, his disbelief plain. "You took Sullivan to the hospital with you and sent me home. They were close friends. You were, her soulmate. But that's fine. I forgave you for that years ago." 2 customers approached the door, and Owen flipped the sign to closed. A first for everything. How can you even say that? She belonged to Sullivan. The only reason she's with you now is because she sees some trace of him in you. Do you really think she's in love with you?
She's not. She's in love with that ghost of Sullivan you represent, and it's going to ruin her in the end. If I hadn't been so utterly sure of Willow's love for me, that might have shattered me. Instead, I focused on the steady warmth in my chest that grew whenever she crossed my mind. You're mistaken, but it's not my place to debate Willow's heart. I can only tell you what she said to me and how I feel about your daughter. I'm not here to argue over Sullivan.
I loved him more than you ever could, and I'll carry the weight of losing him every single day of my life. At least he was worthy of her. He shot back, his voice climbing. He never got her injured, never picked fights, never covered himself in ink or set a building on fire, and he damn sure asked my permission before he took Willow out. He came to me like a man, his intentions plain and his heart true, because he knew she was the kind of woman who valued that respect. He jabbed a finger toward me. I shifted, bracing my hands on the counter and gripping the edge. I'm not even sure where to begin with all that, I suppose. From the start, I have never intentionally hurt Willow, and the only pain I've ever caused her was emotional, born from my own profound stupidity when I was 19. His eyes flashed with surprise for just an instant, but I saw it. I got into my fair share of fights, and I'd argue half of them were defending Willow. Scott Malone was a jerk, and when he got bored of tormenting her, Oscar took over this. I pointed to the tattoo of the hot springs on my forearm. It's from a sketch Willow made the summer before I left for basic training. I had it inked the week before I reported, and yes, it hurt terribly until it healed. As for the fire, accidents happen. You have no idea how terrified I was when I heard she might still be inside. I'll never forgive myself for how long it took me to reach her that day. My mind always circled back to that damn fire. What? Are you not going to mention that you carried her out as well? He shot back. You already knew that part, I said with a shrug. As for Sullivan, he was a better kid than I ever was, and he never got the chance to become a man. But I'm certain of one thing. If he hadn't died? I stopped, forcing down the old grief. He would have turned into a far better man than I'll ever be, no question about it. Well, at least we agree on something, he retorted sharply. Are you finished? Not even close. Here's the truth. Sullivan made a mistake. He never should have asked for your blessing in the first place. A low ripple of conversation from the other side of the room reminded me we weren't alone. Excuse me, Mr. Bradley said, his eyebrows climbing. I didn't ask your permission to be with your daughter because it isn't yours to give. What happens between Willow and me depends on two people. I held up one finger, then another. Willow. And me. You aren't part of that decision. I'm her father. Exactly. Which is why I'm even having this talk. She loves you, and watching you two torn apart is destroying her. She knows exactly how to fix it, he hissed, his voice dropping. By picking you instead of me. He lifted one brow as if my point was proven. If you keep forcing that choice, you will lose her. I kept my tone quiet, making the men at the back tables lean in to listen. Unlikely. She knows I'd do anything to keep her safe. Even fight her for her own good. She will choose me, Mr. Bradley. Yes, partly because she loves me as deeply as I love her, but mostly it's because I will never make her choose between us. His expression went slack. I don't have to control her to love her. I don't battle my own fears that way, and I'm truly sorry if you feel you must. I only came here to say she loves you and she misses you, and I hope you come around soon, because nothing on this earth could make me walk away from Willow. I'm hers until she says otherwise, not you. Fury ignited in his eyes, and colour flooded back into his face, bright and hot. Glad we could have this chat, I pushed away from the counter and moved toward the exit, pausing with my hand on the doorframe to glance back, something he'd said earlier snagging in my thoughts. If you want to know my intentions, here they are. I'm going to marry your daughter. I'm going to spend every single day trying to make her happier than she ever thought possible. But when I ask her, you won't know. I won't ask your permission because she isn't property. And I won't honour your tradition because you don't honour that it's her choice to make. If she says yes, You'll only hear about it if she tells you. You'll only know about the wedding if she decides to invite you. You'll only know if we have a child if she believes you've earned the right to be in her life." His face blotched with red, and I knew I'd crossed every line there was, but I couldn't find it in me to regret it. "You raised two incredible, strong, brilliant women. One of them holds my entire heart. Two women you should be bursting with pride over. I just wish you could see that." Owen pulled the door open for me as I left the barber shop, offering a faint smile and a nod goodbye. Then I drove straight to Willow's place, barged into her home office like the selfish jerk I admitted I was, and lost myself with her until all the bitterness of the morning melted away, replaced by nothing but tenderness and light. Chapter 24. Willow. The small brick building that housed both Town Hall and the Municipal Court for Alba was crammed full of nearly every local who wasn't minding a store in the historic district. Xander held the home field advantage. His office was literally across the hallway, and he looked completely at ease in his suit on the opposite side of the aisle, seated beside his lawyer, Milton Sanders. I was on the bench, right behind Cam and Simon, who had their heads close together in a whispered discussion I couldn't make out. Even though I was only a few feet away, the courtroom was packed tighter than I'd ever seen it. "I've never seen this many people here," Charity murmured, slipping into the seat beside me. She wore a simple dress and pearls, mirroring my own outfit and our mother's, who settled in next to her. "Or heard this much noise," Mom added, leaning forward. "Scott Malone is actually turning people away at the door. Our little courthouse wasn't designed for a spectacle like this. It only stayed open because Dad split his time between here and Salida. No other judge wanted to make the trek over the pass." Naturally, Genevieve planted herself right behind Xander, Charity noted with a sigh. Mom glanced behind us. But Pat, Gideon and John are back there with us. That's something. "Good morning, ladies." Walt slid into the row behind us with Dorothy Powers. "They didn't sequester you?" Mom asked, eyebrows raised. Dorothy shook her head. "Deposition yesterday. Art's just finishing up with that psychologist." "Then he'll be in again?" Charity questioned. I kept my eyes forward, catching Simon's subtle head shake. Cam's expression was grim. "They're hoping he'll be coherent enough to testify," I said quietly. "He wasn't entirely present during the first interview, but he was much clearer last week. Why don't you all come sit up here?" I finally looked back and saw the doors beginning to close.
"I make him nervous," Walt said, nodding toward his son with unmistakable pride. Scott Malone let Art in, and Dorothy went to guide him up the aisle. He eventually took a seat beside Cam, sparking a wave of muttered discontent from the opposite side of the room. I seared the image into my mind. Art, choosing Cam's side over Xander's, knowing I might never witness it again. The doors reopened, and Julie Hall hurried down the aisle, clutching a manila envelope. She handed it to Cam, who stiffened as he thanked her before sliding it, unopened, into the file before him. My curiosity instantly ignited. Peter Mayville, our bailiff, entered, followed by Mary Murphy taking her place at the recorder's desk. We were about to begin. My heart hammered against my ribs. How could I possibly forgive my father if he ruled against Cam today against Art? Cam glanced back and winked. "I love you." I mouthed, "I love you," he echoed before turning around. "You two are utterly nauseating," Charity grumbled. "Not that I'm not thrilled you finally pulled your heads out of the sand. That was the most agonizing slow burn I've ever had to witness." "Charity! Language!" Mom hissed. Charity merely rolled her eyes. "You act like you were the only one who knew what was happening." Mom muttered under her breath. "Who do you think distracted your father while Willow sneaked out to rescue all of Cam's things that night?" We both slowly turned to stare at her, stunned. "You did what?" Dad asked, sliding in next to me. "Nothing you need to concern yourself with." She told him with a serene, wifely smile that suggested some mysteries were best left unsolved. "You're talking about those boxes of Cam's belongings she had stacked in her closet for years?" he asked. We all gaped at him. "You knew," I managed. His jaw tightened. "I'm stubborn, Willow, not stupid." I blinked, the pieces crashing together.
Wait, what are you even doing here? All rise. Peter Mayville called out, and we stood. The Alba Municipal Court is now in session, the Honourable Judge Deborah Wilson presiding. My gaze snapped to my father. He stood, chin raised, his tie perfectly knotted, watching as someone else took his seat at the bench. "You may be seated," a woman's voice declared. I sank down gratefully, feeling as if I'd been knocked flat. Peter announced the case, but all I heard was a dull roar in my ears.
"Dad," I whispered, unable to look away. He offered a tight, closed-lipped smile, but said nothing. "Good morning, all three Mr. Danielses." Judge Wilson addressed the men before her, and I truly saw her for the first time. She appeared to be around my father's age, her Korean features elegantly balanced by a timeless French twist in her hair. "Your Honour, if I may." Milton Sanders rose, his voice climbing an octave higher than normal.
We were informed this hearing would be conducted by Judge Bradley. A palpable wave of attention shifted toward our side of the room. "Indeed," Judge Wilson replied, her smile polite. My apologies for the unexpected change. Judge Bradley contacted me late yesterday, explaining a personal conflict of interest. His daughter is involved with one of the individuals here, and he felt he could not remain impartial. Rather than reschedule so near the trial date, he asked if I would take the bench. As my docket allowed, I agreed. Milton's complexion lost its colour. "Thank you for clarifying, Your Honour. May we inquire when this substitution was decided? Last evening, the online docket reflects the update, as you might expect." She adjusted her slender glasses. "Naturally, of course, Your Honour." He bent to confer urgently with Xander while a low murmur rippled through the courtroom. When he straightened, his request was swift. "Your Honour, my client moves for a continuance."
On what basis?
Her tone was even. On the basis that this 11th-hour shift places us at a significant disadvantage. We require additional preparation time. Milton's argument sounded shaky, even to my ears. "Request denied," Judge Wilson stated firmly. "An impartial judge is precisely what this proceeding requires, and I assure you I have no vested interest in Judge Bradley's usual seat. Furthermore, the court psychologist has confirmed Arthur Daniels is prepared to testify today. Given his medical condition, I am unwilling to risk losing that opportunity. We will proceed as scheduled." Milton sank into his chair, shoulders slumping. "Mr. Robinson, as your client has petitioned for guardianship of Arthur Daniels, you may begin," the judge directed, as Simon stood to deliver his opening. I turned to my father, emotion tightening my throat. "You recused yourself?" His gaze met mine, softening immediately. "I'm stubborn, Willow."
"Not foolish," he said, that familiar wry smile touching his lips. "In all my years on the bench, I've never encountered a case worth losing my daughter over." His eyes moved past me, taking in Charity. "Either of my daughters, thank you," I managed, my voice barely audible. "Just remember," he added, nodding subtly toward Cam, "today I'm sitting with you, Charity, and your mother. Not with him, with you. That's all I need."
A slow smile spread across my face as I turned to watch Simon begin. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Charity give Dad a firm, approving nod. Both attorneys presented their openings, each laying out their reasoning for why their client should become Art's guardian. The core of the debate remained anchored to the DNR order. Cam took the stand first, answering Simon's questions with a steady calm. He described the frantic voicemail that summoned him home and the haunting sight of Art connected to a ventilator after the carbon monoxide poisoning. "He's doing well," Dad murmured as Milton stood to cross-examine. Clear voice, logical presentation, and no visible bitterness toward Xander. Very solid. "You know, if you ever retire from judging, you could have a second career as a courtroom analyst," I whispered back. He shot me a look that plainly said he'd consider that a fate worse than any legal defeat. Milton launched into an aggressive line of questioning, probing Cam's decade-long absence from Art's life. He then shifted to portray Cam as an unreliable wanderer, someone with no real roots in Alba. "That's not accurate," Cam countered, his tone even but firm. "I own a home here, hold a voting membership in the Historical Society. and have 2 properties within the historic district, one of which is estimated to boost local tourism revenue significantly. I'm in a committed relationship, and I've recently volunteered my engineering expertise to help modernize the town's power grid. My military service, like that of my brothers, doesn't make me a drifter, it makes me a veteran. A flush crept up Milton's neck, and I had to suppress the urge to celebrate right there in the quiet courtroom. Milton leafed through his papers, his tone sharp. What financial benefit would you receive if Arthur Daniels were to pass away? Cam sat upright, expression calm. I'm not sure I follow. You're advocating strongly for a do not resuscitate order for a man in his late 50s. Isn't it true you'd inherit half of Arthur's substantial land and assets upon his death? A ripple of whispers moved through the courtroom. Judge Wilson peered over her glasses at Cam. I wouldn't gain anything, Cam stated firmly. With all due respect, that's incorrect. The will indicates you and your brothers were to share equally. Since Sullivan is deceased, that leaves you and Xander each at 50%. Cam glanced toward his attorney, Simon. Your Honour, it seems Mr. Sanders is referencing an outdated version of the will.
May I provide the court with the current valid document? Simon requested.
The judge nodded, and Simon distributed copies. This will is dated 5 years ago, making it the active and binding version.
Convenient, since you drafted it. Milton shot back. It's a small community, Your Honour, Simon replied, ignoring Milton's jab. This was actually my first legal document after passing the bar, and it was approved by Judge Bradley. Judge Wilson reviewed the pages.
This does appear to be the valid will, Mr. Sanders. As you can see, after my younger brother died, my father removed me from his will. Everything is left to Xander. Cam's gaze fixed on his brother. Alexander looked stunned, his eyes shifting between their father Cam and the document in his hands. He didn't know, I whispered. Dad shook his head. He had no idea. Milton collected himself quickly, leaning in to confer with Xander before turning back to Cam.
Tell me about the bunkhouse fire?
Objection! Simon cut in. Relevance. The courtroom erupted in murmurs. Order! Judge Wilson commanded. Continue like this, and I will clear the gallery. Your Honour, this speaks directly to his credibility. How does an incident from nearly 10 years ago reflect on his character now? Your client is the one who raised the topic of historical society properties. The existence of a third, potentially valuable property is relevant to his future intentions. I'll allow it, the judge ruled. What can you tell me about the bunkhouse fire? Milton pressed, deliberately provoking. Cam's eyes flashed with anger. Our family owned the old Rose Rowan bunkhouse. It burned down 9 years ago, the summer I was 19. Were you responsible for the destruction of that historic site? The official report ruled the fire accidental. Cam's voice turned steely.
And your name isn't mentioned in that report? Because I have it right here.
Milton shuffled through his file. Cam locked eyes with Xander, and a look of profound betrayal crossed his face, making my stomach drop.
Mr. Daniels?
Milton prompted. Judge Wilson's voice redirected him. Mr. Daniels. Cam focused back on Milton. The report states that while the fire was accidental, it was caused by my negligence. His jaw tightened. And do you agree with that assessment? Milton asked. Since I'm the one who confessed to it, it would be pretty difficult to disagree. Wouldn't you think? Cam retorted. Just answer the question, please, Milton said, tilting his head. I agree with it. Milton stated he had no further questions, and Simon seized the opportunity for redirect. Camden, how many years did you serve in the United States Army? 9 years. During that time, you served in the Special Forces and also earned a degree in engineering. That's correct.
Would you say you had significant potential for advancement in both rank and income?
I would. I've already received multiple job offers exceeding 6 figures annually, and yet you left that behind for a position with a much lower salary. Why did you make that choice? Simon asked. My father requested my assistance, Cam stated. For the record, could you specify which military decorations you received? The attorney continued. Cam stiffened, his gaze briefly meeting Xander's. I was awarded several, to be precise. Is it accurate that you hold both a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star for valor under fire actions which saved lives and resulted in you taking a bullet to the upper arm? I felt my mouth fall open slightly. His upper arm? It was always covered in intricate ink. He'd been shot, received one of the Army's top honors. My service record verifies that, Cam replied, his voice low as he looked away. You've never mentioned this to anyone, Simon pressed. I received a minor injury because I acted appropriately during an engagement. That isn't something for boasting. It should be the expected standard of conduct, not an occasion for awards. I see. One final question. When were you presented with this citation? Cam's eyes lost their focus, looking at some middle distance. 2 years, and 3 months ago. It seems to me that speaks far more to your character than a single mistake from 10 years in the past, Simon remarked with a slight shrug. Objection, Milton's voice cut through the room. Withdrawn, Simon said smoothly. Cam stepped down from the stand, his eyes seeking mine as he returned to his seat. I saw the silent apology in his tight expression, and I offered a small forgiving smile. Some things required no lengthy explanation. How did he do? I whispered to my father once Cam was seated. Finished strong, Dad murmured back, but bringing up the fire that turned the whole exchange into a stalemate. A stalemate didn't feel like enough to overcome Xander. Competing with someone who presented a facade of utter perfection was a daunting task. I couldn't bring myself to watch Xander, not during his polished testimony about his impeccable life, his sound decisions, and his meticulously mapped future. Not after he'd just weaponized my past mistake. He leveraged the incident, then testified that I was a devoted brother and son, merely mistaken about what was best for our father. After all, I'd been absent for 10 years between college and my military service, so how could I possibly grasp the nuances of Dad's required care? Returning home for the last 3.5 months couldn't possibly grant me the proper perspective to judge our father's intentions, even if my heart was in the right place. I had never truly hated my brother. Perhaps there was a sliver of envy that he was cast as the family's guardian, but I never wished him harm. In that moment, however, listening to him, I felt the old hot urge to shove him through a gas station window all over again, especially since he'd dredged that memory up too. Even with Simon's contextual framing, I still came across as the reckless one. The doctor testified next, detailing Dad's Alzheimer's diagnosis, his stage of dementia, and his capacity for decision-making. It was his professional opinion that while Dad could manage choices about his daily routine and immediate care, he lacked consistent understanding of the long-term consequences of major decisions for more than half of his days. The longer the doctor spoke, the more restless and visibly upset Dad became, fidgeting and shaking his head in his seat. Are you certain you want your father to take the stand? Simon asked me quietly. Of course I wasn't certain. This entire hearing was chipping away at my convictions, leaving me unsure of everything, even my brother's fundamental integrity. The doctor assessed him as sufficiently lucid today, at least during this morning's evaluation. It's his life, you should ask him. If Xander was determined to strip Dad of his autonomy, I could at least ensure he had this one choice. A short while later, Simon leaned in. He says he wants to testify. Then let him. At least he never accidentally set a shed on fire. This might be Dad's only opportunity to say exactly what he felt to Xander, with the entire room as his witness. Once the doctor stepped down and Dad began moving toward the stand, I glanced back at Willow. She gave me a reassuring smile. Not a promise that everything would be fine, but a pledge that she would be there regardless. I couldn't muster a smile in return, but hers softened in quiet understanding. Standing there on the witness stand, hearing my service record laid bare, it really drove home how much Julie and I still didn't know about the years we'd missed. We knew each other in our bones, but not in our histories. We'd get to all that later, of course, provided the envelope she handed me held the right answer. I refused to peek. That was a problem for after the gavel fell. Simon questioned our father next. and to everyone's surprise, Dad held his own. His responses were sharp and coherent, painting a picture of a man fully in possession of his faculties. It was the best possible day for this hearing. "Arthur," Simon asked, "are you absolutely certain about your do not resuscitate order?" Dad didn't hesitate. Since I went and had it inked over my heart, I'd say my position is pretty clear, he stated firmly, then turned a hard look toward my brother. This isn't your decision, Alexander. I'm not a child. I am a man, and I deserve the basic dignity of deciding what is done to my own body. Objection, Milton called from his table, but Dad wasn't finished. You know this is wrong, he continued, his voice rising, and a sick feeling churned in my gut.
I raised you better than to strap a person down and force things into them they don't want. That's exactly what you did to me.
The courtroom erupted into a wave of shocked murmurs. Objection! Milton shouted again. Louder this time. Oh, hell! He was spiraling. No further questions, Simon said quickly, taking his seat beside me. Well, he muttered under his breath, if nothing else, the local gossip mill just got a year's worth of material. Every muscle in my body went rigid as Milton approached the stand. He started softly, building a case that Xander was, in all matters except this one DNR, a perfectly capable and caring guardian. He framed the conflict not as neglect, but a simple difference of opinion. That was the line that snapped Dad's patience. I call it malicious to completely disregard a person's explicit wishes for their own flesh and blood, Dad argued. I agree with you, Milton said smoothly. But can you be sure they are still your wishes? I'm sure, Dad nodded. Today you are. But what about tomorrow, or next year? Your memory isn't always reliable, is it, Arthur? Dad's brow furrowed. Some days it has its gaps, like the day you fired a gun at Camden. I squeezed my eyes shut as the crowd's whispers swelled around me. I don't recall much of that day, Dad confessed quietly, shaking his head.
It was Alexander who disarmed you, preventing you from harming his younger brother just a few months back. Is that correct?
Dad looked down, his eyes shifting anxiously as he wrestled with the memory.
That's what I've been told happened. But you don't remember it yourself? Not with the clarity I wish I had, Dad admitted.
Milton pressed on.
To help establish the pattern of your memory loss, can you tell the court how your son Sullivan died?
I nearly leaped from my chair. Objection! Simon barked, rising. Immaterial and inflammatory. The medical diagnosis is already entered into evidence. It speaks directly to the suitability of the appointed guardian, Your Honour, Milton countered, addressing the judge with a calm that felt like violence. You are treading a very fine line, Mr. Sanders, Judge Wilson warned. Understood, Your Honour. Arthur, do you remember how Sullivan died? Beneath the table, my hands balled into fists so tight my nails dug into my palms. The sharp pain was a welcome anchor, a tiny flare of focus in the rising storm. Sully, Dad's gaze drifted away, and I recognized that distant, lost expression. We were losing him. You have to stop this, I whispered desperately to Simon. I can't, he whispered back, his voice thick with regret. I never imagined Xander would go here. I'm so sorry. Sullivan died in Afghanistan. Isn't that right? Milton prompted. That's right, Dad confirmed, nodding slowly, his eyes fixed on the floor.
Afghanistan! He was shot!
In the neck, correct? A white-hot rage surged through me. I wanted to tear Milton apart. Right, his neck, Dad said, beginning to rock slightly in his seat. Another one of your sons was there with him? Do you recall which one? Dad's eyes slowly found mine, filled with a sorrow so profound it stole my breath. Camden was with him. And is it true that Camden was the one who ordered Sullivan's squad into the engagement that cost him his life? Yes, left. In a split-second decision, I had sent the man on my left instead of the one on my right. One fleeting choice, the faintest beat of a butterfly's wing, and it set into motion the hurricane that shattered everything. We were all still drowning. It must be difficult knowing Camden didn't bring your Sullivan home safely. Milton's voice was thick with a pity that felt like acid. My father's expression shattered, and the air in my lungs turned to stone. Objection!
Isn't it a fact that you hold Camden responsible for Sullivan's death? Leading the witness? Yes, he gave the order. You gave that order. Dad's gaze drifted toward me, his eyes clouding over. How do you argue against a truth that cuts so deep? Withdrawn. Milton instantly reached a placating hand toward Simon, as if he were the one who needed soothing. Arthur, can you tell me what you ate for breakfast today? What? My heart plummeted. Breakfast? Or perhaps dinner last night?
Maybe what you watched on television? Can you recall any of it?
Milton's tone was gentle, almost tender, as if he genuinely gave a damn.
Eggs,
Dad ventured, uncertain. According to your home health aides, it was French toast. Can you tell me the date? Dad wavered on the stand.
It's June.
I know it's June. Which day in June? The 15th? The 7th? The 28th? It's June. Dad's voice rose, frayed at the edges. My eyes stung, and I fought to blink back the heat gathering there, watching my father unravel before the room. But what specific day, I don't know. I understand, Arthur. Can you tell me the names of the aides who care for you at home? Milton didn't allow a moment for Dad to collect himself. There are several, Dad answered, looking so profoundly adrift that every instinct in me screamed to pull him from that chair. But who are they? I don't know.
You don't know the people currently responsible for your 24-hour care, Milton pressed. No, I don't. They're just people in my house. They're always there. They never leave me alone anymore. His voice cracked, and it felt like my own spirit splintered with it. That's all right, Arthur. Let's try one final thing. Camden states he was brought home by a voicemail you left. Do you recall that? A flicker of recognition lit Dad's eyes. Yes, I remember the voicemail. I asked him to come home and help me. Xander wouldn't let me have a DNR.
Correct. Do you recall when you left that voicemail? Damn it. I felt the colour leave my face. Dad looked to me helpless. I would have given anything to rewind the last half hour. I wanted to tell Simon, no, don't put him up there. Not because he didn't deserve to speak his truth, but because he didn't deserve this calculated dismantling. Look at me, Mr.
Daniels, Milton directed softly, as if speaking to a confused child, and not a man who had raised 3 sons and buried one, along with his wife and his brother. Do you remember when you left that message? It was this year. I know that. Dad nodded, a frantic rhythm. I know it. I know it. This year. This year, I know it. Mr. Daniels, do you actually remember leaving that message at all? This year, it had to be. Mr. Daniels, objection.
Your Honour, this is...
Simon simply shook his head. It was cruel, profoundly and intentionally cruel. This is your final question, Mr. Sanders? We are not here to torment those who require our protection, Judge Wilson warned. Yes, Your Honour. Arthur. What? Dad's voice was a whisper. Do you remember leaving Camden that voicemail? No. So everything we've done here, from Camden abandoning his career to this very hearing, was all set in motion by something you cannot even recall. Mr.
Sanders? That is sufficient, Judge Wilson commanded. I'm finished, Milton stated smoothly, returning to his seat. Dad's eyes darted wildly around the room from the ceiling to the floor, never resting on any single person or object. Your Honor, may I assist my father down? I asked, knowing it wasn't my place to speak and risking it regardless. Yes, Mr. Daniels, she agreed, her tone softer than it had been.
The courtroom was utterly silent, save for the screech of my chair as I pushed back from the table. I approached the stand on unsteady legs. My vision blurring with tears I refused to shed. Not here. Not like this. Dad, let me help you, I said, standing beside the witness box. I don't. Why? He finally looked directly at me. Why am I here? I want to go home. Yeah, Dad, we'll get you there, I promise. Come on down. I extended my hand, but he refused it, stumbling from the stand on his own. No, I'm all right. Don't touch me. I'm fine. He brushed past me. steadying himself as he moved. Walt. I called out while Simon opened the gate separating the spectators from this nightmare. I've got him, Walt assured me, with Nicky stepping in to help. You, Dad murmured, turning to me at the doorway. It's me, Dad, Cam. I'm right here. His gaze turned icy. You killed my Sullivan.
The words were barely a whisper, but I heard them, and they tore right through me. Come on, Art, let's get you home. Walt wrapped an arm around his best friend and guided him from the courtroom. I collapsed into my seat as the noise from the crowd swelled to a roar. My mind tried to argue, but the raw ache in my chest drowned it out. I had lost everyone. Sullivan and Mum were gone forever. Dad was lost to his illness. Alexander was lost to his own twisted sense of right and wrong.
The judge called for order, and I felt hands on my shoulders. Turning, I found Willow leaning over the railing. I love you, she vowed, her hazel eyes rimmed with red, her cheeks stained with tears. I love you. Her thumbs brushed across my face. Do you hear me, Camden Daniels? I know who you are. I love you, and I always have. From the very start and forever, you order, the judge demanded again, and the commotion began to fade. I kept my eyes locked on Willow, letting her gaze steady me, my turbulent emotions slowly cooling to a quiet simmer. Willow, I whispered. She released my face only to press something into my hand. I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere. Then she returned to her seat, where her father drew her close. Her father, who had stepped aside because I belonged to her. He looked at me, his lips pressed tight, his eyes full of grief. As the courtroom quieted, I opened my palm to see what she'd given me. It was the white onyx queen, the most adaptable piece on the board. The guardian of the king. I drew a slow, even breath. A quiet sob reached my ears, and I turned to see Xander with his head in his hands, his shoulders trembling. While Simon and Milton delivered their closing arguments, I watched my brother. It wasn't until Milton finished that Xander finally looked at me. When he did, he flinched.
I let him see it all. My fury, my contempt, my complete revulsion. When Judge Wilson dismissed us pending her ruling, the crowd spilled into the hallway. I'll be right there, I promised Willow. She nodded, giving my hand a squeeze as she passed to join her family. Finally, I opened the envelope Julie had left. With unsteady hands, I read the 3 pages inside, feeling a wave of relief mixed with a profound, gut-deep sorrow. You okay? Simon asked. No, none of this is okay.
I slid the papers back into the envelope, then walked over to my older brother, my former idol, the picture of love and forgiveness, and stared him down as he stood to leave. Cam, Simon cautioned, I need a minute with my brother. I kept my eyes on Xander. Alexander, Milton inquired. It's fine, I'll meet you outside, Xander replied. The courtroom emptied until it was just the 2 of us, standing between the tables where we'd waged our war. No matter what happens, no matter what she decides, I will never forgive you for what just happened. I'm ashamed of you, and Sullivan would be too. How could you use him like that? Use the fire? Xander shook his head, bewildered. Forgive you? You're the one who keeps trying to end Dad's life, even though the doctors have said he's not mentally fit to choose, and you want to pin this on me? I have no choice but to honor the decisions he made before he lost himself, because the man we saw on that stand is not our father anymore. He is still Dad. He doesn't want machines and tubes. He wants the dignity of that choice, and you can't even give him that. You had to strip away the last of his pride in front of the whole town. My voice climbed. You made me do this, Xander shouted. Do you think I wanted any of this? I don't.
Hey, Dad, you should really have a medical power of attorney set up, I remembered saying to him years ago. Just so someone can make decisions if you ever need surgery? Do you have any idea when that conversation happened? His hands trembled with a raw, furious energy. It was 5 years back, right after we lost Sully. I never imagined it would lead to this. I never asked for any of it. He gestured wildly toward the quiet courtroom.
I never wanted this responsibility, to be the one constantly deciding between life and death for him. But here I am, because you were off playing the hero instead of coming home. They don't hand out awards for staying, do they? His words hung in the still air, and suddenly the picture cleared for me. I'd been so fixated on the visible collapse that I'd ignored what was holding everything up.
Xander wasn't going to let me have this, not ever, because in his eyes, this was a battle he had already won. You really believe he shouldn't have a say in his own life, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. He can't make those choices, so I have to. I have to be the one who steps in, like always, because you'd rather walk away. Fine, I have, and I will. Every single decision I make will be about keeping him alive and well. I'm doing what a son is supposed to do, Cam.
I'm fighting for our father's life. Oh, yeah, I shot back. And what's a brother supposed to do for his brother? What are you talking about? Xander asked, a defensive edge in his tone. I'd fight for you, too. A cold dread settled in my chest at the thought. I'll remember that, I told him flatly, then turned and walked out of the courtroom without looking back. Simon guided me to a smaller, quieter room where Willow was waiting. I sank down beside her, and she took my hand, her head coming to rest on my shoulder. I mentioned to your father on opening day that you seemed lonely, she said softly. I turned to look at her, and she met my gaze. He told me that all great and precious things are lonely. My forehead creased in confusion, and she gave a slow, knowing nod. That line, my God. The same man who used to tease me relentlessly for always having my face buried in a book had not only read my favourite novel, but had remembered it well enough to quote it back. A wave of stunned gratitude washed over me. I kissed her forehead and held her close as we waited, the weight of the coming decision pressing down on us both. 4 hours later, Judge Wilson reconvened the room. This has not been an easy case to decide, she began, and the air grew still. Mr.
Daniels, she said, looking directly at me. Your love for your father is evident. The commitment you've demonstrated by returning home and seeing this process through is deeply admirable. I believe you are acting from a place of genuine care, and had it been my own father, I likely would have made the same choices. I nodded, my stomach churning with a sickening mix of dread and fragile hope.
However, to alter the existing guardianship, I would need to find your brother negligent in his duties, and the evidence does not support that. He is stable and has a documented history of providing care. Legally, I cannot grant your petition, no matter my personal sympathies. A hollow pit of defeat opened inside me, the taste of despair sharp on my tongue. Mr. Daniels, the judge then addressed my brother, you have done commendable work in tending to your father's physical needs. I understand the tremendous strain of being a caregiver. Your history warrants your continued guardianship. Yet, I must urge you to listen to your father. While the law prevents me from deeming him competent to order a DNR himself, I sincerely hope you will reconsider. The power to govern our own bodies and to shape our own futures is fundamental to who we are. Free will is our most sacred possession, and its loss is an unparalleled tragedy. But our humanity is measured by the compassion we extend to those who cannot exercise that control, to the very young who have not yet grasped it, and to the very old who are losing their hold. I do not doubt your compassion, but I fear you lack empathy for your father's specific struggle. I hope you find it before he is forced to endure further suffering. I rule in favour of the defendant, who will retain guardianship of Arthur Daniels. The final strike of the gavel echoed through the silent room. Dad had lost control over the remaining chapters of his own story. Chapter 26. Willow. So what did you decide? I asked Rose, after she finished explaining the complicated love triangle she was navigating. At her school, apparently, your seat at the lunch table was practically a pre-engagement ritual. She always sat beside her best friend Addison, but the spot on her other side was the most coveted piece of real estate at Alba Elementary. I haven't decided yet, but I have a strategy. She confided as we navigated the bustling crowd gathered for the mine's ribbon-cutting ceremony. It was surreal that it was already the 4th of July, and even more astonishing that Cam had managed to pull together this soft opening. Locals and visitors had already begun filling the grounds of the Rose Rowan hours ahead of schedule. What's this master plan? Cam asked, appearing suddenly behind us. Hi, Cam. Rose's face lit up instantly. Hey, Rosie. He scooped her into a quick hug before giving me a brief kiss. Rose is facing a critical choice between two admirers, I explained as he took my hand. Really? I thought boys were still in the cooties phase at your age. Rose gave him an exaggerated eye roll.
There they are, she said, discreetly gesturing toward two boys lingering near the refreshment table. Wait, this decision is happening right now? Where was her mother when I needed backup?
I stood on my toes, scanning the dense crowd for Charity, but it was impossible to spot anyone shorter than Cam. Speaking of height, I noticed Alexander posing for photos by the podium, which earned a silent eye roll from me.
It's not a big confrontation. It'll be simple, watch, Rose assured us.
She slid her Rose Rowan backpack off her shoulder and pulled out 2 sparkly unicorn pins. I've been running a little social experiment, and now it's time to test my hypot. She frowned, searching for the word. Hypothesis, I supplied. Exactly, she beamed, slipping her backpack on again. Care to elaborate? I asked, observing that one boy was shorter, wore glasses, and had a charmingly awkward haircut, while the other looked like he'd stepped out of a preteen magazine.
Later, she promised. Need any backup? Cam offered, eyeing the boys with mock seriousness. I can handle this myself, but thanks, she called over her shoulder, already marching toward them. I'm not sure how comfortable I am with this, I whispered. Same here, Cam agreed, giving my hand a reassuring squeeze. We watched as Rose presented each boy with a pin. I wish we could hear what she's saying.
Had I known, I would have planted a listening device, Cam joked, leaning forward, as if he could will himself to have superhuman hearing. The taller boy accepted the pin with a strained smile and promptly tucked it into his jeans pocket. The shorter one, however, broke into a genuine grin and proudly attached his to the front of his Star Wars t-shirt. Rose smiled warmly at him, said something that made his grin widen, then dashed back to us.
My heart swelled with a gooey warmth as I understood her clever test and the unintentional lesson the man I loved had just helped demonstrate. It worked, she announced, her eyes sparkling with that unique, innocent wisdom kids possess. What worked? Cam asked, his gaze flicking back to the boys. My experiment. She threw her hands up in triumph. Well, I think things are about to get interesting, I remarked, spotting the taller boy making his way over. He fumbled awkwardly with the pin, before finally managing to secure it to his polo shirt. Rose, he called, waving eagerly. Look! He pointed to the unicorn now displayed on his chest. She sighed and shook her head. I'm sorry, Drake, but you're too late. And about a decade too early, Cam muttered under his breath, earning a gentle jab from my elbow. But I do like it. I really do, Drake insisted, his wide blue eyes pleading. No, you don't, Rose stated firmly, shaking her head. You just want me to think you like it. There's a big difference. Ouch, brutal, Cam drawled. Nobody says that anymore, Rose corrected him, though she was smiling. Fine, Drake snapped, yanking the pin from his shirt and leaving a small tear in the fabric. Keep your dumb unicorn. The boy shoved the pin toward Rose, but she didn't take it. Cam reached over and accepted it instead. The kid's gaze travelled slowly upward until it locked with Cam's, and his eyes went wide with recognition before he turned and bolted. Thanks for confirming my theory, Rose called after his retreating back. That's the perfect term for it. Well done, I said, giving her a celebratory high five. Cam had already secured the pin just above the Rose Rowan emblem on his button-down. I had no illusions. The crisp white cotton would be smudged with grime before the first tour was over, but I adored the sight of his sleeves pushed up, his tattoos on full display, utterly indifferent to anyone's opinion. Camden, there's a reporter here from a Denver paper, Walt said, approaching with a cautious tone. They're hoping to chat with you, Xander, and maybe your father. Totally understandable if you'd rather not, of course, or if you'd prefer to use their camera as a blunt instrument against your brother. A faint, weary smile touched Cam's lips. It's fine, Walt. Good for the business. With the expenses for home care, I'll welcome any free press we can get. Try not to enjoy it too much, I teased. He answered with a kiss, a habit he'd embraced more freely lately, public affection, a quiet dismissal of what anyone might think. This wasn't the defiant act of his youth. It was simpler now. He genuinely didn't care, and he knew I felt the same. We were happy, and that truth changed everything. I should have gotten one for you too, Rose murmured almost to herself. I don't need a pin, I reassured her, spotting Charity nearby with her boyfriend. You already know I'm past worrying about other people's opinions. Her expression shifted to one of surprised understanding. You really get it? Cam, what about the ice pack? I asked, changing the subject.
First, answer a question for me, she insisted, her gaze holding mine as guests drifted past us toward the buffet or the historical photo exhibit. Okay, shoot. Your unicorn pin, the one you lost in the mine, who gave it to you? She nodded subtly toward the Rose Rowan. Cam did, I said. He bought 2 from the school's Mother's Day sale that year, one for me and one for his mom. Lillian had been buried with hers. Rose's face fell. You must miss it a lot. The pin?
Sure, it would be lovely to have it back. But I came to terms with losing it years ago. Seeing her disappointment, I quickly added, but the mine is officially open today. Who knows, maybe someone will find it. I don't recall exactly where I was, but Cam has the 1880 tunnel ready for tours. Any one of these visitors could stumble across it. But what if someone thinks it's treasure and keeps it? She pressed, her voice edged with worry.
I can't control that, I said softly, aiming to comfort her. Why didn't you ever go back to look for it?
I was too afraid, I admitted. Even now, the mine can spook me. It brings back memories of being trapped, lost, and injured. Still, she whispered, absolutely. Sometimes fears don't shrink just because you grow up. They grow right along with you, I said with a shrug. She nodded thoughtfully, as if turning the idea over in her mind. I'm going to go find my mum, okay? Of course.
She's right over there.
I pointed toward a small stand of aspen trees. She gave me a quick hug before darting off. I spent the next while mingling, chatting with my dad and John Royal before being summoned by my mom and the crew from the Ivy. They were all concerned about how Cam was holding up after Milton Sanders's awful public spectacle. Notably, no one brought up that Milton had acted at Xander's bidding. In that sense, Xander had emerged from last month's court hearing spotless.
Was it sad he refused to grant Art the DNR order?
Certainly. But if the doctors and the judge ruled Art wasn't in his right mind to request it, then Xander was just a son fighting to preserve his father's life. After enduring about 25 minutes of that circular conversation, I fabricated an excuse and slipped away from their gossipy circle, catching my mom's silent, sympathetic mouthing of the word, run. I exchanged a few words with Julie Hall and gave Oscar Hudgens a dismissive gesture as he passed, before guiding Julie and her sons, along with Thea and Jacob, toward the train display. I shared some stories about the old ore carts and their role in the town's history. Charity approached with her boyfriend, and I couldn't help but smile, noticing she'd finally introduced him publicly. The guy from Salida even sported a whimsical unicorn pin on his jacket.
Willow, could you check with Rose about lunch now or after the ceremony?
Charity asked. I playfully deflected. Why don't you ask her yourself then? Turning to her companion, I offered my hand. I'm Willow. He shook it warmly. Travis, good to finally meet you. I returned the sentiment, but Charity cut in, growing impatient. Enough pleasantries. Willow, please, just find Rose for me. She glanced toward the trains, waving at Thea and Julie. I was baffled. But Rose came with you. Charity slid her sunglasses up onto her head. No, she was with me. But she said you needed her for some sort of ore-hunting activity with the kids, and took off to find you. A cold, heavy dread instantly flooded my veins, muting the surrounding crowd noise until all I could hear was a frantic rushing sound in my ears. When was this? About an hour ago, maybe, Charity replied, her eyes widening with sudden alarm. Willow, where is she?
I don't know,
I murmured, my head turning frantically, searching for a glimpse of her distinctive braid. Travis, trying to be helpful, suggested, Maybe she's preparing for that ore hunt. There is no ore hunt, I stated firmly, locking eyes with Charity. I never planned one, and I never asked for her help. Oh no, Charity breathed, then pushed past me and sprinted toward the old gatehouse that now served as the ticket booth. Rose doesn't lie, I told Travis, my voice tight.
Something's very wrong.
Charity's voice, amplified by the event speaker's cams team had set up, echoed over the grounds.
Excuse me, everyone. Has anyone seen Rose Maillard? A low murmur rippled through the crowd, but no one responded. Rose! Charity shouted again, the raw fear in her tones scraping against my nerves. I scanned the faces once more, then my gaze drifted past the trains themselves. A terrible realization dawned. Oh no. My stomach dropped.
Tell Charity to stay right here, I instructed Travis, before plunging into the thickest part of the gathering, shoving my way toward the construction trailers parked at the far edge of the cleared area. Taking the steps 2 at a time, I threw the trailer door open. At first glance, everything seemed normal. But then I looked at the rack above Cam's desk. Cam's hard hat was there. Mine was there. Rose's was gone. The ground seemed to vanish beneath me as I bolted from the trailer, leaped down the stairs, and charged back through the crowd, which had now clustered near the gatehouse steps. Move, I ordered, as a figure blocked my path. Ma'am, I'm sorry, only authorized. Get out of my way, Scott, I yelled, recognizing my old school bully. He blinked, stepping aside. Willow? Sorry, didn't see you. I shoved past him and raced up the steps where Charity stood, supported by my father. My mum and Travis watched anxiously while Cam and Gideon spoke urgently with Xander and Tim Hall. Cam! He turned and was at my side in an instant. I know where she went. Where? Tim Hall demanded, but Cam kept his steady gaze on me. Her hard hat is missing, I told him, his eyes flashed with understanding, and he immediately looked toward the dark, gaping entrance of the mine tunnel. But why would she go in there? She was fixated on that pin I lost, I explained, my knees feeling weak.
The one from that day, she was terribly upset that someone else might find it before me. The full horror of it hit me. Cam, I think she went looking for that ventilation shaft I fell into. He glanced back at the mine entrance, and as the others erupted into a barrage of questions, his mind was already elsewhere, already calculating the dangers of that deep, dark hole. What's the plan, my father? Asked Tim Hall. We organize search parties immediately, Tim stated.
How far down was that shaft, Willow? Charity grabbed my arms, her grip tight. What do you remember? You were there. My voice rose sharp with accusation. You were right there with me until you left. Her face paled. I was only 11, she whispered, the memory a shared, painful ghost between us. All I recall is walking for what felt like miles, and then everything went black. The lamp batteries died, or so we believed, so we placed our hands against the tunnel wall and began feeling our way back. When the headlamp flickered on again, you had vanished. It was just the 2 of us. I was only 11, Willow. Everything after that is a blank until Cam discovered us near the entrance. I was 9, I murmured, the same age as Rose now. Everyone into the trailer, Cam commanded. Gideon, begin gathering volunteers for the search. How deep was that drop? Dad asked Cam as we moved toward the trailer, the crowd stepping aside. The shaft. You pushed Willow up, at least 50 feet, he answered. I still don't understand how she survived it. You survived it too, I reminded him, taking his hand. You had a headlamp and managed to slide most of the way down. It's a miracle you walked away with just a broken nose. We entered the trailer, and Cam spread the blueprints of the Rose Rowan across the drafting table. We always assumed the shaft had to be one of these 2. He indicated the mine's longest ventilation shafts, which cut through 3 separate levels. Xander, what do you recall? Xander shook his head slowly as he examined the diagrams. It was a lifetime ago. You were 14, Charity exclaimed, her voice trembling. That's older than any of us were. You have to remember something. I can locate her, Art announced, stepping into the trailer with Walt and Nicky close behind.
Dad, not now,
Xander said softly. Tim, assemble 10 search teams of 5, if possible. That's all the hard hats and lamps we have available. Cam locked eyes with the police captain. Now Tim. Tim gave a quick nod and hurried out. I can find her, Art insisted once more. Dad, what are you talking about? Cam asked, gently moving Travis aside so Art could approach. No one knows that mine like I do. I believe I know where she is. Art studied the blueprints. It's not marked here. Not on this version, at least. Dad, we don't have the time for this. Why don't you go with Nikki? Xander pressed. Art ignored him, tapping a spot on the paper. It should be right here. I've seen it on another set of plans. His forehead furrowed in concentration. It's where the 1880s excavation meets the 1930s expansion. Dad, those tunnels don't connect, Xander argued. Hush! You never listened to me about the mine when you were a boy. I don't know why you'd start now. He turned squarely to face Cam. I can find her. Take me down. Absolutely not, Xander shouted. Take me, Art demanded, not even glancing at his son. You know what emotional strain does to him? He'll fall apart down there, and you'll both be lost. Xander crossed his arms firmly. Camden, I'm her best chance. Only a handful of people have ever been in that section. He paused, thinking. 5, if you include Willow, me, Xander, Charity. Cam. Who was the 5th? I'll go, I said, already reaching for my hard hat and Cam's. You're terrified of that mine, Charity countered, silent tears tracing lines down her cheeks. I'm the one who originally fell down that shaft, I told her. Cam and I are the only ones who have actually stood in that spot. I've been there too. That's what I'm trying to say, Art interjected. Right? And Art. Which made perfect sense, given he was the undisputed expert on this cursed place.
Charity, you need to stay here in case another team brings her back. In case they find her before we do. Are you certain, Pika? Cam asked, his voice low. I'm certain. I handed him his hard hat, then set mine on the desk and began swiftly braiding my hair, the familiar motion calming my nerves. Take me, Cam. I'm your best shot at finding that little girl alive. Art stepped directly in front of Cam. You can't even be sure Rose could find that ventilation shaft.
If you couldn't locate it again, how could she? It was a sheer miracle you stumbled upon Willow all those years ago, Xander argued, his frustration mounting. I told her how to get there, Art admitted quietly. It wasn't on my map either, but I showed her where it ought to be. It wasn't on the map because it doesn't exist. He is not going. I forbid it. I'm his legal guardian. Xander's voice climbed with each declaration, the tension in the cramped trailer becoming palpable. A sudden, heavy silence fell, broken only by the distant sound of wind whistling through the old mine structures outside, a haunting reminder of the darkness waiting below. You can't bring him down there. Cam held his father's gaze for a long moment before finally nodding and turning to face Xander. The physical disparity between them was obvious, and Xander was acutely aware of it, yet Cam had never leveraged that advantage. Try and stop me, Cam said, his voice low. 10 minutes later, we were all crammed into the mine train. Cam, Art, Gideon, my dad, and me. Cam piloted the cart deeper into the mountain, pushing it faster than he ever had when Rose was with us. I scanned the tunnel walls desperately for a glimpse of her pink jacket or yellow helmet, but saw nothing. As we cut through the thick, still air, I was struck by how different everything looked under the electric lights. We sped past the first chamber we'd once stopped in, then by 2 ventilation shafts and several of Cam's historical displays featuring authentic mining gear when we finally halted. I was amazed we'd ever walked this far as kids, if this was truly where my accident happened. Cam quickly showed my dad how to operate the train so he could return to the entrance and organize more search teams. You're absolutely sure about this? Cam asked me, his hands framing my face. You won't let anything happen to me, I replied, and I won't let anything happen to you. He pressed his helmet gently against mine and drew a steadying breath. Just swear you'll stay right beside me. I almost lost you in this place once, and I am not letting that happen again. I promise. He gave a tight nod, though I could tell he hated having me down here. Honestly, that made 3 of us, judging by the anxious look on my dad's face. It's okay, Dad. Go ahead. I love you.
That coat is swallowing you whole. Are you sure you'll be warm enough?
I love you too. I'm fine. It's Cam's. I didn't bother dissecting the logic of his concern. He then turned a stern look on Camden. You got her out of this mine once. I expect you to do it again. Do you hear me? You bring her and Rose back out. What changed your mind? Cam asked, adjusting the pack on his shoulders. When did I figure out you didn't break her nose? Dad countered. Cam simply nodded. First, I pulled her old x-rays after you two started dating. The fracture was too perfect, like she'd face-planted on flat ground or walked straight into a wall. Then it hit me that I didn't even need the damn films. Willow has a sharp mind and a stubborn streak. She would have handed you your rear end if you'd ever laid a hand on her. A faint smile touched Cam's lips. He didn't ask for an apology for 2 decades of cold treatment. He just accepted that my dad now knew he'd been wrong. I took Cam's hand, and we waved as Dad threw the track switch and headed back toward daylight. The lights were on now, but the smells, the echoes, they were hauntingly familiar. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, Cam suggested softly as we began to walk. This way, Art announced at an unmarked fork. Dad? Cam said, hesitation in his voice. I don't remember going this route or any path sloping down until I found that shaft. That's because you took the scenic tour.
I told your little Rose about the shortcut.
His tone had that distant storytelling quality, but his eyes were focused and sure. What shortcut? A ventilation shaft. What did you think it was for? Look, you can trust me or not.
I'm telling you, it's this way.
Art turned and started walking without another word. This ought to make for a fantastic eulogy, Gideon muttered under his breath.
All right, we'll trust you,
Cam said, taking my hand and following his father.
How much farther do you think it is?
Gideon asked. Probably 10 minutes if you quit complaining and keep moving, Art chided. Cam shot a knowing, almost amused glance back at Gideon. The tunnel began to narrow, and we crossed the line where the modern reinforcements ended. The electric lights vanished, leaving only the beams from our headlamps as the passage took a sharp, steep dive into the heart of the mountain. The old timber supports were largely holding, though I had to clamber over a couple that had fallen. Here's where things start to get interesting, Art said with a grin. Starts, I thought. A fresh knot of anxiety tightening in my chest as the darkness seemed to swallow us whole. I drew a slow, steadying breath through my nose and released it through my mouth before forcing myself onward into my own private nightmare, silently begging that we would locate Rose before it was too late, or that we would find her at all. The passage we entered was incredibly tight, narrow enough that I could have brushed both walls with my outstretched arms. The slope was sharp, and our steps sent tiny cascades of loose stone skittering, though the ground itself was thankfully dry.
Are you positive this is right, Dad?
I asked, the constant dread that his thoughts might scatter tightening in my chest with each passing minute. I'm as certain as I can be, he replied, not even glancing back as he continued down the earthen floor. I know it's the 4th of July, you're Camden, and you're clinging pretty desperately to Willow Bradley's hand. So my mind is clear if that's your concern. Willow squeezed my fingers, but the tunnel soon constricted, forcing her to drop behind me. I hated not having her in my sight, but I refused to let her tread on any ground my own feet hadn't tested first this deep in the mine. A faint current of air brushed past us from ahead, and Dad's headlamp bobbed as he gave a satisfied nod. Look there, he said, gesturing to an opening on our right as the path finally flattened and opened into another vast cavern. This is a branch from one of the 1930s diggings. It's not on any map I've seen, I murmured, sweeping my light over the broad tunnel and its solid support timbers. To the left were scores of smaller rooms. Some were framed with wooden half-walls, crowned with vertical iron bars and matching swinging gates, while others were just hollowed-out spaces, remnants from test blasts. It's on a map somewhere, Dad insisted, touching his temple. I just can't recall where I put it.
I thought I'd handed it to you, but that doesn't seem right. A heavy, cold weight of dread settled in my gut. Dad, are you feeling all right? I'm fine. Perfectly fine, he said, though the deep creases in his forehead told a different story. How far down are we? Gideon asked. Sublevel 3, Dad stated, his beam illuminating a long wall pocked with excavated niches that stretched beyond the reach of our lights in both directions, where the chamber narrowed into 2 diverging tunnels.
We found a vein here that wasn't particularly valuable, but something was better than nothing. Still, the miners needed to breathe. He swung his light right, then left. Which way now? You and me both, Gideon muttered, stepping past my father and following the tunnel's curve to the right. Are you okay? I asked Willow, noticing the quickened rhythm of her breathing. I just want to start shouting her name, she whispered, her voice strained.
I'd hold off on that, Gideon called back, his lamp fixed on a mound of collapsed rock in the chamber's rear left corner. The whole area's caved in over here. Been that way for decades, Dad grumbled. Don't just stand around, start searching, and don't go shifting rocks, or you'll bring the rest of it down on us. Left or right? Gideon asked. My throat constricted. Doesn't matter, Dad declared, his light swaying as he shook his head. It's a 50-50 chance. Pick one and get moving.
It does matter, I argued, feeling Willow's hand slip into mine. Split up, but stay within this section, Dad ordered. We'll cover twice the ground, left or right, staring down both identical dark mouths. It felt like a hopeless coin toss. Left, Willow said softly, her lamp beam glinting off the barred rooms. You're sure? I asked. Left, she repeated, even quieter. We'll take the right, Dad announced, walking off with Gideon close behind.
The first alcove was empty, except for a crude wooden desk and a flat raised platform that might have once been a bunk. Cam, Willow whispered, her fingers tracing the cold iron bars. A strange detached calm had settled over her, a stark contrast to the fear from moments before. I remember this place. Are you sure? I asked, but the way the colour vanished from her face was answer enough. She gave a slow nod. The shadows from the bars, then nothing but dark. Charity was screaming. Xander kept telling us to stay calm, and then I fell. Her voice faded as she moved away from the cell, and I followed her into the next one, which was lined with shelves holding rows of dust-filmed canned goods. I hit the ground so hard. My God, it even smells exactly the same down here. This one's not it, Willow stated firmly, brushing past me. She repeated the phrase at the next opening and the one after that. We've located the shaft, Gideon's shout echoed, making me flinch. Was I worried his voice would bring the ceiling down? Not exactly. Was I certain it wouldn't? Not that either. A wave of relief hit me, but it was quickly followed by a cold dread. Why hadn't Rose called out if she heard them? What if she wasn't even in this section? This network of tunnels stretched for miles. What if she'd wandered into a pocket of foul air? Hold on, Willow whispered, moving deeper into the cavern.
Willow, they found the way out, I said, my hand already gesturing toward the sound of Gideon, and my father. It's a door. She glanced back at me, her voice rising with urgency. Cam, look, it's an actual door. Every rational thought screamed at me to head for the shaft, but I followed Willow instead, watching as she pulled open a heavy, rusted iron door. It swung inward, clearing the stone floor, and my heart seized as she stepped across the threshold. Rose? Willow's cry echoed.
I leapt over a collapsed timber and caught the massive door before it could swing shut. It won't open from this side, came a wail, and I almost lost my grip from the sudden, staggering rush of relief. There she was, standing with her back to the ventilation shaft, her eyes wide and her cheeks streaked with tears. She was alive! She was whole! Rose, move away from the edge, Willow said gently. Come over here. She opened her arms, and with every step Rose took away from that dark drop. My pulse slowed a little more. I'm so sorry, Rose sobbed, collapsing into her aunt's embrace. I only wanted to find your brooch. It's all right, Willow murmured, holding her close, her chin resting on the girl's head. Everything's all right now. I couldn't find it. I did all this, and it's still gone. Rose? Gideon's voice called from the other side of the shaft. Was there another passage on this level?
We have her,
I yelled back. Okay, let's get you both out of here. A visceral need to put distance between them, and that terrifying shaft gripped me. Willow took Rose's hand and gently guided her ahead toward where the tunnel narrowed at the doorway. Hi, Cam, Rose said softly as she slipped past me. Hey, Rosie. I wanted to pick her up and never let go, but I couldn't release the door and risk it trapping Willow. As Willow passed me next, she placed a shaky kiss on my cheek.
Thank you, she whispered. Don't mention it, I replied, finally letting the door swing shut with a definitive metallic clang once she was through. Then I turned and gathered Rose into a tight hug. You gave us quite a scare. Her small frame shuddered. I'm so sorry. The door closed behind me, and there was no knob.
A dozen lectures bubbled up about terrifying us, about coming down here alone, about listening to the ramblings of a man who'd lost his grip on reality, even if he'd somehow been right about this one thing. But her mother could handle all that once we got her topside. Right now, I just needed to feel her breathing for a moment. You're safe, I said, though I wasn't sure if I was reassuring her or myself. She nodded, her face buried in my shoulder. I looked at Willow, but her gaze was fixed on the door, 2 deep lines of concentration etched between her brows. Do you remember this place? I can't recall clearly, but I know I was here. She'd been about Rose's size, but alone for hours, that must have felt like years. I remembered finding her, broken and bleeding, her skin so cold it felt like marble. Give me just a minute, I told her, carrying Rose out to where Gideon and my father had just reached the chamber.
Stay with her,
I instructed Gideon, passing Rose over before returning to Willow. She stood holding the door open, her headlamp cutting a beam into the passage beyond. I need to see it. Is that strange? Not at all. I spotted a metal hook on the wall. Taking the door from her, I pushed it fully open, and the iron loop on the door caught on the hook, securing it. I'll go with you. Thank you. I took her hand and stepped through the doorway first, keeping our fingers linked as she followed me into the dark. The passageway broadened, spilling out onto a narrow shelf of rock that overlooked the wide ventilation shaft. Willow moved to stand beside me. You know how sometimes you revisit a place as an adult and think it seemed so much larger when I was a kid? She asked, her voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. I followed her gaze upward, tracing the steep, sloping shaft that climbed a dizzying 50 feet to the next level. Not this place, I replied, a dry laugh escaping me. If anything, it feels more terrifying. The incline was brutal, not a sheer drop, but steep enough to make my past bravery seem like sheer madness. It's exactly as awful as I remember, she agreed softly. She inched closer to the crumbling edge, peering down at the jagged rock shelf about 10 feet below, the very spot where I'd found her. Cam, I didn't fall the entire distance, she said, her eyes lifting to the faint speck of daylight far above. That's probably the only reason I'm not in worse shape. Her unspoken words hung between us, like a broken neck. You fell from right here, I realized aloud, the truth settling heavily. As if to emphasize the point, a loose stone near my foot dislodged, clattering against the outcropping before vanishing into the abyss. I grabbed Willow's hand, pulling her back. This whole structure was a death trap. But you didn't stay down there. You came all the way back for me, she said, shaking her head in disbelief. How on earth did you manage it, getting down here and getting us both out? Stubbornness mostly, I said, squeezing her fingers. You're the incredible one. You know that, right? I gently pushed her hard hat up, so the blinding beam wasn't aimed directly at my eyes. Hardly, she murmured. Desperation and love can make anyone act like a hero. My father's voice came from behind us. He stepped forward to join Willow near the edge, his tone matter of fact. You were never just anyone, Camden, and you had plenty of both. He stated it as a simple truth, then glanced at me before surveying the shadowy shaft. I completely missed this ledge, I admitted, frustration creeping in. And the one on the opposite side. We made that entire climb for nothing. This ledge wouldn't have helped you much, Dad said, thumbing back toward the heavy metal door set into the rock. It's sealed from this side, and the other opening is small, easy to miss in the dark. We have 3 headlamps now, son. One of them is brighter than 20 of the flashlights we had back then. A wave of guilt washed over me for not seeing it, for making her endure more than necessary when she was already so badly injured. Enough of that, Dad snapped, reading my expression. You saw the light from the surface, and you started climbing toward it. Anyone would have done the same. You saved me, Willow said, offering a small, grateful smile. Then her expression shifted, her eyes catching on something. Hey, isn't that? Her question was cut off as the ledge beneath my father's feet gave a violent shudder and collapsed. Art, Willow screamed, lunging forward as rocks cascaded into the darkness. A raw, guttural no tore from my throat. The force of the collapse threw Willow sideways, her hip smacking hard against the ground before she began sliding toward the edge, as if pulled by an invisible tide. I dove behind her, landing hard on my hands and knees before my stomach hit the rock, and I locked an arm around her waist, anchoring her. I swung her legs, dragging her back toward the door and the more solid section of the ledge. "Cam!" she shrieked, panic sharp in her voice. "He's too heavy!" I scrambled forward and saw she had my father's hand in a death grip, but the angle was twisting her arm dangerously. "Dad!" I shouted, reaching past her. "Let me go! Don't let her fall with me!"
He yelled up. Willow cried out in pain. In that moment, a strange icy calm descended over me, a familiar focus I hadn't felt in years. "I've got you," I said, my voice steady. I clamped my left hand around his wrist, immediately taking some of the weight off Willow. Then I reached around the back of her hand, her knuckles bone white from the strain. "Let go, Pika. I need both hands. You can't pull him up from that angle. Let go." I kept my tone soft, a stark contrast to the frantic hammering of my heart. "Cam!" she whispered, her eyes wide with fear, still holding on. "I promise. I've got him." Her fingers released, and my father's weight swung violently to the left before I could secure my right hand on his arm. "Got you, Willow! Get Gideon!" She scrambled toward the door on her hands and knees. "Let me go," my father commanded, his voice tight. "You have no idea how deep that shaft goes, Dad."
"Just hold on,"
I gritted out as more rocks broke loose from the spot where Willow had just been. Camden, our eyes locked, and I was struck by the eerie calm in his gaze. I'd spent so much of my life resenting the parts of me that mirrored him, only to find myself clinging to those very traits now. "Gideon is on his way. We'll get you up. I just need a better angle," I said, my voice tight. "You are not slipping. I am strong enough to hold you." Thank God for the thick fleece of his jacket. My grip would have failed on bare skin. This ledge is crumbling. Do not do this. "The ledge is holding," I shouted into the dim tunnel. "Gideon, where was he?" My words tumbled out in a rush. "I love you, Camden. I know I was terrible at showing it, but you were so much like me. Sully and Xander, they took after your mother, but you, in everything but your face, you were my reflection, and Cal, he was the easy one, the kind one." Another chunk of rock broke free and tumbled into the darkness. I heard the frantic scuff of boots approaching. "Dad, you can explain all of this to me later. Let me go." The air left my lungs as his meaning finally crashed into me. "No, absolutely not. I'm not dragging you down with me." "Jesus Christ!" Gideon's voice echoed as he skidded to a stop beside me, dropping to his stomach. "I'm here, Dad. We can get you up." My father fell silent, but a storm of emotions passed over his face too quickly to decipher. Grief, fury, resignation, maybe even a flicker of peace. "Just reach up with your other hand." Gideon leaned out over the edge, stretching his arm down. "Dad," I pleaded, my voice breaking. "I can't make this choice for you. It has to be yours." Gideon's eyes shot to me, then back to our father as he strained to lower his hand another fraction. "You have to choose, Dad." This was the moment he had orchestrated. The ultimate decision laid in his hands. Another section of the ledge sheared away, stopping just inches from where my arm was braced. I never looked away from his eyes, Sullivan's eyes, his lips pressed into a thin line, his brow furrowed in concentration. Then with a guttural roar, he swung his left arm upward. Gideon seized his wrist, and together we hauled him up, the rough stone scraping his arms, chest, and stomach as we dragged him back onto solid ground. On his knees, he slumped forward for a second before we all scrambled for the tunnel entrance where Willow stood waiting. Dad glanced back at me and offered a single profound nod. It was all the acknowledgement I would ever get. "I believe this is yours," he said to Willow, pressing a small object into her hand before walking through the doorway.
"I need a drink,"
Gideon muttered, trailing after him. I pulled Willow to me, holding her tightly, ignoring the press of her helmet against my jacket.
"I love you." "I love you too," she echoed, her fingers twisting into the fabric at my back. "Let's get you out of here. I could live 1,000 years and never set foot in this section of the mine again. That would be just fine." She nodded, and we stepped back into the main chamber. "Look what your father found." She held up her unicorn pin.
It was a small, delicate thing, no bigger than a quarter. Look at that. I brushed my thumb over her palm, but when I glanced up, her attention was fixed on something to her right. The iron door. What is it? She pocketed the pin and turned to face the heavy metal slab. She raised her hand to her chin as if gauging a height, then lowered it to mid-chest level and transferred that measurement to the door's surface. "Cam!" she whispered. Two darker stains stood out against the rust, blood. A cold, violent rage washed over me, hand in hand with an understanding I never wanted to possess. Suddenly, it all made sense. That day, the days leading up to it, and everything that came after. Our eyes met, hers wide with stunned realization, and I shoved the door shut, letting it slam with a final, resonant clang. I knew exactly where that goddamn map was, Chapter 28. Willow. Cam was almost completely silent as we navigated our way out of the mine. He moved like a trapped predator, all coiled tension and restrained fury, pacing the confines of an invisible cage. I kept a firm hold on Rose's hand and fought to push the images of what we'd discovered and what we'd nearly lost from my mind. Gideon checked his phone for a signal as we ascended through the sublevels, and it was no surprise that not a single bar could be found this deep beneath the earth. The late afternoon light was fading, and Art was beginning to show the disorientation that comes with the day's end. I knew we had to lead him out before his memory of our purpose here dissolved entirely. As for me, I needed to escape these depths before the memories they held became permanently etched in my mind. We finally stumbled into the main 1880 tunnel, and a fraction of my tension eased. Here, at least, if we all gave out, we would eventually be found. The journey the train had made in mere minutes stretched into a 20-minute trudge on foot. When we reached the first chamber where the passages branched 3 ways, my dad's voice echoed, shouting our names as he ran toward us with a group of searchers close behind. "Grandpa." Rose released my hand and sprinted forward. He dropped to his knees, catching her in a hug, so tight his whole frame trembled. "I'm all right," she murmured into his shoulder. A wave of pure exhaustion hit me then, slowing my steps as I approached them. We found her. My dad grabbed the front of my jacket and pulled. I slid down beside him, and he wrapped a solid arm around my back. His breathing was harsh and uneven, and I leaned my head against his shoulder, giving him a moment to collect himself. "Thank you." I didn't need to glance up to know he was speaking to Cam.
"Didn't have to carry her this time," Cam replied, and a tired smile touched my lips despite the deep ache settling in my bones. Once Dad felt steady enough to stand, we all crowded onto the waiting train. Art took the controls after gruffly assuring Cam he knew exactly what he was doing. Dad sat across from me, Rose safely tucked under his arm, and I let my head rest against Cam's chest. "I'm completely spent," I confessed as the train jolted into motion.
"Adrenaline crash," he said softly, pressing his lips to my forehead. What about you? I asked as we picked up speed, racing toward daylight and clean open air. I'm not finished yet. Every muscle in his body was taut with a simmering energy, yet his arms around me were careful, gentle, as we rolled to a stop at the gatehouse. Xander was there, standing near the structure and speaking into a news camera, and I wondered with a dull shock how many hours had actually passed.
The gathered crowd erupted at the sight of us. Charity broke from the tunnel's edge, sprinting toward the train, her face a mask of tearful relief. Dad lifted Rose over the side of the car, and Charity swept her daughter into a crushing embrace. "Thank you," she wept, looking at my dad before pulling back to cup Rose's face. "Thank Cam," Dad answered, but Cam wasn't watching the emotional reunion. His gaze was locked on Xander, a palpable, chilling hostility radiating from him.
"Cam," I whispered. He looked down at me, his eyes still hard, but he gently traced the bridge of my nose with his thumb before turning to my father. "I won't apologize for what happens next. It was the only warning any of us got." He vaulted from the train onto the platform and charged. "There you are, Cam. I was just giving an update." Xander's voice carried the 30 feet between us.
Then came the sickening thud and the whoosh of knocked-out air as Cam slammed him against the rough stone wall of the building. "Cam!" Gideon yelled, rushing forward. I scrambled out and ran after them, my heart hammering. "How could you?" Cam roared, his voice raw. "How in God's name could you do that to her? She was 9 years old, you bastard, 9, and you threw her into that black hole and shut the damn door in her face." I skidded to a stop, the truth crashing into me. Cam had pieced it together too. His heavy silence during our trek back now made terrible sense. He'd reached the same awful conclusion I had when I saw those old, rust-coloured stains on the rock. My stains? What? Gideon demanded, echoing the confusion of everyone watching. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Xander gasped, splaying his hands against the rock in a show of surrender. "I'm talking about you killing your headlamp and shoving Willow into that tunnel."
You're the one who broke her nose.
Why? What was the point? Why leave her there? You have no proof. You sound as unhinged as Dad. Xander's eyes were wide with panic. "I remember," I said, my voice clear and loud enough to cut through the chaos. His head snapped toward me. "The headlamp went out, and you told me to keep my hand on the wall. But then there was a draft, a rush of air, and you pushed me. I fell back, and when I tried to run toward where your voice had been, you slammed the door shut. I came to on the cold ground, and when I scrambled back in a panic, the darkness hid the ledge completely. I went right over the edge. I lay there for hours until Cam found me. The memory of how I'd gotten there just gone." Xander shook his head, his voice tight. "Willow, you've got it wrong." Cam's forearm pressed against Xander's throat, pinning him to the doorframe. "Think harder." Gideon moved to intervene, but his father held him back with a firm hand on his shoulder. "I'm not confused." I shot back, the words sharp. "It didn't come back to me until I saw the blood. It's still there on the door, Xander. You can see it." The colour drained from his face. "I was coming back for you." His desperate gaze flicked to Cam. "I was going to go back for her. I thought if she was missing for a little while, and then I was the one to find her." He gave a helpless shake of his head. "I was 14, for God's sake. I was a scared, stupid kid." "She was 9, Cam roared, shoving him harder. 9 years old, and you left her there, hurt and bleeding, all so you could play the hero later? Are you out of your mind? She was okay. Look at her. She's perfectly fine, because I found her. Because I slid down 50 feet of that rotten mine shaft and then pushed her up every single inch of it. She's fine because of me." The cords in Cam's neck stood out, and a cold dread settled in my stomach. He might actually do it. He might really kill him. I would have found her if you hadn't snatched the headlamp right off my head and run. Xander yelled back, his composure cracking. "You ruined the plan. You always ruin everything." Cam suddenly let him go, stepping back to put a foot of space between them. Gideon, beside me, let out a tense breath. "So this is the real you, underneath all that shiny polish and good press? You're just garbage. Cam's voice was thick with disgust. "I thought you were the best of us. The golden boy. You were supposed to change the world, Xander. That's the only reason I took the blame for you that night you set the bunkhouse on fire." A shocked murmur rippled through the room, and my heart shattered. The crime this whole town had condemned him for wasn't even his. He'd carried it for his brother. That's not what happened. Xander started. "Shut up. I saw you. I couldn't make sense of why you had the hose from the mine's water tank until I watched you throw that lit torch." The room seemed to tilt. No one was inside. Everyone was supposed to be at the bonfire. His eyes darted guiltily toward me. At least, that was the idea. "So what was the play? You'd put the fire out? And get a parade?" Cam shouted, the sarcasm biting. "Instead, you just stood there, my God. You watched Sullivan crawl out. You watched me run in. You stood there the whole damn time, didn't you?" Xander's throat worked as he swallowed. "Look, it spread way faster than I ever thought it would. And you let them pin it on me."
You sat there while they called me an arsonist, and then you used it against me in Dad's custody hearing.
Cam shook his head, a look of pure bafflement on his face. "What is actually wrong with you?" "Don't hit him, don't hit him," I pleaded silently. He wouldn't walk away from that, not with all these witnesses and cameras. Like you could ever understand. Xander exploded. "You, who can't seem to avoid trouble. You who gets into bar fights defending her." He jabbed a finger in my direction. "And who just happens to carry her out of a mine, covered in her own blood. And who tears this town apart for sport, but then walks out of a burning barn with Willow in your arms like some damn action hero. It was always so easy for you to be the legend, and I did everything right. I followed every rule. That's what I was supposed to do, but it was never enough. I was never enough. And then you swagger back home a decade later, dripping with army medals, and think you can save her all over again. Save Dad, and now save Rose? Hell, why not save this whole miserable town while you're at it?" The understanding that had started to dawn in me at the courthouse clicked into place with finality. For him, it was never about the truth of the act, only the appearance of it. He'd been so obsessed with looking like the hero that he'd forgotten what being one actually meant. Cam just shook his head and took another step back, his anger cooling into something like pity. "Here's a headline for you, Xander. I never wanted any of that. I only ever wanted her. I just wanted one medal," Xander whispered, the fight leaving him. "Just one moment where I was the one they saw. I would give every ribbon and every piece of metal on this uniform to have Sullivan standing here instead." Xander's head jerked to the side as a fist connected with his jaw. But it wasn't Cam standing over him as he slid down the wall. It was my father. Gideon and Tim leapt forward, one moving to cuff Xander and the other pulling my dad away. "Alexander Daniels, you're under arrest for arson," Gideon stated firmly, steering Xander by the shoulder toward the steps. "Gideon," I called out, and he glanced back. "You should probably remove his microphone?" Xander's head jerked up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of 1,000 people who had heard everything through the speakers. Gideon unclipped the small mic from Xander's shirt and tossed it to a nearby reporter after giving me a nod of thanks. "I really don't want to do this, Noah," Tim Hall said, his voice low. "But the cameras are rolling on us." "The law doesn't leave room for interpretation," my father replied to Tim, his eyes meeting mine, "and it was worth the cost."
"Noah Bradley, you're under arrest for assault."
Tim finished reciting the Miranda rights as my mother followed closely behind. "I'll get the bail money ready." Camden slipped his arm around me, and I leaned into his chest, feeling the tension drain away. "Can you take me home?" "Absolutely." He pressed a kiss to the top of my head. "Well, I suppose we gave the tourists quite a spectacle." Dorothy Powers remarked, her arm linked with Arthur's. "Let's get you home, Arthur." Arthur looked at Camden, and I could see the clarity he'd possessed in the mine was slipping away rapidly. "The map," he murmured quietly. "It's framed above Xander's bed," Camden explained. Arthur's eyes shifted toward mine. Balance. Then he walked off with Dorothy, appearing as though he'd aged a decade in the last hour. Should we open the mine to the public? John Royal asked, gesturing toward the gathered tourists. Camden let out a low groan.
Tourists first,
I whispered, surveying the crowd. He had made this possible, ensuring Alba could not just survive, but truly flourish, all because he had the courage to stand alone and fight for what he believed was right, even when everyone else claimed it was wrong.
I guess we're opening it up,
Camden said. Then he kissed me right there in front of everyone, and the crowd erupted into cheers. We really don't need to put on that much of a show, Dorothy muttered under her breath. That one was just for us, Camden replied, smiling down at me. He had never been one to worry about appearances, and in that moment I loved him all the more for it. Chapter 29. Camden. The aspen leaves cast shifting shadows over the gravestones as I stood facing my younger brother's memorial for the first time in 6 years. It's not like I need to update you on everything, I said, brushing a few fallen leaves from the smooth grey marble. I've always felt like you've been hanging around. Honestly, I talk to you enough, though I'm hoping you don't linger too much these days, considering Willow shared my bed every night. But I hope you'd be happy for us. Even if you're not, I'll just pretend you are, because not even your ghost being angry with me could keep me away from her. Nicky mentioned I might find you out here. I looked over my shoulder to see my father approaching up the gentle slope, his nurse hanging back a respectful distance to give us privacy. You're looking well, I told him, as he came to stand beside me in front of my mother's headstone. It's my mind that's fading, son, not my looks, he said, with a faint smirk, before stepping forward to run his hand over my mother's engraved name. I'm grateful she wasn't here for this part, though. No one should have to watch someone they love slowly vanish right before their eyes. I studied him, taking a quick inventory. He wore the new Rose Rowan t-shirt I'd brought him last week. His hair was neatly combed, and he looked for the most part like himself. Nicky also mentioned that the last few times you visited, I didn't seem to know who you were. Dad crouched down to clear the leaves from my mother's stone. But you recognize me today? I asked carefully. He sighed, standing and wiping his hands on his jeans, his gaze drifting toward Uncle Cal's marker just beyond Mum's. I'm present enough to recognize that I'm not always present, and everything that happened a couple of weeks ago, I ventured. I know your brother is out on bail, if that's what you're asking, he grumbled. He really left Willow in the mine when you were kids. He did. I pushed down the anger that surfaced whenever I remembered it. And he set the bunkhouse on fire?
Yes, he did.
Dad turned to face me fully. And you took the blame for it. My reasons made sense to me at the time, I said, looking away toward the quiet, sun-dappled trees. We had travelled a long road since I came back, but this moment still felt painfully uncomfortable. I swear, you never cared enough about other people's opinions, while Xander cared far too much, he said, shaking his head. There was that girl trapped in the mine. Rose, I filled in. Is she all right? She is. Grounded, from what I hear, but physically fine. You saved her. We never would have found her without your help. He grunted something I couldn't quite make out. I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you, I said quietly, forcing the words out before my time with him slipped away. His eyes snapped to mine. More about what?
Damn.
The DNR order, I reminded him. The judge turned us down. Do you remember that? His forehead creased. I remember Walt telling me about the judge's ruling.
But I know you did everything possible. You got the mine opened, for God's sake. You faced down Judge Bradley and won him over, from what I recall. It still wasn't enough. I shifted my stance, folding my arms across my chest. Cam, you can't control the decisions other people make. You do your absolute best, and then it's beyond your control. My eyes wandered over to Sullivan's headstone. And what happens when you're the one who makes the wrong choice? I tilted my head back slightly, trying to loosen the tightness in my throat. What happens when you're standing in a dark tunnel and you have to pick left or right in a heartbeat, with no way to know if it's the right call? You went left and found the girl. Why are you tearing yourself apart over it? It worked out in the end. Willow was the one who chose left,
I just followed her. I made a decision exactly like that. Two men stepped up. I pointed to the guy on the left, and Sullivan died. Dad drew in a sharp breath. Camden, I want you to understand what happened that day, but not for the reasons you might assume. I'm beginning to see that you can't grant me forgiveness, if that's what's worrying you. What I need you to know is that, while I carry the responsibility for Sully's death, I had no idea it was his squad leader I selected. I shut my eyes against the flood of memories. Sullivan's grin, his laugh, the light fading from his eyes as he bled out onto the dirt. I didn't know. My voice fell to a whisper. For a long while the only sounds were the leaves whispering above us and the soft sigh of the wind. It felt like the whole world was holding its breath. We made a deal when you came home, Dad said, his voice cutting through the quiet. My eyes flew open at his words, and a knot tightened in my stomach. We did, but I'm not holding you to it. I want you to listen, but I won't force you. As much as I felt I deserved to be heard, my father deserved his own choice in this. Sullivan was his son. Tell me what happened. With Sullivan's grave just a few feet away, I did. We got the call that an outpost was on the verge of being overrun, and we went. We landed under intense fire, and it was pure chaos on the ground. A new company had rotated in just a month earlier, and from our aerial view they were badly outnumbered. Our team split up to handle different objectives. After my commander briefed their company commander on what we'd seen, I was ordered to take one squad, along with one other operator. They couldn't spare a full platoon to reinforce the section of the perimeter we'd identified was about to collapse. I'm talking minutes, not hours. The acrid smell of gunpowder seemed to fill my nostrils, and even though I knew it was just a memory, my heart began to pound. Two squad leaders responded to their captain's call. They stepped forward, and I pointed to the man on the left and told him we had to move now. I've replayed that memory countless times, and I still find myself scanning it, desperately looking for some clue I missed, some sign of Sullivan in that moment. He pulled his men from the line, and we ran. I glanced toward Dad and saw he was focused on Sullivan's stone, but seemed to be listening intently, so I pressed on. I replay it in my head constantly, I admitted, more than the therapist would approve of, that's for sure. In that single moment, if I had chosen the sergeant on the right, Sullivan wouldn't have been shot. Dad flinched. The next chance I got to see anything clearly was when we were running. I followed the sergeant's lead. He knew the layout of the outpost better than I did, but I matched his pace stride for stride, his men behind us and Vasquez covering the rear. Maybe if our positions had been reversed, I would have recognized the pattern of his movements. My throat tightened, but I pushed the words out. We fanned out along the barrier and started returning fire. I'll skip the gritty details. Only a few minutes passed before Vasquez shouted for a medic. Even now, I can still hear that raw, urgent call in my head. I'm not sure what made me glance over, but I did. I looked toward my dad until his eyes met mine. It was Sullivan. He was just standing there, his eyes wide, both hands pressed against his neck as blood. I shut my eyes and drew another slow breath. I yelled his name and sprinted, but I only reached him in time to catch his weight as he collapsed. 10 feet. That's all that stood between us. Just 10 damn feet. Was it quick? Dad's voice was rough. Just a couple of minutes, and he wasn't alone. The question cracked on the last word. I stayed right beside him the whole time. He knew I was there. There was absolutely nothing I could do. The truth hit me as I said it aloud. For 6 years I've replayed every second of that day, but once that bullet struck, all I could do was stay with him, and I did. I stayed through the evacuation, through the flight to Dover, and I didn't step away until we laid him to rest beside Mum. Tears blurred my vision, but I saw Dad wipe roughly at his cheek. I loved him, Dad. I would have taken his place without a second thought. God knows I'd tried hard enough to follow him in the years after. I never would have picked his squad if I'd known. Hell, I would have sat my stubborn brother down right in the middle of that compound, far from that wall. The decisions I made got him killed, but I didn't know. I just didn't know. I'm not sure how long we stood there in silence, but the sun had moved across the sky when Dad finally spoke. You might not want my forgiveness, Camden, but you have it. My knees went weak, and I swayed slightly. Were you a part of what happened? Yes, but only like a single gear turning the hands of a clock. His jaw tightened as his eyes briefly met mine. The truth is, while it was easier to put all the blame on you, every one of us made choices that led to that moment. I allowed him to enlist, not that I could have stopped him. I think about that every single day. That boy idolized you. He wanted to be just like you. He even fell for the same girl. He would have been better for her, I confessed. Maybe? Dad nodded. Or maybe not. But you'll be good to her. You learn to protect what you finally understand is precious. I will. Losing Willow wasn't something I would allow. Maybe I didn't deserve her, but I was determined to spend every day proving I could. Your mother once told me, "You're free to make your own choices, but you aren't free from the consequences of those choices." His mouth lifted briefly before the smile faded. Sullivan made his choice. Xander made his. We all do every single day. You're no exception. You have to own your choices, Camden, whatever they are, because you have the freedom to make them.
He held my gaze. Don't waste that freedom either. You never know when it'll be the last choice you get to make. Time goes faster than you think. He turned and started down the slope. Dad! I called after him. One thing's been bothering me. What's that? He paused, but didn't look back. That door in the old mine. What was it for? He shrugged. Who knows? Your great-grandfather wasn't exactly playing with a full deck. I let out a short, quiet laugh and watched him go. We might not be some picture-perfect TV family, but at least he wasn't aiming a rifle at me anymore. My phone buzzed as I walked toward my Jeep, and I smiled when I checked the screen. Willow, wrapping up a design, then heading to your place. Cam, perfect. Just need to run a quick errand. I'll meet you there. Willow, love you. My grin widened. That right there, that was what all my choices, the good and the terrible, had finally given me. Cam, love you too. I slid my phone into my pocket and got into the Jeep. The day held one final decision, and it belonged to Xander. 10 minutes later, I stood at the door of my brother's place, ringing the bell. It was one of the newest houses in Alba, naturally all polished and modern, with the evening sun flashing against its spotless windows in a scene straight from a magazine. Cam. He opened the door, appearing utterly unchanged. As if he weren't out on bail or staring down a potential decade behind bars unless he cut a deal. Here to rub it in. I just caught the CNN update on Rose's rescue. If you're looking to bask in your victory, you still don't understand. The manila folder rustled in my grip, and I was thankful I'd only brought duplicates. What do you want? It's about Dad. I shifted my feet, unsure how to start. I'm still his legal guardian, unless you plan to drag me back to court. Then again, after everything that's happened, maybe you'd actually win this time. I left the obvious unspoken, that he'd engineered his own predicament. Dad isn't wishing for death. You realize that, right? He just wants the autonomy to him. That's what gives life its value. The power to choose. Xander folded his arms tightly. Well, I choose for him to live. Call it selfish if you want. I don't care. I'm not losing my father. I refuse to be the son who stood by and allowed it.
What if it were you? I asked, my voice low, his gaze sharpened, and I pressed on. What if you were the one stripped of your own decisions? I don't have to consider that. I'm 31, he said with a dismissive shrug. But if you did, I insisted, what would you want? Are you asking if I'd want a do not resuscitate order? I'm asking you to truly consider it, I said carefully, gripping the envelope, because a day could come when the choice isn't yours.
The real irony in you battling Dad for control over his own life is that you never paused to question the inheritance. Xander went still. I did. I gave a slight shrug. When I knew Willow was my future, when I started wanting marriage and a family, I did my research. Guess what, Xander? Dad's specific Alzheimer's is hereditary. It's a presenilin 1 gene mutation. The blood seemed to leave his face, meaning we could have it. Sullivan did, I stated, offering him the envelope. He wouldn't accept it. I got the results for all three of us on the day of the hearing. How? He stared at the envelope as if it might sprout fangs, which was the most sensible reaction I'd seen from him in months. Mum saved all our baby teeth in those little keepsake boxes in her closet. Disgusting, but handy. You did this without my consent? He glowered at me, but a raw, piercing fear shone in his eyes. I did. The lab has no idea. The results are inside, patients S, C, and A.
Completely anonymous.
I waved the papers again.
Don't you want to know?
I'm not sure, he murmured, his eyes fixed on the envelope. I could tell you. I've already read it. His gaze snapped back to mine, wide and blazing. Don't you dare. Why not? Doesn't feel good when your choices are taken away, does it? I asked. Let me ease your mind a little. I don't carry the mutation. His mouth tightened. How is that supposed to make me feel better? Besides knowing your younger brother won't be claimed by early-onset Alzheimer's, I countered, it should reassure you because no matter what that paper says, I won't become you. I'll hear you out. I'll grant you the choices you deny Dad, because I genuinely don't care about public opinion or how the world sees me. I know exactly who I am. I've come to terms with my own decisions. I pushed the envelope against his chest, and he finally took it. His movements slow.
Come to terms with yours, Xander.
His whole frame stiffened as I gave a single nod, turned, and walked back toward my jeep. You're not going to tell me as some sort of payback, he shouted after me. Punishing you isn't my role, Xander. Not out of anger, not out of jealousy, not ever. Read it, don't read it. That's your choice to make, not mine. I already knew what it contained. 1 week later, the official guardianship paperwork for Dad arrived at my place. Xander had transferred all the paperwork to me, leaving only a final court date with the judge to seal the deal. Buried in that stack was a signed DNR order. Half an hour after breaking the news to my dad, who offered a quick thanks before ending the call, I turned into my driveway, a smile touching my lips at the warm glow in the windows. Willow was already home. Honey, I'm back, I announced as I stepped inside. Her voice floated from down the hall. In the library, I dropped the pizza box on the kitchen table and found her at the easel, her hand moving with a gentle precision as she worked on Rose's portrait, tilting her head to study each stroke. How'd your day go? She asked, setting her pencil aside and coming over to wrap her arms around my neck. I don't carry the Alzheimer's gene, her eyebrows knit together. Okay. I got tested because Dad's form is hereditary. It came back clear.
My arms circled her waist, that familiar wonder still hitting me months later, the simple fact that I got to hold her like this. Oh, thank goodness. She rose on her toes to kiss me softly. What a relief. Hold on, you'd actually thought about this possibility. I drew back just enough to search her eyes. I figured if you decided to get tested, you would, and if you didn't, that was fine too, she said with a light shrug. But what if I had it? The idea of one day looking at her and seeing a stranger made my chest tighten. Then we'd make every single year we had left absolutely count. I scooped her up and carried her to the armchair, settling her comfortably across my lap. Well, now you're stuck with me for a good long while. So it seems, she replied, a playful grin spreading as she echoed my own words back to me. Oh, by the way, did I mention Walt called about you filling your dad's spot on the Historical Society Council? She wrinkled her nose. No, I said. No, you didn't tell me. Or no, you don't want the position. I let out a groan, leaning my head back against the couch cushion. Can no just be my default answer to everything? Not if you want to actually make a difference, she chided, then kissed the tip of my nose. You're my difference. My hands found her hips, drawing her nearer. Life really does come down to the choices we make. Mine haven't all been winners, but they haven't all been losses either. And looking back, I wouldn't change a single one, especially not the choice sitting right here in my arms. I kissed her, slow and deep, promising myself to make every one of those coming years worth every twist and turn that brought us to this moment, to my incredible partners in crime, Gina Maxwell and Cindy Madsen,
our unholy trinity. Thank you for keeping me sane and glued to my keyboard.
J. Crownover, you are my sanctuary and the steady wolf to my sometimes frantic rabbit heart. Shelby and Mel, your patience with my scattered unicorn-like mind means the world. A huge thanks to Linda Russell for wrangling my distractions, always having a spare bobby pin and being the glue that holds me together when I'm on the verge of crumbling, to Jen Wolfel and Cassie Schlenk for reading each chapter as it was born and cheering with an energy that could light up a town.
To every blogger and reader who has ever taken a leap of faith on my stories over the years, to my wonderful reader group, the Fly Girls, you bring a daily dose of happiness into my life. And finally, to my Jason, my constant beginning and end. Thank you. Again, you're the inspiration behind all those dreamy heroes. Here's to retirement and to making a mess with s'mores right in the middle of the living room floor.